If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1. Finish the fight. Start from the beginning. As the chief tries to stay anchored, the warthog flies out, striking the chief on its way through the open hangar doors and out into empty space. The chief flies off the panel, then glides down the floor towards the doors, with a self-destructing halo looming beneath. The chief punches his fist hard into the floor to get a grip, halting near the back end of the hangar. Cortana reaches out her arm towards him, scared of losing him. Chief. The scorpion flies out towards the chief. He ducks his head just in time as it flies over him, narrowly missing the chief but smashing the floor behind him and falling back towards Halo. The chief begins to climb back up to Cortana, finally making it to the hollow tank. Meanwhile, the Arbiter makes it to the bridge and sits down at the controls. Back in the hangar, the chief braces behind the panel, plugging Cortana back into his helmet. If we don't make it. Chief then gives a determined and assuring face in his helmet. We'll make it. It's been an honor serving with you, John. She said in a relaxed state. The chief finally rests his head back, exhausted. Halo suddenly explodes, engulfing the hangar in a binding white light. All goes blank. 1 week later, back on Earth. Half of the Don Lanid back in the water, showing only the Arbiter making it back. After a few days of preparations, a memorial of fallen soldiers from the war is made on a hillside near the gateway of the Ark. On that hillside, which has now been shut down, Marines gather. Fleet Admiral Lord Terence Hood removes his hat, and begins his speech. For us, the storm has passed. The war is over. But let us never forget those who journeyed into the howling dark and did not return. For their decision required courage beyond measure. The Arbiter then walks up a bit, showing his respect to the fallen. Sacrifice, an unshakable conviction that their fight, our fight, was elsewhere. Then Blue Team, Master Chief's family, also walks up too, knowing that Chief didn't make it. Then Blue Team, Master Chief's family, also walks up too, knowing that Chief didn't make it. As we start to rebuild, this hillside will remain barren, a memorial to heroes fallen. They ennobled all of us, and they shall not be forgotten. Admiral Hood puts his hat back on, and salutes. Sergeant Pete Stacker turns to the other Marines present. Present arms. 7 Marines raise their battle rifles and each fire a single burst of 3 shots, a 3-volley salute. Later, Hood and the Arbiter stand alone at the memorial, which appears to be a pelican wing, decorated with pictures of the fallen, including Commander Miranda Keyes and Sergeant Major Avery Johnson. I remember how this war started. What your kind did to mine. I can't forgive you. But Hood holds out his hand to the elite. You have my thanks. For standing by him to the end. The Arbiter slowly shakes Admiral Hood's hand. After letting go, Hood's eyes are drawn to one part of the memorial in particular. Hard to believe he's dead. The Arbiter looks away, toward the shadow of intent, hovering silently in the sky. Were it so easy? The Arbiter then leaves the memorial. His separatist phantom heads back to the shadow of intent, hovering in about the same position the portal to the Ark once was. After a few minutes, the ship leaves orbit, as the Arbiter will try and rebuild his plant to its former glory. As the ship leaves, Blue Team stays a bit to look at the memorial, while Spartan Frederick N carved 117 on the wall. Honoring the chief, they salute at the memorial. As the saying goes, Spartans never die, they're just missing in. Meanwhile, somewhere in space. Chief? Can you hear me? In response, Chief turned on his helmet's headlights, illuminating the darkness around him. I thought I'd lost you too. Cortana sighed in relief. Master Chief took a look around the interior of the Forward Unto Dawn, or rather what was left of her. He noted that, from the way he and various other debris were floating, that artificial gravity was offline, and a look to his left showed why. He looked in that direction and saw stars, space, and no glass to separate him from it. What happened? He asked as he unconsciously grabbed his MA-5C assault rifle and placed it on his back. He swam towards the gap and looked out into the space outside. I'm not sure. Cortana answered. When Halo fired, it shook itself to pieces. Did a number on the Ark. The portal couldn't sustain itself. We made it through just as it collapsed. She paused for a section. Well, some of us made it. She added with a hint of sorrow in her tone. Master Chief looked around. The rear half of the Forward Unto Dawn was adrift in space. They seemed to be near a nebulae of some kind, but it wasn't a nebulae the chief recognized. He quietly sighed as he floated back into the interior of the ship. In a situation like this, there was really only one thing he could do. He then found a row of cryotubes, complete with a hollow tank to plug Cortana into. But you did it. Truth and the Covenant, the Flood. The chief plugs Cortana's data chip into the hollow tank and she appears. It's finished. Chief turns off the flashlight on his helmet. It's finished. The chief places his assault rifle in one of the rackets on the wall. I'll drop a beacon. Cortana said. But it'll be a while before anyone finds us. Years even. Chief paused, then a nod to show acknowledgement. He climbed into the cryopod and settled in. I'll miss you. Cortana added as the door to the pod began to close. Wake me. When you need me. Chief replied. As the door closed and sealed itself, Chief began to feel the effects of cryosleep take hold. This wouldn't be the first cryo nap he took, so he knew how it worked. Cortana smiles, nodding. She watches as Chief goes frozen, and she waits till someone finds them. This fight was finished. But a whole new fight would soon begin. Chapter 2, Back in Service. Author's note, before we get down the line, I will not touch on AI rampancy yet. So Cortana is fine for now. Also, I changed up the years a bit so that timeline it isn't messed up in this universe. But if you notice anything, let me know. Other than that, enjoy the chapter. During the years after the Human Covenant War, humanity has been expanding a bit. UNSC is no longer the name for the human military, it is now called the Alliance. In 2556, during an exploration on a halo ring, scientists discovered coordinates of an ancient device that the Forerunners discovered millions of years ago. After that, humanity discovered one of the new artifacts in the galaxy. They called it the Mass Effect Relays. But shortly after, they discovered new groups of life. Some of those groups did not agree with humanity. Shortly after, a first contact war began. Luckily, it wasn't as big as the Human Covenant War. Only lasted a few months, thanks to the Council. Leaders of solving galaxy problems. 4 years later, the alien races from the Covenant converted and joined the Council group, and the Spartan 4 program began for the Alliance. Meanwhile, Alliance ship known as the Normandy, led by Captain Anderson, is on an exploration to check on any problems. They then pick up a signal from an old UNSC ship. 8:32 hours, February 16, 2560. Undisclosed location in the Ismar frontier. As the Normandy is flying by, pilot Jeff Joker Morrow revives a message. But he can't tell what it is. Captain, I'm receiving a message, but it looks old. Captain David Anderson then walks up to the bridge to hear the message. Captain David Anderson then walks up to the bridge to hear the message. Play it, Joker. Anderson ordered. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is UNSC FFG 201 forward unto dawn requesting immediate evac. Survivors aboard. Prioritization code Victor 05-3-Sierra 117. As the message ended, Anderson was in shock at what he heard. He hasn't heard the numbers in years. Does the Master Chief still live? Joker, set a course to that beacon, ASAP. I need to see this for myself. Joker was confused about what was happening, but he won't question the captain's orders. Yes, sir. He punches in the coordinates and the ship takes off to the source. 30 minutes later. As Cortana sits and thinks through things, she detects something in the ship scanners. As Cortana sits and thinks through things, she detects something in the ship scanners. An ID ship tag. It wasn't UNSC, but it was human origin. She does want to be careful. She reaches a status report, with red circles outlining hull breaches. 5 red circles are highlighted on the ship. She then brings up the cryostasis control page. One of the sections shows John 117's Mjolnir armor. Cortana presses the command to reactivate after some consideration. The status update with the red words active comes up. She turns to John's cryotube. Wake up, Chief, I need you. The frost covering its glass surface thaws, showing the Chief waking up. Back on the Normandy. As the ship got to the destination, Anderson sees the torn in half forward unto dawn ship. Hoping that the Master Chief is still alive. After a moment, he gets his gear for the search and possibly rescue mission. After a moment, he gets his gear for the search and possibly rescue mission. Joker, have Jenkins and Alenko meet me on deck. We need to check for the survivors on that frigate. Walks away and waits for his team. 3. As the Normandy docks, Anderson and his team move inside that ship, and begin their search. In Cryo Bay. The chief then starts waking up. As the cryotube, he looks around at his surroundings. He then sees Cortana. Chief. Easy. You've been out for a while. She said, as she looked at her calculations. Where are we? We're still adrift on the Dawn. Why did you wake me? Hang on. Bringing your systems online now. She then starts up the chief's suit, activating his HUD. Activating the ship's gravity generators. She begins working on the ship's gravity so it won't be a problem for Chief. Partial system restoration. Initializing system diagnostics. Gravity then returns as everything that was floating dropped to the floor. Chief, look up. You need to pull the manual release. Chief looks up and pulls the cryotube's manual release lever. The cryotube opens and John steps out and walks over to the hollow tank that Cortana is occupying. Seems like old times. Ready to get back to work. Cortana crosses her arms. I thought you'd never ask. Chief smirks under his helmet. He pulls Cortana out of the hollow tank and inserts it into his neural interface. He then grabs his MA-5C assault rifle in preparation for combat. We've got intrusion alerts lighting up on multiple decks. Our best bet to figure out who's boarding us is the observation deck, 4 floors up. Chief continues on, hopefully he can get some answers soon. Could it be a rescue team? Chief began going through the ship's corridors. Hopefully, I did a scan a few hours ago, I detected a ship ID nearby. It wasn't UNSC, but was human in origin. So our chance of it being friendly is 50/50. On the observation deck. As Anderson and his team made it to the observation deck, Kaidan Alenko looked around the deck, checking for anything in for use. Sir, I have a question. What will we expect on this ship? So far from anything, it's an old UNSC frigate and everything is dead on here. Anderson turns his head to Alenko, giving him a serious look. This ship was one of the main ships to help stop the Halo event in 2552. It helped the Master Chief to stop the Covenant and the Flood before the galaxy was wiped out. Sadly, however, only half of the ship made it back from the event. Only the Sangheili Elite, the Arbiter, made it back. Master Chief was assumed MIA. And you assume Master Chief could be alive since the other half of this ship is still active? Jenkins asked the captain. Yes, and after hearing that distress beacon, saying the survivor is 117, then that means that the Chief could be alive. After a few minutes of conversation, they continue on the mission. Back with Chief. As Chief gets near to the elevator, he starts to get curious a bit on what has happened. How long was I out? 7 years, 7 months, 10 days. Cortana replied. Somebody should have found us by now. Chief then approaches the elevator doors and pries them open with his bare hands. Chief, be careful. Chief successfully gets through the elevator doors. The elevator shaft then starts sucking everything in, due to depressurized air, causing a few crates to hit the Chief from outside the elevator shaft. He grabs the side of the elevator shaft, avoiding falling debris from the top of the shaft, while slowly climbing the shaft to reach the next level. Because some areas might have lost pressure. Right. Chief then climbs a few feet. Debris falls from the top of the shaft and he is forced to act fast. Chief, watch out! Cortana warns the Chief, as he jumps to the left, managing to avoid the falling debris. He then manages to climb to the top of the shaft, then presses the door button, causing the shaft's door to lock behind him. I didn't realize the ship had deteriorated so badly. Chief continues and enters the observation deck. He then sees Anderson and the others, but keeps his weapons up, in case they are hostile. Alenko and Jenkins then noticed the Chief, they pulled out their weapons, thinking he was hostile. Luckily, Anderson took notice and stopped it before it got bad. Alenko, Jenkins, stand down. He then looks at Chief, trying to ease the situation. Master Chief, relax. We're friendly. No need for hostility. He puts his weapons away, showing his cooperation. Chief kept his eyes trained on the 3 men, but seeing Anderson trying to calm things down, he knows that they come in peace. He then puts his assault rifle away, showing his cooperation, which causes Alenko and Jenkins to put away their weapons. Anderson then walks up to him, and has a handshake with him. Good to finally meet you, Chief. I'm Captain Anderson of Normandy. We received your distress beacon a few hours ago. We came as soon as we could. Chief then looks outside, seeing the Normandy out of the window. Chief then looks outside, seeing the Normandy out of the window. Chief then looks at Anderson. Sir, what took so long to find me? We assume you were MIA and we couldn't pick up any UNSC signals in the outer rim of the galaxy. Only the Arbiter made it back after the battle from the Ark. Sorry for the long wait. Anderson said in an assuring voice. Chief then looks back outside for a few minutes. Then look back to the others. What now, sir? Let us take you back to Earth, get you situated from the past 7 years. Chief nods at him. Yes sir. Anderson then smiles, knowing a legend still lives. They all then walk back to Normandy. On the Normandy deck. Start at 2:10. As the Normandy took off from the broken ship, everyone on the crew deck couldn't believe what they were seeing. The Master Chief in person. Chief then looks around, seeing how much has changed over the 7 years he missed. As he and Anderson walks down to the medic bay, he just couldn't believe how much he has missed. 7 years of his life, gone. What is next for him? Medic doctor of the ship, Dr. Shakwas, arrives. She took a look at him. Amazed at the bone mass, strength, and size of the Spartan. But since the armor is locked up, she can't have a full treatment on him. They'll have to wait till they get back on Earth. Chief then looks at Anderson. Sir, how much have I missed from the 7 years that I've been under? A lot, but I can only tell you that much has changed since you saved us from the Halo event. Admiral Hackett will tell you more back home. For now, get some much needed rest. You earn it. Anderson replied. He then walked out of the med bay. Chief then thinks to himself what he'll do now. He fought for so long, what's next for him? Don't worry Chief, we'll be fine. I'm sure they figured something out for you. As long as aliens don't take over. Cortana joked a bit. Chief smiled a bit inside, knowing that Cortana always knew what to say. He then relaxes a bit, waiting to arrive back on Earth. Only time will tell what will happen next for him. Chapter 3, Reporting for Duty, Sir. After a few hours in space, the Normandy finally made it back to Earth's orbit. During that time, Anderson told Admiral Hackett the situation of the Master Chief being alive. Hackett was stunned by this news. Master Chief, the legendary Spartan still lives. After a few minutes of conversation, Hackett asked that they dock with SSV-MT Everest, so he can talk to the Chief in person. Anderson agreed to this, and ended the holo call. He sets course to Everest, and waits to see what happens next. 1834 hours, February 16, 2560. SSV-MT Everest. Undisclosed location in Earth's orbit. The Normandy then docks with Everest, as Anderson gets the Chief ready from the med bay. After a few minutes, Captain Anderson guided Master Chief through the corridors of the SSV-MT Everest. The dock personnel immediately stopped what they were doing and stared. The Marines, the engineers, the medical staff, the custodial staff, everyone stopped whatever they were in the middle of doing to get a good look at the Master Chief. Chief didn't mind the looks. He learned a long time ago that when you're a Spartan too, people tend to stare at you. At the moment, the Chief was more interested in his current was so different. The armor of the soldiers seemed more like a lightweight Kevlar, while the armor of the UNSC Marines of old were rather hobbled together and messy looking by comparison. Most of the deck workers wore blue jumpsuits, which seemed to be more skin-tight than those of the deck workers 7 years ago. Ships, weapons, and the soldiers, everything is different. So much has changed over 7 years. I missed so much. Chief said, still getting his handle on his position. Yeah, I know. Cortana said in his helmet, trying to comfort him from all he missed. But, just take a look around. New uniforms, new ships, new aliens, new everything. The eyes don't lie. As ridiculous as it sounds, we're in the future by 7 years. Chief continues to walk with Anderson to see Admiral Hackett, trying to keep his mind focused. A few seconds afterward, Anderson and the Chief arrived at an elevator. The door opened and the two stepped inside. Anderson pressed some buttons, taking the elevator to Deck 3, where the Admiral's quarters were located. The elevator took a while, at least not longer than Autumn's elevator. The elevator then stopped at Deck 3 and Anderson led the Chief outside. They then made it towards the Admiral's door. The Admiral is just inside. He'll answer any and all questions you have," he said. He then gave a quick salute, and returned to his post. Chief took a moment, and breathed a bit, as he entered the room and saw a man behind the desk, Admiral Stephen Hackett, who immediately looked up from what looked like a datapad the moment Chief entered the room. He stared at the hulking human, as many others did since he came aboard. He stared at the hulking human, as many others did since he came aboard. "Master Chief," the Admiral finally said. "Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think I'd meet you in person." His speaking wasn't odd, despite the words. "Likewise, sir." The Chief gave a salute to the Admiral. "At ease." Chief dropped at the salute, as Hackett smiled at the fact he was still loyal to his work in the military. "Have a seat, son." The Spartan II looked at the offered seat, a chair in front of the desk, analyzing it. He turned back to the Admiral. "I think it'd be better if I stood, sir." "For obvious reasons," Chief replied. "Indeed. He'd probably crush that chair with the bulk of his suit and mass." "Understood." Hackett nodded before putting his datapad away. He then gave the Spartan his full, undivided attention. "You probably have a lot of questions for me. Where would you like to start?" Chief has a few since he's been out, but he wanted to get his thoughts out first before anything. "I see that the UNSC has done well for itself since the end of the war." Hackett nodded. "Indeed. We've recovered well. Most of the colony worlds that were destroyed in the Human Covenant War have been recolonized and rebuilt. Some worlds still bear the scars, but for the most part, we're back at full strength and then some." He then pauses a bit for the next part. "Though, we don't go by the name UNSC anymore," Hackett added. "We're the HSA now. Human Systems Alliance." "Why the name change?" "Well, it's a long story, so I'll give you the short version. Once we started colonizing worlds again, we didn't want a repeat of the Outer Colony rebellions," Hackett began. "So rather than try to enforce them through martial law, we did some social reforms to improve colonial life across the board. Gave Outer Colony governors more say in human politics, better schools, better living conditions, that kind of thing. That required us to completely rethink the way we governed human space. We ended up completely redesigning the UNSC from the ground up. After such radical changes, and now with several alien species as our allies, we decided it was only fitting to give our interstellar government a new name." Chief considered the Admiral's words, then nodded. Granted, he had grown used to UNSC, so calling it the HSA would take some time before he got used to it. But at the end of the day, it was still humanity. Though, like everything else, we run in a few complications along the way. The Admiral sighed in regret. "How so, sir?" Chief asked in confusion. Hackett gave the Chief a serious face on the subject. "Even though we recognize and change our approach to stop rebellions, there is still a fight between humanity itself." He then shows Chief the reports of the problem. "Ever since we joined the galactic community of other alien races, some of the military groups didn't agree with this. Thus, creating Cerberus, a terrorist group who believes that we should look out for our interest in humanity, and not work with the other races in the galaxy." Chief looked over the reports, and was horrified at what he saw. Even though he fought his entire life against aliens, he didn't want to stoop that low, and most of the files shown were just civilians in the colonies. "I see, sir. Even though he was out for a while, he can probably help out the situation. Especially since that's what the Spartan IIs were made for. Help take out rebellions for the benefit of humanity." But since he was on the subject of other races, it brought him to his next question. "What about the Covenant? What happened to them?" Chief asked as his thoughts suddenly drifted to his old foes. Hackett sighed. "Brace yourself, Chief. You might not like what you're about to hear," Hackett said. Chief nodded, telling Hackett to go ahead. Hackett sighed again before answering. "The Covenant splintered shortly after the war and is now no more. However, most of its former member races are now allies of humanity and the Citadel Council, with the exception of the Brutes and the Prophets." "Allies?" he asked. Hackett nodded. Chief shook his head again. "Sir, I can understand us being friendly with the elites since they did help us in the Battle of the Ark. Include being friendly with some of the grunts. But the hunters? And the drones and the jackals? Keep in mind, Chief. You've been gone for 7 years. Even though it may not seem long, a lot of hatchets can be buried in that amount of time. Hackett replied. It was also thanks to the Arbiter. After the battle and when he made it back to Earth, he agreed to help us with certain politics to bring peace to our races. Even through the First Contact War, he helped stop the fighting with the Citadel Council. Chief was still having trouble believing what he was hearing. Maybe you should start from the beginning. Tell me everything that's happened since I went into cryo. All right. Hackett said. He took a deep breath before he began. After the war ended, we slowly but surely rebuilt our empire. Ended up befriending the former Covenant races one by one, except the brutes and prophets. Some species just can't let go of the past apparently. They've both been exiled to the brute home world of Doisak, but brute pirates and raiders are still a problem to this day. Anyway, we allied ourselves with those other races. The Sanghaila led their knowledge of plasma technology with us. Kigyar ran several trade routes. I.e. Chief still can't believe how much in 7 years, in that short range. We have missed a lot. Cortana said under his helmet. After we made allies with the races, we were exploring space again. It was a new golden age of recovery, peace and prosperity. Then, in the year 2555, we made a huge discovery. Element Zero. Hackett said. Chief paused, his attention caught. Element Zero. Found a whole cache of the stuff on a planet covered in ancient ruins. They weren't as old as Forerunner ruins, but at 50,000 years, they were still pretty old. Found a way to make technology out of it, the most notable of which is an FTL drive that's now in use today. Not as fast as slip space, but it gets the job done. Hackett continues on. Chief was taken aback by that comment. If slip space is superior, why don't we still use it, sir? Hackett sighed again, more out of frustration than anything else. Mostly because the Citadel Council won't allow it. Apparently, they're not too keen on the idea of slicing open a portal in the space-time continuum. Too dangerous, they said. Element Zero is what everyone else uses and they got by just fine on it. They say we should too. Hackett grimaced. Personally, I think they did it to try and pull our teeth. Chief once again paused. Knowing that was his next question. What exactly is the Citadel Council, sir? I'll explain that bit when we get to it. Hackett answered. Anyway, when we found that cache of Element Zero, we also found coordinates in 2556. Those coordinates lead us to a halo ring, that we also decommissioned in case of anything. From there, it led to this. He then turned his computer screen around. Chief leaned in to take a closer look. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was a structure that looked a bit like a tuning fork with several antennas sticking out from the top. In the center of the arms was a pair of swirling rings orbiting what looked like a floating core of pure blue energy. What is that? It's called a mass relay. We found it at those coordinates that were provided at the ruins. Took us to an entirely different part of the galaxy in the blink of an eye, a trip that would have taken months by slip space. Years even. After we discovered and activated that mass relay, we realized that everything that had happened up until that point, the war with the Covenant, the flood, everything was restricted to one little cluster of stars. A single gallon of water out of an entire lake, if not an ocean. The galaxy is big, Chief. Far bigger than anyone in your time ever realized. Chief digested this fact for a moment. He decided to listen to more. Then what happened? We just discovered a whole new part of the galaxy that was easily accessible. Hackett resumed. Unsurprisingly, a new era of wonder and exploration began. Humanity and every race allied with it began colonizing worlds like they were going out of style. We settled, we explored, we traded, life is good. The Admiral paused. Course, it was only a matter of time before we made contact with a new alien race. And we did. Unfortunately, much like with the Covenant, it was less than peaceful. Chief flexed at this. Was there another war going on? He had to know. Who attacked us? A race called the Turians. Hackett answered. In 2557, they attacked us while we were trying to activate another dormant mass relay we found. Activating dormant relays is illegal for them. They then traced us to Shangzi, one of the worlds we settled. They invaded it, took it over and occupied it. Alliance brass had reason to believe that they planned on using it as a staging planet, to gear up for a war. Chief then remembers early on what Hackett said. Sir, you said we were at a first contact war. Was that after we found the mass relay? Yes, and we did manage to launch a counterattack to retake the planet. As per a treaty agreement, upon finding the first mass relay, all races of our home cluster, humanity included, would join together to counter any hostile alien force that attacked even one of us. The former races of the Covenant honored that agreement by joining us in that counterattack. I was there. You were. I was captain of a frigate, the Harvest. She was a good ship. Hackett answered. We did some atmosphere work, mostly picking up and dropping off Marines, as well as the occasional bombing run. But the little ground I did see, I remember well. Human Marines stormed Turian fire bases, supported by Sangheili and Unggoy troops. Kig-Yar snipers defending key positions. Galekolo Bond brothers blowing Turian armored vehicles to bits. They all had roles to play and they played them well on Shangzi. I know you can't easily forgive those races for what they did. But what they did was a long time ago. Things are different now. Chief said nothing, only nodded. Friendly covies. The Spartan too would believe it once he saw it for himself. Anyway, it was a long campaign, about 2 months, before the Turians finally withdrew. They then started preparations for a full-scale war. It looked like it was going to be a repeat of the Human Covenant War. Fortunately, the Citadel Council intervened. And what are they exactly? The Citadel Council are the big cheeses, Chief. Pretty much the presidents of every world of every race allied with them, which is about half of the known galaxy. They managed to get the Turians to back off and negotiated a peaceful solution. Now humans, Sangheili, Unggoy, Kig-Yar, Lekolo, Yanmi and Huragok are now Citadel races, each having their own embassy on the Citadel, a huge space station that acts as the cultural and political hub of Citadel space. 7 years later, in 2560. We found you. Hackett finished. Any more questions? So, the Turians? Chief asked. Officially our allies. But tensions still linger. Hackett replied. And they're not the only alien race. Asari, Solarians, Valis, Elcor, just to name a few. There were actually many more questions the chief still had. What became of Halo? And the Flood? What are all the new aliens like? Hell, he still had some trouble wrapping his head around the idea of humanity being friendly with aliens, let alone the ones that almost drove them to extinction. But he didn't want to waste time asking questions. He actually wanted to take a look around the ship, to get a sense of what this new century was like. Most important of all, he wanted to see the improvements made to weapons. Anything else? That's all for now. I'll probably have more questions for you in the future, Admiral, but I don't want to waste any more of your time. Of course. Hackett nodded. But before you go, it's about Cortana. Does she still function? If so, there's one more thing you need to be made aware of. Chief hesitated a bit. He didn't want to lose Cortana again, even if the military is no longer called the UNSC. Relax, Chief. I trust him. Cortana assured him, and the chief nodded at her. He then yanks out the AI chip from the back of his helmet. Then her hologram appeared, shocking Hackett a bit. Hello Admiral, a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, ma'am. Keeping his composure. Anyways, having you still functioning could present a problem, Cortana. A.I.S. like you are illegal in Citadel space. Needless to say, the Council isn't going to be too happy about your existence. Cortana paused at that. Illegal, sir. Like slip space, the Council thinks A.I.S. are too dangerous. When humanity joined the Citadel races, we had to get rid of both of them. Since then, AI production has ceased. Chief grimaced underneath his helmet. The Citadel Council, which was apparently run by aliens, had forced humanity to get rid of their two biggest advantages in space exploration for no good reason other than it was just illegal. He didn't know a thing about any of the new aliens yet, and he already didn't like them. What's going to happen to me? Cortana asked in a worried tone. Hackett sighed. I'm not sure. You don't seem to harbor any ill will towards organics the way most A.I.S. do. Maybe the Council will be lenient towards you because of that. But I don't think it's very likely that they'll let you stay with the chief. For the first time in a long time, the chief felt anger. Real, genuine anger. Cortana was, for all intents and purposes, his best friend. For the last 2 years, she's been with him for the best of times and the worst of times. When he fought through High Charity, he wasn't just doing it to get Halo's activation index. He did it to get her. He clenched his fists. Nobody is taking Cortana. Chief definitely stated. I'm sorry, Chief. But it's out of my hands. Hackett replied. He meant it when he said he was sorry. Cortana was just as much of a hero to humanity as Chief was. She deserved to stay with him, no matter what happened. Hold on. I have an idea. Cortana suddenly said. Both Hackett and Chief paused their respective sorrow and anger to listen to what she had to say. Admiral. You can't hand me over to the Council, because you've already deleted me. Turns out 7 years in data storage have made me rampant, especially when thinking in the quiet in space, waiting for an evac of a half-destroyed ship. You had to shut me down. Chief didn't like it, but it was the only way. You knew I would have wanted it that way. Hackett's eyes widened when he realized what Cortana was suggesting. You know, I think you might actually be rampant to even be suggesting something like that. With all due respect, Admiral, but I'm not going anywhere. Cortana stated. The words made it sound like a defiant declaration, but Hackett could tell from her tone that it was more like a humble request. Hackett sighs, knowing this could work, but he needs to know one thing first. Did anyone see you after being rescued? No sir, she was in my helmet when we were rescued. And she kept quiet from then on. Chief stated. All right then, I'll write in my report that you were found to be rampant and you were quickly deleted. The Admiral said as he began typing on his computer. But, if you and the Chief get caught, the Alliance will deny knowledge, involvement, everything. You two will be on your own. Well then, guess we'll just have to avoid getting caught. Cortana said in her usual cheerful demeanor. Chief smiled. The AI could be very wily when she wanted to be. Well Chief, unless you and Cortana have any further questions, you're dismissed. Sir. Chief said before firing off a quick salute. Meaning he was all set for questions at the moment. You are dismissed then. The Spartan 2 then turned on his heels and walked out of the office. 30 minutes later. As Chief walks through the corridors of the armory, he sees everyone looking at him. Marines, engineers, and a few Spartan 4s watch him, as he gets on a stand, and engineers begin taking off his armor. Then shows his pale face after removing his helmet, looking tired yet alive. Whatever the Alliance has plans for him, he's willing to help out the cause. Chapter 4, Welcome to the Normandy, Chief. 9:30 hours, February 21th, 2560. SSVMT Everest. Undisclosed location in Earth's orbit. A few days have passed, Chief has started getting used to improvements in the Alliance. New weapons, armor, everything. He still kept Cortana a secret so that he wouldn't lose her again. Chief spent the first day taking a look around the ship, wanting to get a feel for how human ships worked now. People stopped and stared in muted awe everywhere he went, but he was used to it by now. Once he had a rough idea of the ship's layout, he spent most of his time in the ship's firing range, familiarizing himself with all the new weapons. A firing instructor was more than happy to assist, on the condition that Chief posed for a holo that the instructor can send to his son. Chief wasn't the most photogenic soldier, but hey, it was for the guy's son. He grinned and bore it as the instructor took the holo. After that, he was trained in how the new firearms work. First off, they can be folded into more compact forms when not in use, allowing soldiers to carry more weapons into battle with them. It was practically a dream come true for the Chief. More guns meant more ways to win a fight. The standard Marine was able to take up to 4 weapons into battle with them at a time, an assault rifle and a sniper rifle on each side of the upper back, a shotgun on the lower back, and a pistol on either thigh. The ammo feature was a plus too. Once Mass Effect technology was incorporated into firearms, ammunition was no longer an issue. Guns' ammo compartments were filled with blocks of hard metal. From what he learned, shards of metal the size of sand grains were carved off the block and fired at the target at lethal speeds. Since a single block in each weapon was usually enough to last a mission, scrounging for ammo was no longer an issue. The trade-off was the weapons would overheat if fired continuously for too long, and it would take a few seconds to cool if it did. Chief was impressed. Human technicians have come a long way since the MA5C. The Spartan and the AI decided that they should spend their time next learning as much as they can about what happened after Chief went into cryo. There was one subject in particular the Chief wanted to know about, Halo. Both Chief and Cortana were surprised to learn that the home cluster of humanity and the Covenant races has been labeled the Forerunner Cluster by official Citadel Star charters. The reason for this surprised the two even more: it was the only place in the entire known galaxy where Forerunner ruins and relics could be found. Chief was deeply confused by this. The Forerunners were supposed to have an empire that spanned the entire galaxy. The Halo array was supposed to span the entire galaxy. They did some more digging into the subject and found that, while 2 of the 7 Halo rings were destroyed, the other 5 were still out there somewhere. There are absolutely no records of any of the new alien races having ever encountered anything like Halo. Cortana theorized that the other 5 rings were each behind a dormant mass relay, a theory that seemed plausible since, even with the mass relay network, experts say that less than 1% of the entire galaxy has been charted and mapped, let alone explored or discovered. It did little to comfort the chief. Halo was too dangerous to allow to simply drift in space, waiting for a sentient species dumb enough to either release the flood or activate the failsafe that would turn every species in the galaxy capable of calculus into piles of goo. Not to mention it still left the question why Forerunner ruins weren't found in other places in the galaxy. On a lighter note though, many worlds with Forerunner ruins have become very popular tourist destinations among the new aliens. Apparently selling t-shirts and Forerunner-inspired knickknacks was where humanity was getting much of its funding these days. The next few hours were tedious for the chief. He had to go through a series of medical exams to ensure that he was still in good physical condition. He didn't see the point in it, given that he already went through similar exams immediately after his reawakening on the Mt. Everest. According to Hackett, this base had better medical facilities and thus would be able to do more thorough tests. Once again, there wasn't much the chief could do except grin and bear it. It was a fairly standard series of physical exams. Running on a treadmill? Check. Whacking knees with a hammer to test reflexes? Check. Weightlifting? Check. Chief passed the last one with flying colors, obviously. There was worry among the medical staff that the Battle of the Ark left Chief in a bad way, but thankfully his power armor was built tough and absorbed most of the damage. Save for some minor scratches, bruises, and burns, Chief was soon given a clean bill of health. The next day, Chief got his new armor. Similar to his Mark 6 armor, but with more abilities to enhance his skill set. The suit has boosters. Small jets fly in the air for a short while. Also giving him a dash boost, ground pound, and area scanning. Also giving him a dash boost, ground pound, and area scanning 4. After getting his armor on, Chief went to see Anderson. See what he needs to do next. He then found Anderson on the observation deck. He gave a quick salute to the captain. Chief, good to see you. How have you been since coming here? Anderson asked. Green, sir. Back at 100%, and I'm fit for service again. Chief said in an assuring tone. Good to hear, it will be nice to have you back on the field. So how can I help you? I'm here to talk about my mission. Anderson's smile went away, replaced with a raised eyebrow. Mission? With all due respect, Captain, but I highly doubt you woke me up just so I could wave to the cameras. Chief elaborated. Anderson gave a knowing nod. You'd be right there. Alliance Brass has something very special in mind for you. The two then start walking together to discuss the Chief's next mission. Chief was smiling underneath his helmet. He still needed some time to get used to this brave new galaxy, so a new mission to take on in the name of humanity will make the transition a little bit easier. Granted, it seemed doubtful he'd be saving every sentient species in the galaxy again, but he knew that whatever the mission was, it was important. You don't give a scrub job to a Spartan, no matter what year you were in. First things first, Chief. Anderson began. If you're going to go back into active service, the first thing we'll need to address is your equipment. My equipment, sir? Chief asked. No offense. But the last time I saw an MA5C assault rifle was in an antique gun show. We don't use projectile bullets anymore, we now use thermal clip weapons. Basically like the original weapons, but doesn't have the projectile bullets to shoot. The captain explained. Don't worry, Chief. Ever since we cracked you out of that cryopod, Alliance engineers have been working around the clock on something special for you. Something special, sir? Chief asked. Yes. We have made new weapons for you ever since we found you, and the boys were on the clock making this. Anderson then smiled. I think you'll like these weapons. As they enter inside the shooting range, Chief can see a row of weapons, most seem familiar to him, but different. Since you're now getting used to the thermal clips, but still prefer the original weapons, the lab tech people helped us out, giving you these weapons. Anderson starts to show him the weapons. The M50 assault rifle, similar to the MA5C assault rifle that you used to have back during the Battle of the Ark. The M50 assault rifle, similar to the MA5C assault rifle that you used to have back during the Battle of the Ark. Should pack a punch. Anderson hands him the weapon. As Chief examines it, he shoots a few rounds at the target, proving that it works. This right here is the BR95, similar to the BR55. This right here is the BR95, similar to the BR55. Has good range, you might like. M6Z Magnum Pistol. M6Z Magnum Pistol. Good handgun, and should help cause some damage. M55S Shotgun, still a short-range weapon, but should help when close up to the enemy. M55S Shotgun, still a short-range weapon, but should help when close up to the enemy. SRS 1-99 Sniper Rifle. SRS 1-99 Sniper Rifle. Long range, and has a silent mode for ops missions. Should help for stealth, and do damage to the enemy. Finally, an old weapon from Reach. Finally, an old weapon from Reach. The M400 DMR. Similar to the BR, but some modifications that can help out like the sniper, but for smaller targets. Anderson finishes the demonstration. As Chief tests out the weapons, they all work to his expectation. Now Chief, raise your left arm for me. Anderson instructed, holding out his own left arm as though he were about to check what time it was. Chief imitated and was surprised by what happened. His left forearm was suddenly engulfed in what looked like a glowing, holographic glove. That is your Omni tool, your all-purpose combat computer. With its ability to hack doors and data files, I think you'll find it to be very useful in intelligence-gathering missions. Anderson explained. Chief looked down at his Omni tool. He recognized what looked like buttons. Well, don't be a shy Chief. Give it a try. Anderson pressed. Chief tried to press a few of the buttons on his Omni tool, only to have it go from gold to red as it gave a buzzing sound. Yes. The Omni tool takes time to master like any computer, I'm afraid. I usually let Cortana handle things like this. Chief commented. For the first time, the smile disappeared from the captain's face, and was replaced with one of slight sorrow. I heard about her. My condolences. It's okay, Captain. I'm not really dead. Cortana commented. Or am I? She then proceeded to make a oh-ing noise to imitate a ghost. Thankfully, the comment was heard only by the Chief. Her voice wasn't connected to the helmet's speakers. If people weren't looking, Chief would have smacked the side of his helmet like he usually did when Cortana got too snippy for her own good. Now, we just need to make sure your helmet's sights are to your liking. He then brings out a data pad up. Look up, Chief. The Spartan frowned. This test again. He sighed and did as he was told. Good. Anderson said. Now look down. Chief followed. Great. I'd say he's ready, Anderson. A familiar voice said, coming from a ways behind the Chief. Chief turned around to see who it was. It was Admiral Hackett. How are you holding up, Chief? Hackett asked. Green, sir. Chief replied. Glad to hear. Now then, since you're fit to serve again, we get you all set up. He then looks at a data pad. Setting up his profile. Since Anderson found you on the Dawn, and you have been working well with him, you can work on Normandy. Will this work, Chief? Chief looked at Anderson for a SEC, then nodded in agreement to work on the Normandy. Good, with that being said, you are now part of the Normandy crew. Welcome aboard, Chief, glad to be working with you. Anderson said in a happy tone, honor for the Chief to work with him. Likewise, sir. Chief had a handshake with Anderson, ready to work with him. Now then, you two are free to go. More of your mission details are on Normandy. Dismissed. Chief and Anderson gave a quick salute to the Admiral, as he watched them leave back to Normandy. Back on the Normandy. As Chief watches through the window, the Normandy departs from the Everest. He remembers his time back in the UNSC, now he's ready to continue his work in the Alliance. SSV Normandy. It was painted on the side of the ship for all the galaxy to see. Normandy Beach in World War II was one of the most pivotal battles in human history, outdone only by the battles near the end of the Human Covenant War. It was a good name. Chief smirked underneath his helmet. He had a feeling that the next few weeks were going to be very interesting. Chapter 5, Just Getting Started. 6:02 hours, February 24, 2560. SSV Normandy. Keys System, Forerunner Cluster. Master Chief's eyes suddenly open, he then gets out of his sleeper pod, and looks at the featureless, dark blue ceiling above him. Morning. Cortana cheerfully greeted. I was wondering when you'd wake up. Chief curled an eyebrow at that. I slept in. Yup. It's 6:02 hours. Cortana said before faking a gasp. A whole 2 minutes. I think you're getting lazy, Chief. I saved the galaxy. I think I'm entitled to 2 extra minutes of sleep. The vacation's over, Spartan. Cortana teased. Time to get back in the saddle. Come on your feet. Chief then gets his gear together, and heads to Deck 1 of the Normandy. As he gets to the pilot's seat, he then sees a Turian talking with Joker and Alenko. We are connected. Calculating transit mass and destination. Joker keeping an eye out on the system. The relay is hot. Acquiring approach vector. All stations are secure for transit. Chief could see a strange object floating in space some distance away. He couldn't make it out, but they were getting closer to it. My God! Cortana said as she got a good look at it. Chief D. A similar sentiment. Chief D. A similar sentiment. It was huge. Twice the size of the Dawn, at least. It was blue in color, long metal arms pointing outwards, as if to show the way to their destination. But the most eye-catching feature by far was the massive Element Zero core, pulsing with life as rings spun and danced around it. When they got closer, that's when Chief really got an idea of just how damn big it was. The Normandy was practically an ant compared to it. Master Chief and Cortana could both honestly say that they haven't been in such a state of awe since they first saw Halo. The board is green. Approach run has begun. Joker stated. Hitting the relay in 3, 2, 1. Some sort of visor on the cockpit's windows was likely the only reason nobody shielded their eyes when a bolt of what looked like blue lightning hit the ship and enveloped it. The Chief braced himself for impact. Then, a blue flash. And that was it. The stars seemed to change. If what Chief heard about the mass relays were true, they just traveled several hundred light years in the blink of an eye. Thrusters, check. Navigation, check. Internal emissions sync. All systems online. Drift. Joker paused as he pressed a few buttons on his keyboard. Just under 1,500 K. He finished. 1,500 is good. Your captain will be pleased. The Turian stated. At this point, Chief eased up a bit, realizing there was no immediate threat of a crash or anything. The Turian then noticed the Chief behind him, and introduced himself. The Turian then noticed the Chief behind him, and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Nilus Kryak. You must be this Master Chief I've been hearing so much about. He introduced himself in a civil manner. He held out his 3-fingered hand. Pleased to meet you. Chief stared at the hand for a moment. He noted that he could grab the Turian's arm, twist it, relieve him of any hidden weapons, and then kill him with a full Nelson neck break all in under 7 seconds. He could have done that, but then he remembered that Turians were good aliens, allegedly anyway. He took the hand and shook it. He was shaking hands with an alien. It was very surreal to the Chief to say the least. What are you doing here? The Spartan asked. I'm here to help for your next mission. Anderson will explain more when we get to the COMM room. So, I'll meet you there when you're ready. He walks off to the COMM room. Chief stayed behind a bit, so he get to understand the people a bit on the ship. I hate that guy. Joker said once Nilus had walked away. Chief cracked a smile. The pilot had unwittingly summed up the Spartan's opinions on the Turian nicely. Nilus gave you a compliment, so you hate him. LT. Kaiden Alenko, who had been sitting next to Joker, commented. You remember to zip up your jumpsuit on the way out of the bathroom, that's good. I just jumped us halfway across the galaxy and hit a target the size of a pinhead. So that's incredible. Joker shot back. Besides, Spectres are trouble. I don't like having him aboard. Call me paranoid. Spectre? Chief asked. Short for Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Joker elaborated. Spectres are agents of the Council, taking part in high-priority special operations. Their goal is to preserve galactic stability at any cost. Again, I don't really trust them since they have the authority to do whatever they want to complete the mission. You're paranoid. Alenko replied without missing a beat. Ha! Cortana exclaimed. Oh, I like him. The Council helped fund this project. They have a right to send someone to keep an eye on their investment. Kaidan explained. Yeah, that's the official story. But only an idiot believes the official story. Joker pointed out. Flight LT. Jeff Morrow was Normandy's helmsman, and from what Chief has seen, he's a fairly competent one. Most people just call him Joker, the reason being his rather snide sense of humor and snarky comments, at least that was the Chief's guess. Staff LT. Staff LT. Kaidan Alenko was the head of the Normandy's marine detail, meaning that he was the one every marine on the ship answered to. If Chief ends up being put in charge of an operation, it seemed likely that Kaidan would be his second in command. Thus, Chief spent much of the trip sizing him up. He was abiotic, an individual that had telekinetic powers due to exposure to element 0 in the womb, at least according to what Cortana told him. Aside from that, Chief doesn't know much else about him, but given his rank, it was fair to assume that he'd be quite capable in a fight. Aside from that, Chief doesn't know much else about him, but given his rank, it was fair to assume that he'd be quite capable in a fight. Whatever. Kaidan replied, dismissing Joker's claims. He looked up to the Spartan. So Chief, how are you adjusting to life from your 7-year nap? Not all that well, to be honest. Chief replied. Why not? Maybe he's feeling homesick. Joker offered. This ship's too shiny and bright and colorful for his liking. Maybe we should paint everything dull gray and dull green. That should make him feel a little more welcome. Joker looked up to the Spartan, only to see him looking right at the pilot. He couldn't see through the visor, but he could easily imagine a pair of steel eyes bearing down on him. Or not. He quickly added. Ah, the Spartan stare. Cortana commented. Never fails. It's the Alliance. Chief resumed. And the costs that came with joining the Citadel races. No slip space, no A.I.S, reduced fleet size. Why would we want to join the Citadel races if we have to follow so many restrictive laws? Well, that's the price for being part of the galactic community, I guess. Kaidan said with a shrug. Also, keep in mind, we didn't exactly start off on the right foot with them. It was either that or a full-scale war. So we went with the first option. Chief thought it over his head. Even though he wanted humanity at its best, he didn't want to see it crumble apart like how it was during the Human Covenant War. He then heard a message from Anderson on the intercom system. Joker. Status report. Anderson's voice called through the intercom. Joker was startled for a bit, then promptly responded. Just cleared the mass relay, Captain. Stealth systems are engaged, everything looks solid. Joker nervously reported. Good. Find a COMM buoy and link us into the network. I want mission reports relayed to Alliance Brass before we reach Eden Prime. Anderson ordered. Also, tell Master Chief to meet me in the COMM room for a debriefing. Roger that. Joker out. Joker said before clicking off the line. You get that, Chief? Yeah. Sounded like he was in a bad mood. Chief noted. He's always in a bad mood. Only when he's talking to you, Joker. Kaidan snipped. With that, the Master Chief turned around and headed back down the bridge towards the COMM room on the other side of Deck 1. He wasn't sure what to make of Kaidan Alenko at first. He disagreed with the Chief's opinions, no doubt there, but he did so in a respectful fashion. The Spartan too never detected any true hostility in Kaidan's tone of voice as they debated. And as Chief went over the biotics arguments in his head, while he thought Kaidan's vision of every race in the galaxy holding hands in perfect harmony was a fool's dream, he was forced to admit that a repeat of the Human Covenant War would have been nothing less than disastrous. The doors to the COMM room opened. But instead of finding Captain Anderson, he found Nilus with his back turned to the Spartan. The doors closed behind Chief as he cautiously approached. Nilus turned around, noticing the hulking human entering. Ah, Chief. I'm glad you made it. I was hoping for a chance to talk. He greeted him warmly. Where's Captain Anderson? Chief asked, immediately suspicious of what was going on. He's on his way. Nilus replied. Chief wasn't really sure what to make of the Spectre. On the one hand, he's a Turian, a species that he now knew bullied and intimidated humanity into giving up its greatest technological achievements with threats of war. On the other hand, Nilus himself has yet to give the chief a reason to kill him. But make no mistake, he was keeping an eye out for such a reason. I'm curious about this world we're going to. Nilus resumed. Eden Prime. I hear it's quite beautiful. That's what Jenkins told me. Apparently he was raised there. I've never been there myself. Chief replied, watching the Spectre like a hawk. You should. I think you'd like it. Nilus said. It's become a symbol for your people. Proof that humanity can not only establish colonies but protect them as well. He paused. But how safe is it really? What's that supposed to mean? Chief asked. His entire body tensed up, ready to attack at any given moment. The galaxy can be a very dangerous place, and your people are still newcomers. Is the Alliance truly ready for this? Nilus nonchalantly asked. It was then that Anderson entered the room. Chief relaxed ever so slightly, pleased that the captain was unharmed. I think it's about time we told Master Chief what's really going on. The captain said to the Spectre. This mission is far more than a simple shakedown run. Nilus began. I had a feeling. Chief said as his body relaxed a bit more. It seemed unlikely that Nilus would try anything now, but he would still be ready if he did. We're making a covered pickup on Eden Prime. That's why we needed the stealth systems operational. A research team on Eden Prime unearthed some kind of beacon during an excavation. Anderson paused. It was Protein. Protein? Chief asked. You mean the ancient aliens that came after the Forerunners but before us? The ones who created the mass relays? Correct. Nilus replied. Without their mass relays, galactic civilization would be nowhere near as sophisticated as it is now, the Citadel being the very heart of that civilization. The last time humanity made a discovery like this, it led to the discovery of our cluster's mass relay, opening the door to the rest of the galaxy for us. Anderson stated. Who knows what secrets the beacon could tell us? However, Eden Prime doesn't have the facilities to handle something like this. Which is why we need to bring the beacon back to the Citadel for proper study. You see, this goes beyond mere human interests, Chief. This discovery could affect every species in Council space. Nilus added. Yeah, I'll bet. Chief replied, his tone indicating he wasn't entirely happy with the concept of cooperating with aliens. Nilus scoffed. Not entirely fond of me, are you, Chief? The Spartan raised an eyebrow at that. Apparently, the Spectre was more perceptive than the Chief gave him credit for. Can't say that I am. Chief admitted. Cat was out of the bag now. No sense in trying to stuff it back in. Well, we're going to have to get used to each other, I'm afraid. Nilus said. You see, the beacon's not the only reason I'm here. Nilus wants to see you in. Anderson elaborated. He's here to evaluate you. Evaluate me for what? Chief asked, his body tensing up again. The Alliance has been pushing for this for a long time. Anderson began. Humanity wants a larger role in shaping interstellar policy. We want more say with the Citadel Council. The Spectres represent the Council's power and authority. He paused again. If they accept a human into their ranks, it shows how far the Alliance has come. Chief was taken aback as he instantly pieced together what Anderson was suggesting. Me? You want me to be a Spectre? You led many successful missions during the Human Covenant War. Nilus pointed out. Several times throughout that conflict, you showed not only courage but also incredible skill. That's why I put your name forward as a candidate for the Spectres. Chief was taken even more aback by that statement. Why would a Turian want a human in the Spectres? He asked. Not all Turians resent humans. Nilus began. Some of us see the potential of your species. We see what you have to offer to the rest of the galaxy, and to the Spectres. It's rare to find an individual with the skills we seek. Nilus boldly took a step towards the Spartan. I don't care that you're human, Chief. I only care that you can do the job. Earth needs this, Chief. Anderson stated. We're counting on you. But before any decisions can be made, I need to see your skills for myself. Nilus added. Eden Prime will be the first of several missions together. Peachy. Chief remarked. You'll be in charge of the ground team, Chief. Anderson said. Secure the beacon and get it onto the ship ASAP. Nilus will accompany you to observe the mission. Permission to ask a question, sir? Chief asked. Granted. Anderson said with a nod. Why all the secrecy? This sounds like a pretty standard pickup to me. The Spartan questioned. Eta Prime is located in the Adiken Traverse, not the most stable sector of Citadel space. Raiders and criminals in the region might figure a protein beacon is valuable enough to attack an Alliance ship. Anderson stated. Not to mention it's right on the border of the Terminus systems. Nilus added. Some of those species might be willing to start a war with the Council over this, so we need to be as discreet as possible. Chief nodded, understanding the situation. There was only one question left to ask. When do we gear up? Immediately. Anderson stated. We should be getting close to Eden. Captain. We've got a problem. Joker's voice came over the COMM, effectively killing Anderson's would-be orders. What's wrong, Joker? Anderson asked, a little irked at being interrupted. Transmission from Eden Prime, sir. You better see this. Joker answered, his tone indicating the utmost urgency. Bring it up on screen. Anderson ordered, already getting a bad feeling in his gut. With that order, the captain, the Spartan, and the Spectre all turned to the screen that flared to life. The camera was shaky as it portrayed a battle. Chief could see various Marines fighting an unknown hostile force. The sounds of unfamiliar gunfire and more than a few explosions blasted out of the speakers. One of the Marines, a woman, rushed up to the camera. Get down! She ordered, addressing the cameraman. The camera was pushed to the ground as the trio got a good look of her firing another burst from her assault rifle. The camera shook around more, the cameraman apparently unable to get a good steady grip. Chief thought he could see a few fleeting glances of whatever was attacking the Marines, but the camera never focused or settled long enough to get a good look. The camera suddenly turned to another Marine, this one a man. We are under attack. He stated. Taking heavy casualties. I repeat, heavy casualties. We can't. His sentence was interrupted by an explosion that was a little too close for comfort. Need evac. He resumed after the explosion subsided. They came out of nowhere. We need. He was interrupted again, this time for good as blood splattered on the screen, likely from a fatal gunshot wound. Then came a noise. A shrill noise that sounded like a cross between an eagle screeching and a ship taking off. All the Marines stopped their fire as they saw something that made their jaws drop. The camera swiveled around and upwards at the thing they were staring at. It looked like some kind of giant, mechanical squid in the sky, crimson lightning seeming to dance from its tentacles. The cameraman couldn't hold it steady after that. More gunfire. More explosions. A brief shot of the Marines running away. And then the transmission was lost to static. Everything cuts out after that. Joker reported. No COMM traffic at all. Just goes dead. There's nothing. Reverse and hold at 38.5. Anderson quickly ordered. Joker did as he was told. The video reversed and froze on that robotic squid. Chief noticed Nilus's mandibles flare out ever so slightly. He wasn't good at reading Turian expressions yet, but if he had to hazard a guess, he'd say Nilus was expressing shock or awe. The Spartan too honestly couldn't blame him. Whatever that thing was, it must have been huge, the way it almost took up the whole screen. Status report. Status report. Anderson barked, not taking his eyes off that image. 17 minutes out, Captain. No other Alliance ships in the area. Joker reported. Take us, Joker. Fast and quiet. Anderson ordered. This mission just got a lot more complicated. A small strike team can move quickly, without drawing attention. It would be our best chance to secure the beacon. Nilus suggested. Anderson nodded and turned to the Spartan. You'll find all your firearms on deck too. Tell Alenko and Jenkins to gear up as well. Once the three of you are ready, meet Nilus and I in the cargo hold. You're going in. Anderson instructed. Chief nods and went to deck 2 for his weapons. He grabbed his pistol and assault rifle, and went to the cargo hold for further instructions. Meanwhile, as Normandy begins its descent to the planet's surface, Joker could see the destruction on Eden Prime. Engaging stealth systems. Joker reported. Somebody's been doing some serious digging here, Captain. Master Chief stood in the cargo hold on deck 3, ready for. His armor was at maximum performing efficiency, and he had his weapons ready on him. Kaiden Alenko and Richard Jenkins stood on either side of the Spartan. They were his ground team and had similar armaments to the chief. It was a small squad, but Chief was used to working in small squads, if not completely on his own. Your team's the muscle in this operation, Chief. Anderson began. Go in heavy and head straight for the dig site. What about survivors, Captain? Alenko asked. Helping survivors is a secondary objective. Anderson stated. The beacon's your top priority. Approaching drop point 1. Joker reported as the cargo bay doors opened, wind howling and whistling as it did. Nilles. You coming with us? Jenkins called over the roar of the wind. I move faster on my own. Nilles called back, checking the sights on his assault rifle before moving in. He jumped out as the Normandy slowed. Nilles will scout out ahead. Anderson elaborated. He'll feed you status reports throughout the mission. Otherwise, I want radio silence. Ready. Chief called out with a nod. The mission's yours now, Master Chief. Good luck. Anderson called. We are approaching drop point 2. Joker reported as Chief. Alenko and Jenkins got into position. Chief unfolded his assault rifle, ready for. Once the ground was close enough, he leapt out without hesitation, Jenkins and Alenko not far behind. The moment Chief hit the ground, his rifle was already trained, ready to shoot. Alenko and Jenkins followed suit, keeping their rifles drawn as the Normandy flew away to a more secluded position. Ship perimeter secure, Chief. Kaiden reported. Keep your weapons drawn and your guard up. Chief ordered. Yes sir, Master Chief sir. Jenkins enthusiastically complied. Chief? You read me? This is Nilles. The Turian's voice came over the radio. I read. Chief replied. This place got hit hard. Hostiles everywhere. Watch your back. Nilles said before clicking off the channel. Well Chief, here we are again. Cortana began. Aiding a besieged colony under attack by an alien threat we know little to nothing about with naught but a handful of Marines as backup. She scoffed a little. Just goes to show, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Chief smiled a bit at Cortana's comment. He turned to Kaiden. You've got point, Alenko. Chapter 6, Mission, Eden Prime. 6:30 hours, February 24, 2560. Forest of Promise. Surface of Eden Prime. Utopia System, Exodus Cluster. Master Chief ducked behind a boulder while Jenkins and Alenko took cover behind a fallen tree as the three made their way through the small forest. Even though Jenkins was a rookie, he was born and raised on Eden Prime, and so knew the land better than the Spartan or the Biotic. Thus, the rookie became the squad's unofficial guide. They were making their way through a small field just on the edge of a forest, not far from the LZ. His assault rifle primed and ready to fire at anything at a moment's notice, Chief poked his head out of cover. All he saw was more rocks and trees. No sign of any hostiles. Not yet. He ducked his head back down as quickly as he poked it up and nodded at Alenko and Jenkins. The two Marines returned the Spartan's nod before heading off to take cover behind a tree. Chief then leapt out of his own cover and rushed to behind a tree of his own. Alenko poked his head out of cover and immediately drew his rifle. I've got point. The Spartan said as he moved forward. Cover me. And check your targets. Will do, Chief. Kaiden replied, getting the feeling that the last order was targeted at him, specifically. After another minute or so of marching, Chief suddenly crouched and held up a fist, the universal order to stop. The squad was at the top of a small hill, and before them laid a path strewn with boulders. They'd make good cover if the squad got attacked. Chief waved the team ahead. Jenkins wasted no time and rushed to one of the first boulders, Kaiden and Chief right behind him, taking cover behind boulders a couple of behind the rookie. Jenkins shifted uncomfortably and took a quick peek over his cover. No sign of hostiles. He felt confident. He boldly leapt out of cover and made for the boulder on the other end of the path. And then, first contact with the enemy. A dozen aerial drones swooped in out of nowhere and immediately began opening fire on the rookie. It all happened so fast that it wasn't until Jenkins' shields were down to half power that he even realized he was being shot at. By the time he raised his rifle to return fire, the drone's firepower had already brought his shields down to nothing and didn't find much resistance in his armor. Jenkins went down. Chief immediately reacted upon seeing the drones and opened fire with his rifle, Kaiden following suit. Chief restricted himself to short controlled bursts. Practice with these new rifles had shown him that, not only does endlessly firing the rifle send its accuracy to hell, but it also makes the gun overheat quicker. Kaiden didn't seem to show this same intimate familiarity with the rifle however, as his gun was positively blazing and soon overheated. Cursing, the biotic switched to his pistol which, as it turns out, he was far more proficient with. The firefight ended as suddenly as it began, and probably lasted a whole 10 seconds. Chief motioned Kaiden to help Jenkins while his rifle was still out. He'd cover the LT. Satisfied that no further drones were on the way, Chief cautiously came out of cover and walked over to where Kaiden was kneeling over Jenkins. Kaiden sighed as he closed the rookie's eyes. Enemy fire ripped right through his shields. Kaiden grimly reported as he stood up. He never had a chance. 6. Chief looked down on the young man. He sighed. He didn't know Jenkins all that well, aside from being a rookie who was enthusiastic to the point of being annoying most of the time. Still, he didn't deserve this. This was by no means the first time he saw a Marine die, and the Spartan had gotten used to it over time. But it was still not a pleasant thing to bear witness to. It reminded him how he lost Sam, one of his Spartan brothers. His first soldier that he lost from the Human Covenant War, and he sacrificed himself for the team. We should keep moving, we'll give Jenkins a proper send-off after this. Chief said as he walked away, stoic as ever. Kaiden nodded in reply. Lead the way. Kaiden replied. Meanwhile, near the area, a colorful array of curses known only in the Alliance military escaped the lips of 3 Marines as they ran for their life. On their tail were a couple of aerial drones, their rapid-fire cannons giving the soldiers' feet more incentive to move faster. A shot slammed into one of the Marines' shields, taking another chunk out of it and eliciting another string of curse words from their mouth. It was then that one of them tripped, while the other 2 gave cover. Now at this point, most soldiers would be dead. But Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams and rookies, Fives and Echo, weren't most soldiers. But Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams and rookies, Fives and Echo, weren't most soldiers. Immediately after falling to the ground, Ashley rolled onto her back with her pistol primed and ready. Immediately after falling to the ground, Ashley rolled onto her back with her pistol primed and ready. She started shooting at the recon drones, which thankfully weren't all that sturdy as they quickly exploded into showers of sparks and scrap metal. Williams took a few breaths as she got up, hearing the familiar and all too welcome hum of her shields recharging. However, her adrenaline began kicking in again as she saw something further up the hill. Meanwhile, Fives and Echo got behind some boulders, and continued suppression fire at the drones. They just keep coming. We need backup. Fives yelled, as he kept shooting. There isn't, we're all that's left. Echo then yells back, as he keeps shooting in the firefight. We need to hold out. The 2 then saw what Ashley was looking at. It was another human, civilian judging from the clothes, being manhandled by 2 more of those things. The civvy must have been injured, due to a pained expression, and was either too injured, too tired, or both to fight back as he was placed on top of a strange device. Chapter 7, Soldiers and Politics. Author's note: yes, I added Fives and Echo from Star Wars: The Clone Wars, and I'm quite happy about it. So be on a lookout if I add in more characters and Ox. Disclaimer: I do not own Halo and Mass Effect. Saren Arterias sat in his quarters. It was a fairly small room, having a chair in the middle, a VID screen before him, a lamp on one side and a table on the other. He sat with his eyes closed in the chair, going over the vision again and again in his mind, trying to make sense of it. He knew that he would not be able to understand much from that vision alone, but until the other pieces of the puzzle were gathered, this was all that he could do. An Asari, a matriarch to be precise, entered the room. She cleared her throat to announce her presence. Saren opened his eyes. He gave no gestures to do so, but somehow, the Asari just knew that she had been given permission to speak. We identified the ship that touched down on Eden Prime. The Normandy. A Human Alliance vessel. She paused. It was under the command of Captain David Anderson. They managed to save the colony. The beacon. Saren replied. What happened to it? It was destroyed. But one of the humans may have used it before, so. The Asari reluctantly replied. A low growl rumbled out of Saren's throat as he dug his talons into the armrests. He snarled as he stood up and threw his table and all of its contents across the room, roaring in fury. This was more than a minor setback. This was an outright problem. This human must be eliminated. He growled. The council will send me a report soon. Once we know who it is, we'll deal with them. Now leave. Saren ordered. The Asari nodded obediently and left the room. Saren settled back down into his chair. He contemplated this new turn of events. The human likely received the same vision he did, meaning he had in his mind a single clue. Granted, it was a worthless clue that will likely serve the human no purpose without the other clues. But Saren couldn't take that chance. There was simply too much at stake. Once the human's identity is confirmed, he'll hire some mercs to deal with them. That should settle the matter quick enough. 23:03 hours, February 24, 2560. SSV Normandy. Glory System, Exodus Cluster. Master Chief's head ached as the world around him came into focus. He clutched his head and squinted his eyes, not appreciating the level of brightness currently in the room. He slowly got up and, once his vision cleared up, noted his surroundings. He quickly noted that he was in the back room of the Normandy's medbay. It was a small room, a storage closet really, with a computer on the side of the room opposite him, and a small stack of crates was next to him, likely full of medical supplies. He was lying on the only bed in the room, and was wearing his jumpsuit. He was briefly alarmed by how he didn't see his armor anywhere, but instantly became relieved when he saw his armor neatly piled in a corner of the room, waiting for him. He got up out of the bed and made his way to the armor, setting about the long process of putting it all on. Once all the armor pieces had snapped into place, all he needed to do was put his helmet on. The moment he did, Cortana's voice came through, relief clear in her tone. "Chief. Thank goodness. Thought you'd never get up." "They took off my armor," Chief observed. "Did they?" "No, they didn't find out about me," Cortana said. "Our secret's still safe. For now at least." Chief sighed in relief, nodding in acknowledgement. "So what happened down there? With the beacon?" he asked. "I don't know," Cortana replied. "The protein beacon made you levitate." "Levitate?" the Spartan asked. "I know it's weird. Don't ask me how that's possible because even I don't know," the AI said. "Anyway, you levitated, and then the beacon exploded, knocking you out." Chief sighed. Great, he thought. Between the dead Spectre and the destroyed beacon, it didn't look like he'd be made a Spectre anytime soon. Not that he wanted to, but the chief didn't like failing missions in general. "How long have I been out?" the Spartan asked. 16 hours. Cortana responded. Chief furrowed his brow. That was too long to be knocked out. The explosion from the beacon wasn't even that big. He had shrugged off plasma grenades with bigger explosions than that. "One more thing," Cortana said. "While you were levitating, your vitals were showing that your brain activity was going haywire. What happened?" Chief paused. He then remembered the vision, the images flooding back to him. "Nothing," he replied, deciding that the dream was just that, a dream. "Nothing?" Cortana asked, not believing him for a second. "Chief, your brainwaves were brain tsunamis. Don't tell me it was nothing." Chief sighed in defeat, knowing that arguing with Cortana was pointless. "I had a vision," Chief said. "Hallucination, most likely. I think it was a lot more than just a hallucination," Cortana replied. "It's an ancient alien artifact. God only knows what it did. Maybe it was supposed to give hallucinations to anyone who used it." Chief grunted at that. After dealing with Halo, he had enough experience with ancient alien artifacts to last a lifetime. "Anyway, you'd better check in with Dr. Shakwas. She'd be happy to know you're all right." Chief nodded and walked out of the room. In the main medbay was Dr. Shakwas and, surprisingly, Fives too. They were talking with each other, but immediately stopped when the Spartan entered the room. "Ah, good. You're up," Shakwas said in relief. "How are you feeling?" "I'm good," Chief answered. He had a headache, but he's certainly suffered worse without much complaint. "What happened?" "You were pulled into the protein beacon. It did something to you," Shakwas explained. "It was my fault. I shouldn't have gotten close to it," Fives said as he shook his head. "Don't blame yourself, Fives," Chief said. "It's not like you planned on having me wind up here. He turned to Shockwell. Why did the beacon do that? Extent of injuries? Chief asked. Physically, you're fine. Shockwell said. But I detected some unusual brain activity, abnormal beta waves. I also noticed an increase in your rapid eye movement, signs typically associated with intense dreaming. It was then that the door out of the medbay opened. Captain Anderson walked in with his usual commanding gait. How's our Spartan, doctor? He asked. Just woke up. No worse for wear, far as I can tell anyway. Shockwell reported. Good to hear. Anderson replied with a nod. However, he and I need to talk. In private. Of course, Captain. Shockwell said before leaving. Fives followed her. But the Marine stopped at the door and looked over his shoulder, giving the Spartan one last look before walking away out of the room. Sounds like that beacon hit you hard, Chief. Are you sure you're all right? Anderson asked. I've had worse. Chief replied in a dismissive tone. So what did you need to speak to me about? I won't lie to you, Chief. Things look bad. Very bad. Anderson began. Nihilus is dead, the beacon was destroyed and the Geth are invading. The Council's going to want answers. I think that's all we can say. Nihilus is dead, the beacon was destroyed and the Geth are invading. Not a whole lot more than that. Chief replied with a shrug. Actually, there is. Anderson said. There's Saren. You know him? Chief asked. You could say that. Anderson replied. His full name is Saren Arterius. He's a Spectre, one of the best the Council has. A living legend, kind of like you. But if he's working with the Geth, then he's gone rogue. A rogue Spectre's trouble. Saren's dangerous. Anderson paused. And he hates humans. And just like that, Saren went from simply being a name with not much attached to someone who just skyrocketed to the top of Master Chief's shit list. Hates humans, hey? He asked as he crossed his arms. He thinks humans are growing too fast, taking over the galaxy. A lot of aliens think that. Anderson elaborated. But this was an act of war. Saren has allied himself with the Geth. I don't know how, I don't know why. I only know it had something to do with that beacon. He paused. You were there just before the beacon self-destructed. Did you see anything? Any clue that might tell us what Saren was after? Chief paused, wondering if he should tell Anderson about the vision. What good would it do? It was just a dream. A hallucination, right? Tell him what you saw, Chief. Cortana advised. It could be more important than you think. I think the beacon gave me a vision. Chief paused. What kind of vision? Anderson pressed. Flesh. Metal. People were dying. The Spartan too shrugged again, only telling the half-truth. He's keeping the Cortana/Halsey voices to himself. In all honesty, sir, I don't know what I saw. I see. Anderson said. We need to report this to the Council. What are they going to do? Chief asked. Saren's a Spectre. He can go anywhere, do almost anything. Anderson explained. But if we can prove that Saren's gone rogue, the Council will revoke his Spectre status and take him in. He'll stand trial for his crimes. I've already contacted Ambassador Udina to see if he can get us an audience with the Council. He'll want to see us as soon as we reach the Citadel. We're heading for the Citadel. Chief asked. He didn't know much about the Citadel races, but he did remember that the Citadel was basically the capital of the galaxy, a giant space station that served as the cultural, economic, and political hub of Citadel space. We're almost there as a matter of fact. We should be docking in about 20 minutes. Do whatever you need to do to get ready and we'll head for the human embassy once we disembark. Anderson saluted Chief, a salute which the Spartan crisply returned. Dismissed. He said before leaving the medical bay. Oh goody. We get to see the big cheeses themselves. Cortana commented. Yeah. Goody. Chief replied before leaving the medbay. He took a look around the mess hall of the Normandy. All the servicemen on board turned to the chief and gave him nods of acknowledgement as he made his way through the mess hall. It was then that a familiar face went up to the chief. Hi Chief. Ashley Williams greeted rather meekly. Williams. Chief regarded her with a nod. What are you doing on the Normandy? Transfer. Ashley suddenly blurted out. Yet. Captain requested it. Guess he thought I was pretty good down there, including Fives and Echo, since they're here too. Kaiden said so. He's a nice guy. Not that you're not a nice guy. I'm sure you would have said so if you could. She fidgeted. Yeah. You okay, Williams? Chief asked. Hey? Oh sure. Hunkidori, never better. Oh crap. Hunkidori. That's a silly thing to say, I mean, who says that anymore? Hunkidori. Sorry about that, Chief. Master Chief. Spartan 117. Sir. She quickly rambled, then saluted. Easy, Williams. Chief said. Don't have a heart attack on me here. Sir. No sir. She continued to stand at attention. Dismissed, Williams. Chief said. Ashley nodded and quickly marched off to the stairway that led to Deck 1. Chief was, to say the least, confused. On Eden Prime, Ashley was very composed and confident in herself. She was efficient, no nonsense, basically a good soldier. But now, it was as if she was an entirely different person. She's acting like, well, Jenkins when he first met Chief. The Spartan was wondering what happened to cause the change in demeanor. Well, you are the Master Chief. Cortana interjected, obviously detecting Chief's confusion. Now that there's not any Geth around trying to kill her, she's free to have a proper fangasm over you. Chief sighed and nodded in understanding. After the way ONI sold the Spartan 2s as nice superheroes during the war, the sight of Marines freaking out and getting into a stupor like little boys meeting baseball stars became an all too common occurrence for him. Chief then sees Fives and Echo talking a bit by the sleeper pods. He then makes his way to them. Fives, Echo, seems like you two join the crew as well. The two twins then looked at Chief and gave a quick salute to him. Yes sir, Anderson saw our work and was impressed. And must I say, it's an honor to work with you, sir. Echo replied happily. Likewise Echo. Chief said. Same here Chief, but I still feel like I'm the one to blame for the beacon's destruction. Fives sadly said. Don't sell yourself short Fives, we had no idea what would happen. I was just doing my job and keeping my men safe. Chief said in an assuring tone. Understood sir. Fives replied. Chief then left the two as Fives and Echo kept discussing things. Chief then made his way to the bridge. He then sees navigator Charles Presley, working on the galaxy map. He should check on him since he knew Jenkins the longest. Good to see you're alright Chief. Presley said as Chief entered the CIC. Losing Jenkins was hard enough on the crew. Chief sighed at that. Jenkins was a good kid overall. He would likely be missed. I saw a future in him. He died doing what he could for his planet. I'm sure he did. Presley said in a sad tone. I'll make sure his family knows of his heroism. Chief nodded and walked towards the cockpit of the ship, wanting to get a better look at this citadel he'd been hearing so much about. On the way, he passed Kaiden who gave him a greeting nod, a nod the Spartan returned. Kaiden's political opinions may have differed from Chief's, but he respected the Biotic for his fighting and tech abilities if nothing else. He eventually arrived at the cockpit where Joker was as usual. It was then that the Chief realized that he had never really seen Joker outside of his pilot's seat in the cockpit. He was dedicated to his work, the Spartan had to give him that. You're just in time, Chief. Time to see the Alliance taxpayers' dollars at work. Joker quipped as they approached the mass relay. With another blue flash, space changed around them. The differences were much more dramatic this time, as they suddenly found themselves in what seemed to be a large purple cloud, a nebula most likely. Chief began to wonder if he would ever get used to this, being all but teleported from one section of the galaxy to the other with little to no warning. With slip space, it usually took a few hours to get from point A to point B, those hours spent in an alternate dimension that was bathed in blinding white light. It was then that the Chief saw it. The Citadel. It wasn't nearly as big as High Charity, but that's a bit like saying an elephant isn't nearly as big as a whale. It wasn't nearly as big as High Charity, but that's a bit like saying an elephant isn't nearly as big as a whale. That didn't change the fact that the elephant was still an impressive sight. In the center of it was a ring, from which 5 arms spread out. The Spartan could see distinct lines of light covering the surface of each arm. His eyebrows raised slightly at the realization that those lights indicated that on the surface of each arm was a whole city. Wow! When they said it was a giant space station, they weren't kidding. Cortana commented. As they drew closer to the citadel, Chief noticed a truly massive ship. It was pink in color, with what looked like an opening of some sort in front, with fin-like protrusions coming out the top, bottom, and both sides of the craft. Look at the size of that ship. Fives commented as he and the others approached the cockpit to get a better look at it. The Destiny Ascension. Kaiden pointed out as he too came up to the cockpit. The flagship of the Citadel fleet. Well, size isn't everything. Joker snipped. Why so touchy, Joker? Ashley teasingly asked as she regarded the pilot. Chief noted the change in attitude again. Perhaps she had become temporarily oblivious to his presence in the awe of the massive station and ship. Just sayin' you need firepower too. Joker replied. Are you kidding? Xavier said as he turned to the pilot. Look at that monster. Its main gun can rip through the barriers of any ship in the Alliance fleet. Good thing it's on our side, then. Echo said. Master Chief didn't find that comment as reassuring as Echo likely intended. Joker pressed a button on the holographic control panel. Citadel Control, this is SSV Normandy requesting permission to land. He casually requested. Stand by for clearance, Normandy. Replied a flanging voice, likely a Turian. Clearance granted. You may begin your approach. Transferring you to an Alliance operator. Roger, Citadel Control. Normandy out. Joker replied. The ship continued its course, making right for the ringed center of the Citadel. Normandy, this is Alliance Tower. A human voice. Please proceed to Dock 422. The Normandy turned slightly towards one of the arms. Chief also noted that they were still maintaining close distance to the center ring, which Chief guessed was the center of power on the Citadel. As the Normandy drew closer, the distinct shapes of buildings became more and more evident. Eventually, they were flying through a city, and then finally made berth in a docking bay, magnetic clamps sticking to the ship, keeping it in place during the cruise stay. Chief turned around and headed for Deck 2, specifically his locker. If he was going to go on board a station where the aliens outnumbered the humans, he'd feel a lot more comfortable with some weapons on him. 20 minutes later. Chief with Fives, Kaiden, Ashley, and Echo, followed Anderson to the ambassador's office. As they made it to the office, Master Chief looked over the balcony to the Presidium below. It was definitely a beautiful place to live, with its stark white walls and floors, a beautiful lake, and vast varieties of trees planted all over the place. He looked up to the ceiling, which looked like a sunny, cloud-filled sky. The Spartan knew that it was just an illusion. He could tell from the way the ceiling seemed to curve upwards in either direction, indicating that he was indeed currently inside a ring. He looked back down to the fountains and shimmering bridges below, and took in the activity. He had seen aliens from the Covenant being kind and helping humans. He had interrogated a grunt for information on Nilis's killer on Eden Prime. But this was different. Never before had the alliance between humans and the former Covenant races been so in his face. Before him he could see humans interacting with Covenant species, as well as a few species he didn't recognize, on a fairly friendly basis. Chief saw a grunt walking alongside a truly massive alien that was walking on all fours. Judging from the way the grunt was flapping its arms about, it was likely that the two were in a conversation of some kind. He then saw a drone fly by, carrying something. His instincts immediately assuming that it was a bomb or something, he zoomed in with his visor as he grabbed his pistol, ready to pull it out and fire if need be. He saw some letters printed on the item the drone was carrying. Ha Shu Hive Pizza. 30 minutes or less or your pizza is free. Chief took his hand off the pistol. A drone pizza boy. A pizza drone. A species that was infamous for swarming around UNSC Marines and letting loose a rain of plasma on their heads was now delivering pizza to other species, humans likely being the most frequent customers. The sheer absurdity of the concept stupefied him for a second. He looked back down to what looked like a shop of some kind to see a pair of hunters walking through the Presidium casually. Rather than shining sky blue armor, the hunters were decked out in navy blue armor with the term CSEC printed across their shields. Master Chief knew that CSEC was basically the Citadel's law enforcement agency, of which these two hunters were members, apparently. The idea of letting hunters into CSEC made a twisted kind of sense to the Spartan, actually. Would you try to pick somebody's pockets when the nearby cops were easily enraged walking tanks? Then, he saw it by the fountain. Something that finally made him realize that the Covenant was no more, that its member races no longer posed a significant threat to mankind. At a table by a fountain, a human and a Sanghaili, an elite, were playing chess. Where once these two races fought each other with bullets and plasma, now they fight each other with wits and little plastic chess pieces. It was the first time since coming out of cryo that Chief seriously wondered if he could live in this time. 7 years have really changed the galaxy. Then, he saw the human make a move and lean back and mutter something. The elite looked around the board, astonished, and then gave the human a dirty look. The human couldn't get that smirk off his face. From an unbelievable moment the chief would never think would happen, aside from him and the arbiter at the end of the war. There was truly peace in the galaxy. This put a smile on his face. This is an outrage. The sound of an angry ambassador snapped Chief from his thoughts and made him turn to Ambassador Donnell Udina who, for the past few minutes, had been having a conversation with the council that the Spartan had been tuning out up until now. Ambassador Udina was a mulatto-skinned man with grey hair and a wrinkled face, which was currently contorted in rage. Ambassador Udina was a mulatto-skinned man with grey hair and a wrinkled face, which was currently contorted in rage. The council would step in if the Geth attacked a Turian colony. The ambassador further fumed. The Turians didn't find colonies on the borders of the Terminus systems. Ambassador. The image of the Solarian counselor said, obviously not appreciating Udina's attitude. There they were. The powers that be. The big cheeses. The head honchos. The 3 most powerful individuals in Citadel space, which was basically half of the known galaxy. The Turians, the Asari, and the Solarians. Cortana gave Chief a brief rundown on the 3 council races and their roles. The Asari, who looked like blue women with odd tentacle hair, were diplomats and mediators, likely responsible for making sure everybody gets along. The Solarians, which looked like a cross between the classic grey alien of science fiction and a gecko, were responsible for collecting information, their military doctrine mostly founded on espionage, ending wars before they start. Finally, there were the Turians, who provided the military muscle necessary to enforce peace throughout Citadel space. Perhaps that was why the Council insisted on putting humanity under such strict military perimeters. They were worried that the humans, having an armada to rival the Turians, could upset the delicate balance of power. They were worried that the humans, having an armada to rival the Turians, could upset the delicate balance of power. On the left, Councillor Sparatus, the Turian, stood wearing a formal-looking suit. His face markings were similar to those of Nihilus, once again making the chief wonder if all Turians had that odd skull-like color pattern on their faces. He stood rigid and at attention with his hands behind his back, making the Spartan conclude that he had a military background of some sort. Councillor Tavos, the Asari, stood in the middle. She wore a long dress and had face markings of her own. She stood with poise and dignity, a politician in every sense of the word. Finally, Councillor Valerne, the Solarian, stood to the right. He wore a long robe with a hood over his head and, again, had facial markings. The Spartan could tell that he was on edge, all his senses on high alert, his mind and instincts moving a mile a minute. Of course, that's common amongst Solarians, at least that's what Cortana told him. Humanity was well aware of the risks when you went into the Traverse. Tavos said, adding to Drin's counter-arguments. What about Saren? You can't just ignore a rogue spectre. I demand. Udina carried on. You don't get to make demands of the Council, Ambassador. Sparatus said in a harsh tone that intended to remind Udina where his position was on the political food chain. Citadel Security is investigating your charges against Saren. Tavos said in a tone that was assuring, yet undoubtedly firm. We will discuss their findings at the hearing. Not before. And with that, the 3 holograms faded away. Udina balled his fists, looking as though he were ready to punch something. Chief shook his head in disapproval. While it was nice to see that not every human ambassador on the Citadel was going to roll over for the aliens without a fight, an asshat who throws hissy fits like a 3-year-old who just got told no wasn't exactly what the Spartan had in mind. The ambassador took a moment to calm himself before turning to Captain Anderson, who had led Chief and his 4 companions here. Captain Anderson. I see you brought half your crew with you. Udina said. He sounded like he was ready to blow again at any moment. Just the ground team from Eden Prime. Anderson reassured, trying to calm the ambassador down. Just in case you had any questions. I have the mission reports. I assume they're accurate. Udina asked. They are. Anderson said with a nod. He smiled. Sounds like you convinced the Council to give us an audience. He added, trying to put a positive spin on the discussion. They weren't happy about it. Yudina said. Saren's their top agent. They don't like him being accused of treason. Permission to speak freely, Captain. Chief asked Anderson. Granted. Anderson replied. Maybe we should just track down Saren ourselves and take him in. Chief suggested. If we can find him, I can. Not another word, Chief. Yudina interrupted. You've done more than enough to jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres. He pointed an accusing finger at the chief. The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove you could get the job done. Instead, Nihilus ended up dead, and the beacon was destroyed. That's Saren's fault. Not his. Anderson yelled back, quick to defend the Spartan. Yudina turned his gaze toward Anderson. If looks could kill, Anderson would be 6 feet under. To his credit, the captain didn't back down. Chief smiled, appreciating that the captain was willing to defend him. Then we'd better hope that SEC investigation turns up something to support our accusations. Yudina said at last. He turned to the Spartan too. Otherwise, the council may use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. He turned back to Anderson. Come with me, Captain. I want to go over a few things before the hearing. Chief. You and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower when you're ready. Top level. I'll make sure you have clearance to get in. With that, Yudina left the office, Anderson closed behind. And that's why I hate politicians. Ashley snorted once Yudina was out of earshot. Few minutes later. After a bit of roaming around the Citadel, the 5 soldiers went straight to the council chambers. As they got closer, the chief heard some arguing happening. Saren's hiding something. The voice sounded bold, outraged. And needless to say, the subject matter immediately caught the Spartan's attention. Give me more time. Stall them. The Spartan turned towards the source of the voice. There were Turians, 2 of them. One had a black face with white stripes. No surprise there. But the other one was different. His face was covered in varying shades of white, with not but a single horizontal blue stripe running across his face just under his eyes, with additional blue markings near the joints of his mandibles. Apparently, those markings he'd seen on every Turian really were facial tattoos as opposed to natural markings. Of course, that only made him wonder what the tattoos were supposed to represent. Stall the council. The black-faced Turian asked with mixed hints of contempt and disbelief. That's kind of like stalling a Rabadshitha, Gurus. Your investigation is over. With that, the black-faced Turian walked off. The white-faced one turned and saw the Spartan. He then walked over. Chief knew that this was no combat zone, but kept a hand on his pistol just in case. Master Chief. The Turian asked as he walked up to the Spartan. Chief nodded. Gurus Vakarayan. The Turian introduced himself with a nod of his own. I was the officer in charge of the CSEC investigation into Saren. Who was that you were talking to? Fives asked. Who was that you were talking to? Fives asked. Executor Palin, head of Citadel Security. My boss. Gurus answered. Chief still wasn't entirely comfortable with the way Turians talked. The vocal flanging effect they had made them sound as though 2 voices were talking at once. It was, for lack of a better word, creepy. That said, he could still detect some frustration in the alien's tone. You sound like you really want to take Saren down. Chief observed. I don't trust him. Gurus answered. He's up to something. As you humans say, I can feel it in my gut. But he's a Spectre. Everything he touches is classified. I couldn't find any hard evidence. I think the council's ready for us now, Chief. Echo said. Good luck, Chief. Gurus said as he began to walk away. Maybe they'll listen to you. The Spartan hoped that, but honestly doubted it. With that, he continued his ascent up to the main council chamber. They soon saw Captain Anderson waiting for them. The hearing's already started. Come on. He said as he led Chief to the stand. It was a long, thin ramp that hovered over a glass floor, underneath it was another garden. Ambassador Yudina was already there, and was apparently oblivious to Chief and Anderson's arrival. The Spartan also found himself in the presence of Councillors Spiratus, Tavos, and Valerne. Live and in person this time. Off to the left was a massive hologram of a Turian. Chief assumed it was Saren. So that's Saren. Cortana observed. Wow. He's even uglier than I thought. The Geth attack is a matter of some importance. Councillor Tavos admitted. But there is nothing to indicate Saren was involved in any way. She gestured to the hologram when she said Saren's name, confirming the chief's and Cortana's assumptions. The investigation by Citadel Security turned up no evidence to support your charge of treason. Councillor Spiritus further clarified. An eyewitness saw him kill Nilus in cold blood. Yudina fumed, apparently unable to fathom that he was losing. We've read the Eden Prime reports, Ambassador. Councillor Valerne spoke up. The testimony of one traumatized dock worker is hardly compelling proof. Chief hated to admit it, but Valerne had a point. He couldn't imagine that a grunt was a reliable witness, with the way they babble on incoherently and wave their arms around like maracas. I resent these accusations. The holographic image of Saren said. Nilus was a fellow Spectre, and a friend. That just let you catch him off guard. Anderson yelled at the hologram with an accusing finger, much to the chief's surprise. Ah, Captain Anderson. Saren began. You always seem to be involved when humanity makes false charges against me. Oh yet. These two definitely have a history. Cortana pointed out. It was then that Saren noticed the Spartan's presence. Ah. And this must be your newest protégé. Humanity's greatest hero, the one I've heard so much about. The Master Chief. Chief just continues to stare at him. Trying to keep his composure from the Twarian. When I heard you were being considered for the Spectres, I simply had to do the proper research on you. After studying you, I quickly concluded you were, in fact, not Spectre material. Saren said. He turned to the council. This man is, for all intents and purposes, a walking WMD. Everywhere he goes, craters and dead bodies tend to follow. No worse than you, Saren. Anderson pointed out. Saren ignored the captain's comment and continued. He's about as subtle as a Krogan berserker and has a similar level of skill in diplomacy. And yet, the humans hail him as a hero. He turned back to the Spartan. Your species needs to learn its place, Spartan. You're not ready to join the council. You're not even ready to join the Spectres. He has no right to say that. Yudina burst in. That's not his decision. Master Chief's admission into the Spectres is not the purpose of this meeting. Councillor Tavos pointed out to Saren. This meeting has no purpose. Saren said dismissively. The humans are wasting your time. And mine. Saren's hiding behind his position as a Spectre. Yudina yelled accusingly. At this point, the chief wasn't even paying attention to the meeting anymore. He was just glaring at Saren's hologram now. You need to open your eyes. What we need is evidence. Valerne said. So far, we've seen next to nothing. There's still one outstanding issue. Anderson spoke up. Chief's vision. It may have been triggered by the beacon. Are we allowing dreams into evidence now? How can I defend my innocence against this kind of testimony? Saren argued. I agree. Spiritus stated. Our judgment must be based on facts and evidence, not wild imaginings and reckless speculation. Do you have anything else to add, Master Chief? Valerne asked. Guess not. Chief said, not taking his eyes off Saren for a moment. Tavos looked at Spiritus, who shook his head. Tavos nodded in acknowledgement, as did Valerne. The council has found no evidence of any connection between Saren Arterius and the Geth. Ambassador Yudina, your petition to have him disbarred from the Spectres is denied. Tavos stated. I'm glad to see justice was served. Saren said, returning Chief's glare. This meeting is adjourned. Tavos said. With that, Saren's hologram faded away while the three councillors walked away. Anderson and Yudina walked back to where Fives, Echo, Caden, and Ashley were waiting. It was a mistake bringing you into that hearing, Captain. Yudina spoke out. You and Saren have too much history. It made the council question our motives. I know Saren, Ambassador. Anderson replied. He's working with the Geth for one reason, to exterminate the entire human race. Every colony we have is at risk. Every world we control is in danger. Even Earth isn't safe. Calm down, Captain. Throwing a temper tantrum isn't going to overturn the council's decision. Yudina said, oblivious to the irony of his statement. What do we do now? Echo asked. As a Spectre, Saren's virtually untouchable. Yudina said as he rubbed his chin in thought. We need to find some way to expose him. I suggested we talk to Garas, that CSEC investigator we met earlier. Echo spoke up. He seemed close to finding something on Saren. I also suggested speaking with Barlavan. Captain Anderson said. He's an agent of the Shadow Broker, so he knows information. If anyone on the Presidium will know where to find evidence of Saren's schemes, it'll be him. Chief shook his head. With all due respect, Captain, but the odds of finding additional evidence connecting Saren to the attack on Eden Prime are slim to none. If the Council won't do anything about Saren, we need to take matters into our own hands. Chief said resolutely. As I said before, we need to know where he's hiding and take him in ourselves. Anderson sighed as he shook his head. This isn't the same war you fought, Chief. We can't just attempt to capture a Spectre. If we did, then we'd be the ones being tried for treason. You have 2 decent leads to people who might know what Saren's up to. Use them. He paused. That is an order. Am I clear, Spartan? Yes, sir. Chief reluctantly said with a nod. He then realized something. Wait. Us? Leads. We can't contact CSEC again about this. Yudina said. We don't want to alert the Council or they might think we're out for blood, giving them more reason to disregard any evidence we find. So it will be up to you to find evidence against Saren. With all due respect, Ambassador, I'm a soldier. Not a detective. Chief said. Well, you are a Spartan. You were trained to adapt to varying scenarios. So adapt. Yudina said. I need to take care of some business. Captain, meet me in my office later. And with that, Yudina walked away. Chief then looks at Anderson, wanting to know what he should do first. Sir, what's our first objective? Do what you can find dirt on Saren. I suggest heading to Kara's Den. A dingy club in the lower section of the wards, Anderson answered. You should see a former CSEC officer, Harkin. He may be a drunk loser, but it wouldn't hurt to check for evidence from him. Chief nodded at him and looked back at the others. Fives, Echo, Caden, Ashley. Let's move. After giving Captain Anderson a quick salute, the 5 soldiers then made their way to the elevator. After descending several stairs, they entered the elevator and began their descent down to the Presidium. So, what lead will we investigate first, Chief? Echo asked. Both. Chief answered resolutely. You 4 go find Harkin. I'll go find Barlavan. If you need help, call me for backup. Yes, sir. The 4 of them replied. As the elevator arrived, the chief then headed to the Presidium. The 4 soldiers went to summon a rapid transit aircar to the wards. Chief thought back to what Anderson said. That this was no longer the Human Covenant War. Chief hated to admit it, but he was right. This was a whole new war, and a whole new set of rules. So he'll just have to do what Yudina suggested. He'll adapt to the new rules, beat Saren at his own game. One way or another, that Turian was not going to get away with what he did to Eden Prime. Chapter 8, A Day on the City Doll. 23:37 hours, February 24, 2560. Presidium Financial District. Citadel. Widow System, Serpent Nebula. Barlaw Banking. The sign was basically a television screen built into the wall that only displayed those 2 words. No fancy animations to grab the attention of passers-by, just a simple sign to let the potential client know they were in the right place. Chief had managed to calm himself on the way here. Well, perhaps calm wasn't quite the right word. He still wanted to tear Saren's guts out, but now the anger was more focused. Rather than have it be blind, useless rage, Chief had focused his anger to turn it into motivation. One way or another, Saren was going to pay. With that in mind, he entered, intent on grilling this Barlavan for any kind of information he might have. The room was surprisingly empty. Nothing in it but a few chairs and a desk with another one of those holographic computers that seemed to be quite popular in this century. Standing behind the desk was an alien the Spartan hadn't seen before. He was short, about the height of a grunt. He was also very rotund, his belly sticking farther out than any other part of his body. Finally, he seemed to wear a full body suit of some kind. Not a single bit of flesh seemed visible. Apparently, his species couldn't survive in the pressure levels outside of his suit. Or he didn't breathe the same air. Likely both. He had no weapons of any kind on him, so the Spartan didn't consider him a threat. The next part surprised him, a person in armor, and it looked like a Spartan in blue with a Mark V helmet. The next part surprised him, a person in armor, and it looked like a Spartan in blue with a Mark V helmet. I don't understand why I need to give you a credit card and print for this information. The blue Spartan asked in an upsetting tone. It's kinda a new policy. The alien said, as he took a breath. I didn't see you do the same thing when the Krogan was here. The blue Spartan argued back. It's kinda brand new. The alien took another breath. Do you have a credit card? The blue Spartan then showed an item on his Omni tool. I got a GameStop card. Hey! Takes another breath. They're still doing well on Earth and its colonies. One inside a mall nearby my old house on Earth, had a Chick-fil-A stand right next door to it. Well, I'm sorry, Spartan. The alien takes a breath again. But I need more information than that. If you have an actual credit card or something with information about you, then I would give you the information I have on Saren. Other than that, I bid you a good day. He then took a long breath. Unbelievable. The Spartan then leaves the bank, he then sees the Master Chief outside the building and freezed. Holy crap, you're the Master Chief. It's an honor, sir. He gave a quick salute to him. Chief nodded at the Spartan, glad to see another person like him is around here. Pleasure as well. Glad to see another Spartan here. He then looks more at the soldier, mainly from his armor. Are you from the Spartan 2 or 3 program? Chief asked. Neither. He replied. The name is Joe Todoroki, and I'm a Spartan 4. A new program that started while you were under. Basically Marines who had advanced training. For me, my training really proved my worth. He then looked disappointed. I'm actually the first Spartan to join CSEC. Kinda wish that didn't start my career of being a Spartan. Not really what you asked for? Chief asked. Not really, but it all hasn't been bad. I have a friend with me in CSEC. His name is Garrus, a really nice guy and someone I can relate with in this job. Joe replied. The Turan. Oh, so you have met him. Joe noted. But yes, he served longer for than me here, but when I was assigned here and became his partner, we've become good friends. He then noticed he was getting off topic. Anyways, back on topic. I'm sure Garrus is looking into the whole Saren thing. I don't have any information like you do. Garrus might, but he's been busy with the case lately. I came here to ask for some info, but the banker won't anything with me since my info is bad. So this lead doesn't work for me. But maybe it may work for you, since you are the Master Chief, and knowing you right now, you're looking for Saren as well. I can dabble a bit. I'll see what I can do. Chief replied. You always do, Chief. That's what makes you the best. The blue Spartan then gets a message on his Omni tool. It looks urgent. Well, duty calls. Good luck, Chief. If you need help, give CSEC a call. I'll most likely answer and me and Garrus might help you. He then sprints to his next location. Chief just watched as the Spartan 4 begins to be out of sight from his speed. Well, at least Spartans are still around 7 years later. And he kinda reminds me a bit of you, Chief. Cortana replied, as Chief remains silent from this. Even though he just met him, he feels like he's gonna be a great soldier in the future. He then walks in the building and looks at the alien. Ah, one of the Earth clan. The alien said. The breathing sound emitted from the short alien speakers. And a very famous one at that. He paused for another breath. You're the one they call the Master Chief. Wow. Cortana commented. Short, fat, restricted to a suit, and apparently, asthmatic. I didn't think it was possible, but I think we've discovered a species sadder than the grunts. Chief couldn't reply to Cortana's colorful commentary out of risk of coming off as a crazy person who talked to a woman who wasn't really there. So instead, he asked the obvious. You know who I am? Oh yes. The alien replied before taking another breath. My job requires me to keep well informed. When someone as important as you boards the station, I take notice. That, and the way your image has been all over the media, it's rather hard not to recognize you. He breathed again before continuing. Though I didn't think a Spartan would ever need my services. I'm not here to start a bank account. Chief said. I need information on Saren Arterias. The Spectre. Barlaw asked. I'm just a financier. Why would I have? Don't be cute. Chief interrupted. I know you work for the Shadow Broker. The Shadow Broker. Cortana had filled Chief in on him on the way to Barlaw's. Apparently, she was listening in on the earlier discussion between Udina, Anderson, Fives, and Echo about what to do next while Chief was still fuming. The Shadow Broker was an information broker, a merchant of secrets, and easily the best in the galaxy. He sold government secrets to other governments in exchange for other secrets. Chief didn't like that, instantly becoming worried that humanity had another enemy to worry about, but the interesting thing about the Shadow Broker was the way that, despite all the trading of secrets that could topple entire empires, the balance of galactic power was still somehow maintained, as if all the secrets evened out. At the end of the day, no one really has an advantage over everyone else. Still, it uneased the Spartan, knowing that top-secret ONI profiles were likely being sold to an alien government somewhere in the galaxy. You're very blunt, Spartan. Barlaw noted. But you're right. I do work for the Shadow Broker. He breathed again before continuing. As for Saren, the broker is very upset with him right now. Saren had been a trusted business associate of the Shadow Broker for many years, breathes, up until Saren betrayed them. What for? Chief asked. Why did Saren betray him? I don't know the details. Barlaw said. All I know is, the Shadow Broker hired a mercenary to take care of the problem. Chief just stared at him. That's it? That's all you know? I'm afraid so. Barlaw replied. Chief shook his head in disapproval. You're an agent working for the Shadow Broker. Don't tell me you don't know any more than that. I'm afraid I don't, Chief. Barlaw confessed. In fact, calling me an agent is generous. I help people in positions of power move money without leaving a trail. Any useful information I find, I pass along to the broker. That's all that I do for him. He breathed. The more you know, the more dangerous the game becomes. I don't like danger. I prefer to leave that to people such as you. Chief grimaced underneath his helmet. Apparently, Barlaw was able to pick up that the Spartan too was less than satisfied with his services. If you want to know more, I suggest talking to the mercenary the broker hired. Barlaw began typing away on his computer to bring up the necessary information. The mercenary is a Krogan by the name of Erdnot Rex. He's currently being held by CSEC at the CSEC Academy, being questioned, most likely. He might know more than I do. An alien mercenary. It wasn't the best lead, but it was the only lead the Spartan had. Plus, if Chief suspected correctly, the Merc was hired to kill Saren, so at least they would have a common goal. Thanks for the intel. Chief said. Without waiting for a "you're welcome," he turned around and left. He looked off to his right and spotted a rapid transit terminal by some trees. An aircar will definitely beat walking, that's for sure. He walked up to the terminal and punched in where he wanted to go. After a few minutes of waiting, an empty aircar automatically landed in front of him and opened up. The Spartan climbed inside. The aircar lifted up and began to make its way out of the Presidium and towards CSEC Academy. Meanwhile, Fives, Echo, went to Kara's den for some information of Saren being a traitor. They then saw Harkins, a drunk CSEC cop. After some frustrating conversations, they finally found where Garrus was it. They then leave the area and went to group with the chief. Back with the chief. Chief and Cortana had been riding in a public transit aircar bound for CSEC Academy for about 10 minutes now. It was automatically flying towards the appointed destination, but there was a control panel allowing the user to assume manual control of the vehicle if need be. The aircar came with its own extranet terminal, so upon her request, Chief plugged in Cortana's AI chip into the extranet jack to allow her to comb it for information, hopefully information that will be useful to the mission. Chief looked outside the window to his left. He had to admit, he was impressed by the Citadel. This place wasn't a station. It was a whole city. And this was just one arm. Chief never thought it would be possible in his lifetime, humans living amongst so many aliens on such a large structure in relative peace. But then again, technically this wasn't his lifetime. Penny, for your thoughts, Chief? Cortana asked as her three-dimensional holographic form rose up out of the control panel display. Still having trouble getting over that aliens are no longer considered the enemy. Chief said. Yet. Not only that, but humans are now an active part of a greater galactic community that we had no idea even existed. Cortana replied. yet. Active part. Chief replied. He shook his head. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. Why would the Council outlaw slip space? A new species with a new technology that's vastly superior to their old forms of FTL. You'd think that once peace talks were through, they'd be jumping up and down begging for the original schematics to the Sha Fujikawa Drive. Like I said before, they don't like it when the boat gets rocked. Cortana said. Can't say I blame them. All these alien cultures and technologies interact with each other. It must be an incredibly complex social and political system. Having 9 new races getting added to their bestiary and a new form of FTL suddenly dropping into their laps with little to no warning might have thrown a monkey wrench into those systems. Plus, I'd imagine slipspace was a tough sell to them. What do you mean? Chief asked. Well, think about it. On one hand, you've got Element Zero, the tried and true method of FTL which has served the Council for years. On the other hand, you've got slipspace, which involves literally breaking the laws of physics to open a hole in the space-time continuum, and if the drive ever malfunctions, you end up with ships literally disappearing from existence or creating a mini black hole. Now which one sounds safer and more reliable to you? Cortana asked. Don't tell me you're agreeing with them. Chief said. I'm not. I'm just saying, I can understand their hesitance. Cortana replied. But that doesn't matter much now. Once humans get a seat on the Council, we could probably take steps to legalize slipspace. Maybe even improve it. Master Chief paused. What's this about the Council now? Cortana raised a holographic eyebrow. You mean you didn't figure it out? She asked. Chief shrugged. Cortana sighed. You know, sometimes I really do think you're just a mindless barbarian. Humans want a seat on the Council, right alongside the Turians, Solarians, and Asari. That was the whole point of making you a Spectre. Once one of your own gets into the Spectres, a Council seat isn't too far off. Chief was genuinely surprised at this. He knew that his induction into the Spectres would increase humanity's standing in Council space, but he had no idea that a Council seat was on the line. Humans could become a Council race, one of the races that called all the shots. Are you absolutely sure about this? I've been searching through various political forums. The rest of the galaxy was really impressed with the way we hooped the supposed big boys on the block, the Turians, at Shangzi. Granted, the Covenant races backed us up, but we were the ones who were really leading the charge in that campaign. Every species in Citadel space agrees, humans will join the Council. It's not a matter of if, but when. Cortana replied with a smile. Chief smiled a little to himself. This was probably the Alliance's plan all along. Wake him from cryo, make him into a Spectre, virtually guaranteeing the human race a place of galactic power. Kaiden was right. Humans joined the Citadel races not just because they were afraid of another war, but because they saw an opportunity to join a galactic community, and ultimately have power over it. The Alliance wants to show the rest of the galaxy what humans could do. Their plan: beat the Council at their own game. Humanity really was at war. It just wasn't the kind of war you fight with bullets and bombs. Chief wasn't blind though. He was essentially a political bargaining chip, a tool, and he knew it. But since it was in service of humanity, of Earth, and all her colonies, he didn't really mind that much. If becoming a Spectre would get humans a seat on the Council, if it would get his species the respect it deserves, he'll do it. He wasn't too keen on the idea of working for aliens, but he'd do it. With a new resolve, his mind went back to his current assignment. He couldn't make Spectre if he couldn't prove Saren was a traitor. It probably wouldn't help his odds of getting in, but it certainly couldn't hurt them. Did you find anything on Saren? Chief asked. Sure did. Cortana said, glad to see that the Chief had found a new drive, not just to Saren's apprehension, but humanity's cause as a whole. The official files were classified. I was tempted to hack them, but decided not to. I'd rather not risk exposing myself. So I turned to the extranet once again. Mostly rumors, but all of them nasty. Go on. Chief said as he kept driving. Torture, bribing, killing anyone standing between him and his goals, Saren is as ruthless as they come. Cortana said. And the Council ignores it? Chief asked. Saren's a Spectre, Chief. The highest known authority in Council space, second only to the Council itself. Spectres are essentially above the law. They can break any law they want, bypass any rule or protocol if it accomplishes their mission. Cortana explained. Chief furrowed his brow in thought. While it would be nice to complete missions without having to worry too much about red tape, it didn't strike him as a smart move, giving a single operative that much power. They are just rumors, but they're not hard to believe. The council probably looks the other way because regardless of his methods, Saren gets results. Chief continues his driving. I don't suppose you found anything to suggest that he worked with the Geth. None. Looks like all our hopes rest with our merc. Yeah, about him. Chief said. What can you tell me about this merc? I've been looking up his files in addition to Saren's. His were in the CSEC database. I hacked it. It's way easier to fool than a Spectre database. This Rex guy has a rap sheet that goes on for miles. That bad, hey? Oh yeah. This guy has done it all. Kidnappings, assassinations, raids, sabotage, you name it, he's killed it. Cortana said. Oh, and one more thing you should know about him, I think. That is? Chief asked, his eyes darted to Cortana. You know how the UNSC considered the elites, the brutes, and the hunters to be the only three sapient species in the galaxy capable of going toe-to-toe with a Spartan 2 and live to tell about it? Yes. Well, in this day and age, a fourth species has been added to that list, the species in question being the Krogan. And, lucky us, Rex is a Krogan merc. Cortana snapped her fingers and various charts detailing Krogan biology appeared on the video screen. Tough hides, extreme tolerance to radiation and other toxins, and here's the interesting part, they have backup organs for if any of their major organs get badly damaged. They even have back UPS for some of their back UPS. Combine all of that with an infamously short temper, and you get one of the most dangerous sentient species in the galaxy, rivaled only by the brutes. Lucky us. Chief quipped as he then landed his vehicle, and entered inside the CSEC elevator. The elevator ride down finally ended at what looked like a lobby of some kind. Chief stepped out after the door opened, and took a look around. About 20 feet in front of him was yet another elevator, which made the chief question why there was another elevator 20 feet in front of him. He decided to write it up to strange alien architecture and leave it at that, deciding there were more important things to think about. He noticed that CSEC didn't discriminate when it came to species. Turians, Asari, and Solarians were in no short supply, no surprise there. But he also saw several Covenant species in CSEC garb. Elites, jackals, even grunts. The latter still seemed to follow the stay with the big guy philosophy of combat, evident in how a Turian was seen leading 4 grunts from one location to another. He also noticed, to his pleasant surprise, that there were several humans working in CSEC as well. They were hardly the majority, but their presence was still noticeable. He also noticed the armaments of the various officers. Assault rifles, sniper rifles, shotguns, it seemed like CSEC was more military than law enforcement. Then again, on a station where all manner of sentient life forms coexisted, complicated problems were all but inevitable and a little extra firepower might be necessary to keep everyone in line. I looked up Rex's mugshot. Cortana said. He has a red crest with some nasty scars running down the right side of his face. So at least he won't be hard to miss. Chief looked off to the right, and saw a Krogan matching Cortana's description having a friendly chat with a Sanghyla CSEC officer and 2 Kygyar officers, likely not of his own choice. There's our guy. The Spartan said as he walked over to the group. As he drew closer, he was able to overhear the conversation more clearly. Witnesses saw you at Kara's den yesterday making threats towards Fist. The elite said. I have little love for scum like him, but I am under orders to make sure you don't break any laws during your stay. So please, stay away from that place. I don't take orders from you. Rex replied. His voice was deep, same as that of other Krogans, but nowhere near as obnoxious. You'll have to. The elite said. I know you're a bounty hunter, Krogan. CSEC is currently building a case against Fist. Soon, he will no longer be a problem to whoever hired you. Do not interfere. This is your first and last warning. Rex snorted. Wow. You really love the sound of your own voice, don't you? He chortled. You should warn Fist. I will kill him. Of course you realize, I can arrest you for saying that. The elite cop pointed out. You can try. Rex stated as though it were a challenge. Tempting. The Sanghyla replied. Unfortunately, I cannot. You haven't done anything illegal. Yet. He then finishes off his work on a day top hat. You're free to go, but know that my eyes are upon you, Krogan. With that, the Sangheili and his Kig-Yar entourage walked away. I'm flattered, but I prefer females. Rex cracked. If the elite heard, he chose to ignore it. The Krogan then turned to what looked like an unusually tall human wearing armor. He also noticed he was looking right at him. Something you want, human? Not Rex? Chief asked. The Krogan nodded. Barlavon told me that you might have information that has something to do with the spectre known as Saren Arterius. Barlavon's a wise man. Rex replied. The Krogan smiled. Now why would a Spartan want information on Saren? You know who I am? Chief asked. Who doesn't? Ever since they woke you up out of that freezer, you're all the humans ever talk about on this station. Rex elaborated. Chief suddenly found himself hoping that Admiral Hackett does eventually find out whoever leaked Chief's existence to the media and stick them with a desk job. Saren attacked a human colony. I plan on making him pay for it. Chief said. You have evidence that Saren's a traitor? No. But I know someone who does. Rex said. A few days ago, Aquarian arrived at the Citadel. She wanted to trade information for a safe place to hide. So she went to Fist, a crime boss in the lower wards, who she knew worked for the Shadow Broker. How does this involve Saren? The Spartan asked. He's the one she's hiding from. The Krogan answered. She has evidence connecting Saren to the Geth. Naturally, Saren doesn't want anyone to see it. Chief's eyes widened underneath his helmet. He was hoping this mercenary could provide him with another clue, but he did more than that. He all but pointed the way with a neon arrow. Jackpot! Cortana exclaimed. If I had a body, I'd kiss this Krogan. Where's the Quarian now? Chief asked. Last I heard, Fist still had her. Rex answered. Probably somewhere inside his club, Kara's den, in the lower wards. You help me kill Fist, she's all yours. Chief thought about it for a second. He had fought against mercenaries before during the Outer Colony rebellions. They were thugs, guns for hire that only sided with whoever was paying the most. He had also fought with mercenaries before. And having them as allies didn't do much to change his opinions of them. Still, in war, you can't be too picky about who your friends are. Chief didn't trust this Krogan as far as he could throw him, but he'll work with him if it accomplishes the mission. Fair enough. Chief replied. Come on. We're heading out. Chief and Rex made their way to the elevator. Chief, I'm getting a transmission from Echo. Cortana said as the elevator door closed on the Spartan and the mercenary. Chief, this is Echo. Where are you? CSEC Academy. Chief replied. I think I have a lead on Saren. So do we. Echo said. Can you meet us at the med clinic on Kithoi Ward level 21? Rex, where's Kara's den? Chief asked the merc. Kithoi Ward level 20. The alien replied. Chief nodded. Good. The rendezvous point is just one level above the target area. Roger that, Chief. Over and out. Echo said. I take it we'll be meeting up with the rest of your squad? Rex asked. Yup. Chief replied. Good. I've got a feeling Fist will know we're coming. The more guns we've got, the better. The merc said. Chief wasn't worried. If he could board scarabs and then blow them up, he was fairly sure he could handle a men's club. 15 minutes later. They arrived on level 21 of the Tasery wards. The others were rather surprised by the presence of the Krogan bounty hunter. This is Rex. Chief got the introductions out of the way. He knows someone who has evidence proving Saren's guilt. Really? Echo asked. Aquarian being held by Fist. Rex elaborated. If you want to prove Saren's a traitor, she's your best chance. Fist. Five said. He turned to Echo. Isn't he the guy those other guys were working for in Kara's den? What other guys? Chief asked. After we left Harkins, we heard some guys in the background. They mentioned their boss's name, Fist. Five said. They went into the clinic about 7 minutes ago. It was then that distressed screaming was heard from the clinic. Chief sprung into. He ran up to the side of the door, drawing out his assault rifle. Rex wasn't far behind as he took the other side of the door. With his acute hearing, Chief listened in. I didn't tell anyone. I swear. A distressed female voice pleaded. That was smart, document. A menacing male voice replied. Now, if Gurus or that CSEC Spartan comes around, you stay smart. Keep your mouth shut, or... At this point, Chief knew enough about the situation. Fist's men were intimidating a woman inside into silence. This may or may not be relevant to the Spartan's mission, but either way, he wasn't about to let a bunch of lowly criminals prey on some hapless civvy. The door opened as he swung around, rifle at the ready. One of the goons noticed the Spartan and grabbed the woman. Using her as a human shield, he pointed his pistol at him. Back off! He yelled. Drop your weapon! Chief yelled back. It was then that he noticed some familiar faces sneaking around, crouching behind the half-wall that stood between the chief and the thug. Chief instantly recognized them as Gurus Vakarayan and Spartan Joe, the CSEC officers who were in charge of the investigation into Saren. The Turian swung around with his pistol and pulled the trigger. With a bang and a spurt of blood, the thug slumped to the ground. The woman ducked behind her desk as Gurus engaged the thugs in a firefight. Joe on the other hand, blazed in the fight, giving Gurus some cover fire. Move in! Chief yelled. He, Echo, Caden, Fives, Ashley, and Rex lined up behind the half-wall and opened fire on the remaining thugs with their assault rifles. Between those, Joe's assault rifle and Gurus's pistol, they didn't last long. Chief leapt over the half-wall to inspect the damage. Perfect timing, Chief! Gurus complimented, earning the Spartan's attention. You distracted that bastard long enough to give me and Joe a clear shot at him. Clear shot? Chief said as he looked down at the corpse in question. A few more centimeters to the right and the hostage would be the one on the ground. Kinda have to agree with the chief, Gurus. And this is coming from me. Joe chimed in. Well, there wasn't time to think. I just reacted. Gurus turned to the woman as she came out from the desk. Dr. Michelle? Are you all right? I'm fine. All thanks to you. All of you. The woman said. She apparently worked in the clinic since she was addressed as Drive. Who were those guys? Echo asked. They work for Fist. She replied in what sounded like a Russian accent. They wanted to shut me up. Keep me from telling Gurus and the Blue Spartan about the Quarian. The one I told you about, Chief. Rex added. What do you know about the Quarian? Chief asked the doctor. She came by my office a few days ago. She was hurt, probably on the run. She asked me about the shadow broker, wanting to trade information for a place to hide. Michelle explained. So you put her in contact with Fist? Chief said. Yes. He works for the shadow broker. Michelle replied. Not anymore. Caden corrected. Now he works for Saren. He must have paid Fist a small fortune for her, so he'll be giving her and the information to Saren instead of the broker. And the broker isn't too happy about that. That's why he hired me to kill Fist in the first place. Rex added. Man, what a twist. Joe squinted his eyes under his helmet at the topic. Chief turned to the Krogan, not happy about just finding out Fist worked for Saren. Why didn't you mention that before? You never asked. Rex replied with a shrug. This isn't good. Cortana said, unheard by all but the chief. Chief, if the Quarian went to Fist, and Fist is working for Saren. The Quarian's being led into a trap. Chief concluded, stating it not just to Cortana but to everyone else. We have less time than we thought. We need to hit Kara's den. Now. Wait, I don't get it. Why is the Quarian so important? Gurus asked. She has evidence linking Saren to the Geth. Chief answered. Both Joe's and Gurus's eyes widened. You're kidding. Gurus' gaze and tone then turned to steel with determination. If that's the case, we're coming with you. We want to take Saren down as much as you do. Yeah, that bastard needs to go down. Even if he has Spectre authority. Joe said. Didn't think you would be so eager to take down Saren. Fives commented. Gurus shot the Marine a dirty look, while Joe just stared at him. I couldn't find the proof I needed. Gurus snapped. But I know what's really going on. Saren's a traitor to the council and a disgrace to my people. And the bastard has been attacking human colonies. I say it's time for a little payback. Joe cracked his knuckles a bit. What the others didn't know, he was also doing this for Geras. The two had each other's back for a while, and Joe won't abandon his friend on a high-stakes investigation. So that was Geras's main motivation. To uphold the good name of his species. Joe on the other hand, knew how he was feeling and kinda guessed that he's also doing it for Geras since they are partners. Chief honestly couldn't blame them. Hell, the Spartan would probably be just as pissed if a human attacked an alien colony unprovoked. I'll take all the guns I can get. The Spartan too said. Now let's move. With that, the Spartan was off, his 5 soldier companions, one was which was also a Spartan, and his 2 new alien companions followed. Chief was on a warpath now that he had a good, clear lead. He was going to Kura's den, march into Fist's office, and demand the Quarian, at gunpoint if need be. And he would feel damn sorry for anyone who got in his way. Chapter 9, One Final Effort. Author's note, I added in my Spartan OC cause I want to test out how Chief will deal with a Spartan 4. Disclaimer, I do not own Halo or Mass Effect. 12:15 hours, February 25, 2683. Kithoi Ward Level 20. Citadel. Widow System, Serpent Nebula. Looks like Fist shut the place down. Geras noted as the 8-soldier squad approached the bar on the lower wards. The Turian seemed to be right. The Neoniceri bolted to the wall, usually inviting passers-by, was now dark, signifying the bar was closed. I had a feeling Fist would know we're coming. Rex added. Indeed, it made sense to the Spartan. Mercenary hired to kill him, his men failing to report in, Fist could put 2 and 2 together. Then it looks like we need to hit back hard. This could be our only chance at stopping Saren. Joe replied. Echo. You and the others were in here earlier. Give me a layout. Chief said. Circular room just beyond that door, with the bar itself in the center. Echo said, pointing at the door. We saw a door leading to the offices, but we weren't able to investigate beyond that. Didn't seem like a very defensible position. Fives added. We can take them. Don't be so sure. Rex corrected. I've raided nightclubs before. If a crime lord's got enough guys and guns, he can turn it into a fortress. Chief turned to Fives. He pointed to him, and then to the door, they had point. Fives nodded and jogged over to the door, the Spartan 2 not far behind, each one taking position beside the doorway. The other 6 lined up along the wall next to Fives. The plan was simple, once they breached the door, Fives and Chief would head in first, followed by Echo, Rex, Joe, Geras, Kaidan, and Ashley. In that order. Fives hit the open button on the door. The button just turned red and made a buzzing noise. Fives curled an eyebrow and tried again. Another buzzing noise. Damn it, it's locked. Fives snapped. Can we blow it? Chief asked. Doubtful. Geras said. All we have are grenades. These citadel doors are tough. It'll take more than a standard issue fragmentation grenade to bring it down. We need to bring in something heavier. Joe said. We don't have time. We need to secure that Quarian now. Chief said. All right. Maybe I can hack it. Echo said as he walked over to the door. He activated his Omni tool and started pressing buttons. He became increasingly frustrated when he found he couldn't hack it. The hell? It's just a door. Let me try. Geras said as he walked over to the door, activating his own Omni tool. He tapped it a few times before realizing what the problem was. Son of a bitch, it's a Gatekeeper 7.14 security program. This is the kind of security program you only see in corporate offices. What's it doing in a place like this? Shadow brokers got deep pockets. Rex elaborated. Fist has a cushion position than most criminals. Can it be hacked? Chief asked. Only if you've got a supercomputer for a brain. Joe replied. Little did Geras and Joe know, that sentence gave a certain AI the chance to show off a new trick she had been working on. Hey Chief! I've got an idea. Cortana said. Okay, repeat after me. Chief listened to what she said and went with her idea. Maybe I can hack it. Chief said aloud. Geras and Joe turned to the Spartan 2. You sure? The Turian asked. Only one way to find out. Chief answered as he walked up to the door. Alright, now activate your Omni tool. Cortana instructed. Chief did just that. However, when he did, he noticed that the OmniTool holographic glove-like interface was now a light blue instead of gold, the same shade of blue as Cortana's holographic avatar. Chief noted. I've been studying your OmniTool, and I think I can work it while I'm in your armor. Press some random buttons to make it look like you're actually doing something. And don't worry, it won't mess with what I'm doing at all. Chief did as the AI advised and began pressing some random buttons to make himself look busy. It was moments like these that made Chief genuinely glad to have Cortana with him. Many times throughout the Human Covenant War, her insight had saved the Spartan 2's hide. Almost got it. Cortana said. She was willing to acknowledge that it was an impressive security system, but she was more than a match for it. Oh, by the way, I'm detecting multiple hostiles. Mostly thugs with guns. So yeah. You might want to take cover once that door opens. Chief smiled underneath his helmet. He had something else in mind. No sooner did the door open did Chief dive in, drawing his assault rifle. The thugs immediately began firing. Not one to wait for a fight, I see. Rex chuckled as he charged through the door after Fives and Echo went in. Garrus and Joe went in second, and Kaidan and Ashley were last, providing support fire with their own rifle. For being common thugs, they put up a surprisingly better fight than the Spartan anticipated. Clearly, this wasn't the first time their bar became a battleground. Still, they were no match for 2 Spartans, a mercenary, an officer and 2 Marines. Chief leapt over the bar with his pistol at the ready and quickly disposed of the 3 thugs who were using the bar as cover. He turned to 2 other thugs and was about to blast them away with a BLAM. Not since fighting alongside another Spartan 2 was Chief actually beaten to a kill. One of the thugs quickly dropped to the ground upon receiving a pistol blast from an unknown source. The same source hit the other thug with a biotic war. Chief turned to find Urdnot Rex thrusting a hand outward that was wrapped in a blue aura, leaving the thug floating helplessly in the air. Rex then shot the poor defenseless man, sending the new corpse flying across the room. Apparently, Rex was a biotic. The Krogan turned to the Spartan 2. That makes 4. He boasted with a grin ear to ear. 3. Chief replied as he shot another thug. Didn't know it was a contest. Another thug came out of cover and began firing at the 2, but was then taken down by further pistol and shotgun rounds. Got him. Rex and Chief said in perfect unison. They turned to each other. I saw him first. Rex scowled. I reacted quicker. Chief replied. Chief. Cortana said. Angry Krogan, 12 o'clock. Cortana pointed out, highlighting a signal on her Spartan's motion tracker. Chief turned and saw a Krogan with a black crest come at them with a shotgun. He took cover back behind the bar before taking shots at him. Rex was a little bolder and stood his ground, refusing to use cover. Then, the Krogan was wrapped in a blue glow and was pinned to the ground by the biotic force. He then was hit by a warp followed by several rounds from at least 3 assault rifles, followed by a direct hit from a grenade. Needless to say, he was dead or at the very least close to being dead when the onslaught stopped. Chief and Rex looked over to see Fives, Garrus, Joe, Kaidan, Ashley, and Echo, all with still hot rifles, but all hostiles were down. Clear. Chief said. Fist is in the back with the Quarian. Keep moving and check your targets. He went on as he jumped over the bar and proceeded to the back. The group soon came upon a door. All right, so when they come through the door, we gotta stand our ground, man. A voice from beyond the door nervously proclaimed. Show no fear. The door opened, revealing a human and an Unggoy. The human drew a pistol. Stop. Don't come any closer or we'll shoot. We. The Unggoy yelped in shock. He turned to the squad. I'm not with him. He pointed to his human friend. Anything he says, anything he does, I do not support. Warehouse workers. Garrus noted. Guess we killed all the real guards on the way in here. Chief shook his head before walking up to the worker. Stop. Or I'll. Chief snatched the pistol out of the man's hand before he could finish his sentence, and dropped it onto the ground. With all his strength, the Spartan 2 stomped on the pistol, making it into little more than a pile of scrap, much to the man's horror. Leave. Chief said. We were just on our way out. The Unggoy said as he, true to the spirit of his race, fled out of the door, babbling in terror with arms flailing. Wait for me. The human yelled as he fled out the door after his diminutive co-worker. Would have been quicker to just kill him. Rex noted. Shooting isn't always the answer. Caden pointed out. The group moved on to another door, and quickly arrived in Fist's office. The human looked to them and scowled. If you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself, he said as he activated 2 auto-defense turrets which began to open fire on the group while he took out a shotgun. Chief and Joe dashed to the right side of the room while the rest stayed behind a corner. Don't worry, I got this. The Spartan 4 then pulled out a plasma grenade at the turret, which caused its shields to be destroyed. Rex then used his biotics on the other turret, knocking its shields out as well. The Krogan then gave himself a biotic barrier and roared as he charged forward at the human, his barrier absorbing the turret and shotgun rounds as he knocked Fist to the ground upon hitting him like a freight train. Rex provided the rest of the group a good distribute. While the turrets aimed and fired at the Krogan, the rest of the group fired on the turrets, eventually destroying them. Rex kept his shotgun trained on Fist. He wasn't going to kill him yet though. He and Chief still had a deal, and the biotic Krogan was going to uphold his end of the bargain. The Spartan walked up to the crime lord cowering on the ground. Now that he wasn't trying to kill them, Chief got a better look at him. Fist had a square face and black, buzz-cut hair like he just got out of the military. That, combined with the scar running along the right side of his jaw, suggests that he did have a military background of some sort before turning to a life of crime. Look, I'll give you whatever you want. Just don't kill me, he begged. You have Aquarian in your custody. One that has evidence against Saren Arterias, Chief said as he took out a pistol and pointed it at Fist's head. Where is she? She's not here. I don't know where she is, Fist confessed. It's the truth. I swear. He's no use to you anymore, Rex said. Let me kill him, he added. He sounded a little too eager to do it too. Wait. Fist yelped. I don't know where she is, but I know where you can find her. He got up, holding his hands up as he stood upright. She wanted to deal with the shadow broker directly. So I set up a meeting between her and the broker in the back alley by the markets. Impossible, Rex said. Nobody meets with the shadow broker in person. Even I was hired through an agent. She didn't know that, Fist said. Saren's men are gonna pick her up there in a few minutes. Kill her before she can talk, you mean? Garrus said with an accusing finger. Chief turned to Rex, who wore the kind of smile a lion wears just before closing in on some hapless wildebeest. Chief didn't like what was about to happen next. But a deal was a deal. Besides, few would mourn someone like Fist. Thanks for the info, Chief said after turning back to Fist. No sooner had the words left Chief's mouth did Rex pull the trigger and Fist got a gut full of buckshot as a reward for his cooperation. What the hell did you do that for? Garrus yelled. The shadow broker hired me to kill Fist, Rex replied as he put away his shotgun. I don't my leave job's half finished. Let's move, Chief said. That Quarian's dead if we don't. Then let's roll out, Joe yelled out, as the group made their way to the Quarian's location. Thankfully, the alley wasn't too far from Kara's den, and it only took Chief all of 2 minutes to get there. A few more seconds passed before the rest of his squad managed to catch up to him. Chief might have deliberately ran a little slower than he normally would, so his team wouldn't be too out of breath by the time they caught up with him. It's hard, keeping up with a Spartan too. Chief peeked around the corner. It looked like they got here just in time. There was Saren's men, a Turian and 2 Solarians. And there was, apparently, the Quarian. Her figure was a little more human in shape than Chief thought it would be. She was around 5'10" or so, and the only things giving her away as an alien were digitigrade legs and the odd suit she wore, likely worn for similar reasons as the Unggoy or Valis. She didn't breathe the same air as other species, didn't live in the same pressure, or both. Chief turned to Garrus, Caden, and Echo. Chief turned to Garrus, Caden, and Echo. He pointed 2 fingers at the 3 of them, and pointed at the other side of the opening to the shady alley. They nodded and crept over there with utmost silence. He pointed to Fives and pointed to a crate. He then formed a circle with his fingers and thumb around where his eye would be, as if he were looking through a telescope. Fives nodded, fully understanding, before creeping up to the crate and getting his sniper rifle ready. Chief turned to Rex, Ashley, and Joe. He pointed to himself, then pointed to the floor. They nodded, as the 4 stayed where they were and observed the scene. The Chief's plan: set up an ambush for Saren's goons. They had them outmatched, outgunned, and outnumbered, so it shouldn't be too hard. Still, they couldn't just rush in whenever they wanted. The Quarian was a VIP, so they had to wait for an opportunity to get her out of harm's way before engaging. "Where's the shadow broker?" Chief heard the Quarian ask. "He'll be here." The Turian drawled. "Don't worry." He started caressing the Quarian's arm. "Where's the evidence?" "Forget it," the Quarian said, slapping away the Turian's hand. "The deal's off." The Turian stood there a moment, then turned to the two Solarians and nodded towards the Quarian. The other two assassins whipped out their pistols. Chief turned to Fives, who nodded, indicating she was ready. Chief gripped his rifle. Once Fives had a clear shot at the Turian, he'd move in to secure the Quarian while everyone else would provide COV. Boom! The Spartan II's train of thought was derailed as the Quarian lobbed a grenade out from her belt at the two Solarians, knocking them to the ground, and disorienting the Turian enough that she managed to take cover behind a crate and start shooting with her pistol. "Cover me!" Chief yelled as he rushed in. It was one of the easier firefights Chief had been in the last 24 hours. He rushed up to the Turian and stuck him with the butt of his rifle right across the face. He did so with such force that he heard a sickening crack as the Turian's head turned at an unnatural angle a split second before collapsing onto the ground. He then opened fire on the two Solarians, still recovering from the grenade explosion, as did everyone else. The two quickly fell. "Fist, set me up!" The Quarian snapped as she came out from behind the crate, putting away her pistol. I knew he couldn't be trusted. Chief walked up to the alien girl. "You all right?" "I'm fine. I can take care of myself," she said. "Not that I don't appreciate the help," she added. Now that he was up close, the Spartan could get a better look at her. She was covered from head to toe in some kind of suit. Her legs were indeed digitigrade and ended in two-toed, talon-like feet. Her hands were also very alien, only having a thumb and 2 fingers. The most eye-catching feature though was her face, or rather lack thereof. Similar to the chief's own polarized visor, the Quarian wore a purple visor that obscured her entire face, the only thing that was remotely visible being a pair of glowing, bluish-white orbs which Chief was assuming were her eyes. Finally, she wore various bits of cloth on her suit, including a burqa of some sort on her helmet, almost making her look like a gypsy. "You the Quarian? The one with evidence that proves Saren Arterias is a traitor?" Chief asked, wanting to cut right to the meat of the situation. "I am," she answered. She looked around. "But I can't show you the evidence here. It would be best to go somewhere safer, I think." Chief nodded. Saren had hired goons all over the station that had been trying to kill the Spartan II and his team at every given opportunity. The wards weren't safe right now. He turned to his squad. "All right. This Quarian is now a VIP. Back in the 24th century, VIP was used to denote a civilian whose well-being was mission critical. Me and Joe are in front of her. Garis, Rex, you two have the rear. Fives, Echo, you each take a side. We'll take her to Ambassador Udina at the Presidium. Let's move." 20 minutes later. Ambassador Udina's jaw was agape as he read the data pad in front of him. It was a list of casualties as well as the price of all the damages. The Council would end up paying most of the damages to the Citadel with the galactic taxpayers' credits, but Udina knew that he'd have some explaining to do since everyone knows who was at the center of all this chaos. Udina squeezed the bridge of his nose, grumbling curses to himself. What were Hackett and Anderson thinking? Waking up a Spartan II from cryo, they might as well have woken up a caveman. At least a caveman would disturb the peace less. Hell, how did Hackett even talk Udina into letting this barbarian try out for the Spectres? He knew he needed a human who could get the job done, who could represent the best his species had to offer. But as much as he hated to admit it, Saren might have been right. The chief really was a walking WMD. You'd think someone with Spec Ops training would have a better grasp of concepts such as subtlety and low-key. Udina had asked for a surgical knife and what he got was a baseball bat. Captain Anderson stood off to the right of Udina, standing dutifully as he watched the ambassador fume. While he was more of a forgiving sort than Udina, he had to admit that Chief was making quite a mess. He sincerely hoped that it would not be in vain. Udina heard the door open and immediately recognized the heavy thumping noises that was the footfall of a fully armored Spartan II. "You're not making my life easy, Chief," the ambassador began. "Firefights in the wards, an all-out assault on Kuraz, Denmark." He turned to the super soldier. Do you have any idea how many? He interrupted himself when he noticed the 3 non-humans and another Spartan in his office. Aliens and another Spartan? Yudina asked with a raised eyebrow. Chief, what is this? Evidence, Ambassador. The Spartan too promptly answered. He turned to the Quarian and nodded at her. She nodded back and stepped forward. I have evidence proving that Saren Arterius is conspiring with the Geth against the Human Alliance. She stated. Both Yudina and Anderson widened their eyes in surprise. Do you now? Yudina asked. Where did you get it? The Quarian then activated her Omni tool and started pressing some buttons. While I was on my pilgrimage, I heard reports that Geth were spotted beyond the Perseus Veil. I got curious, so I tracked a patrol of Geth to an uncharted planet. I waited for one to become separated from its unit. Then I disabled it and retrieved its memory core. I thought Geth erased memory cores after they were destroyed. As a fail-safe mechanism. Anderson stated. They do. But I know my way around tech, especially Geth, for obvious reasons. She said. Chief briefly wondered what those reasons were. If you're quick, careful, and lucky, small caches of data can be saved. She tapped a few more buttons. All right. Here it is. Loyal followers. A voice replied. Assemble. That's Saren's voice. Anderson exclaimed. The humans have recently dug up an artifact of great importance on Eden Prime. Saren continued. A working protein beacon. This will be your most important mission yet. Boomed a second voice, one that was female. Who's she? Yudina asked. Who's that voice? I'm not sure. There's more. The Quarian said. This beacon shall bring us one step closer to the conduit, and to the return of the Reapers. Reapers. Master Chief couldn't put his finger on it, but he could have sworn he heard that somewhere before. This crusade shall not be an easy one. Saren resumed. But fear not. For I shall lead this mission personally. We will go to Eden Prime, secure the beacon for ourselves and kill any organic who gets in our way. The attack plans will be downloaded to all of your memory cores momentarily. You will be expected to follow them. Do not fail me. Do not fail the Reapers. Chief crossed his arms in contemplation. Saren's ramblings reminded him a little too much of the Prophet of Truth for his liking. Is that all you could salvage? That's all I could salvage from the audio banks. The alien said as she pressed a few more buttons. But I also retrieved that attack plan Saren mentioned. With that, a map of some sort materialized out of her Omni tool. A map of the Eden Prime colony, to be specific. Insertion points, attack patterns, timed maneuvers, clearly marked primary and secondary objectives, there was no doubt in anyone's mind. It was a battle plan for the invasion of Eden Prime. This is it. This is the evidence we've been looking for. Anderson triumphantly proclaimed. This proves beyond the shadow of a doubt that Saren is a traitor. That other voice. Chief said. She said the beacon will bring them closer to the conduit and the Reapers. What did she mean? I don't know. Anderson confessed. That beacon was part of an ancient information network. It probably had information on the conduit. It could be an advanced piece of protein technology. He paused as a horrifying thought overtook him. Like a weapon. Great. A super weapon that has the potential to wipe out the entire human race left over from an ancient spacefaring civilization that mysteriously disappeared. Cortana observed. Once again, the more things change, the more they stay the same. What about the Reapers? Chief asked. According to the memory core, the Reapers were an ancient, hyper-advanced machine race revered by the Geth as gods, the pinnacle of non-organic life. The Quarian explained. It was they who wiped out the Proteans 50,000 years ago. And once they did, they mysteriously vanished. She paused. At least, that's what the Geth believe. Apparently, they think Saren is some kind of prophet or messiah who could bring back the Reapers. And that the conduit will help in that task. That's when it all came back to the chief. Reapers. Sir. Chief said as he walked up to Captain Anderson. I think I just figured out that vision I had. You did? Anderson asked. It's still a little unclear. Chief said. But I know I saw people being slaughtered by some kind of non-organic life form. It's possible that I might have seen the Proteans being wiped out by these Reapers. Anderson turned to Yudina. We need to present this evidence to the council right away. I'll arrange another meeting with the council. Hopefully once I let it slip that we have additional evidence against Saren, they'll want to humor us at the very least. Yudina said bitterly as he began typing away on his computer. He waited a few minutes. Then a beeping noise brought a smile to his face. Well, that got their attention. Apparently, they want to see us ASAP. I'll send you a copy of the evidence. The Quarian said as she tapped away on her Omni tool. Yudina's own Omni tool lit up, and he nodded a gruff thanks to the suited alien. So what do we do with the Quarian now? Rex asked. The Quarian turned to the Krogan and narrowed her eyes at him. My name is Talizora Nar Rhea. She bitterly spat. She can be held in protective custody by CSEC or the Alliance. At least until Saren stops sending thugs to try and kill her. Chief suggested. Yudina tapped a few buttons on his Omni tool. Done. Alliance Marines will be here momentarily. They'll take the Quarian into protective custody. Chief nodded at the ambassador. With that, the Spartan 2 and 4 Marines followed the captain and the ambassador out of the office, leaving the 3 non-humans and the Spartan 4 behind. The Quarian will be taken into protective custody by the Alliance, and possibly be questioned further by ONI. Rex went his own way, probably finding another job. As for Garrus, Joe, and Rex, they knew the way out. However, the group was quickly joined by the Turian and Spartan 4. Mind if we tag along? Joe asked. We want to see the look on Saren's face once we present the evidence. If you wish. Yudina said. With that, Garrus did the Turian equivalent of a smile and started tapping away on his Omni tool as he walked with the humans. Chief kept an eye on Garrus. He wasn't too sure if he liked the way the alien gleefully tapped away on his Omni tool. Joe on the other hand, was just happy that Saren is going down. Joe then crossed arms with Garrus and the two laugh a bit, knowing that they're finally getting their jobs done. Still, Chief was willing to agree with the Turian and Spartan 4 on one thing: the look on Saren's face once he found out the jig was up would be nothing less than priceless. Chapter 10, You Take Lead, Chief. 12:57 hours, February 25, 2560. Citadel Tower. Citadel. Widow System, Serpent Nebula. The attack plans will be downloaded to all of your memory cores momentarily. Saren's voice echoed throughout the council chambers. You will be expected to follow them. Do not fail me. Do not fail the Reapers. You wanted proof? Yudina smugly asked. There it is. Unfortunately for Chief, Joe, and Garrus, Saren's holographic image wasn't present at this meeting. Apparently, Saren got word that his men failed to kill the Quarian. So, knowing the jig was up, he was already on the run. It was a bittersweet moment for Chief. It felt good to have an enemy of humanity on the run, but Saren already had a good head start. What was priceless, however, was the look on the councillors' faces. Saren was one of their most decorated agents, their favorite pet if you will. They were quick to dismiss any allegations against him, but now that unmistakable evidence was presented to them, the shock on their faces was clear to see. This evidence is irrefutable, Ambassador. Councillor Sparatus said, breaking the silence. Saren will be stripped of his Spectre status and all efforts will be made to bring him in to answer for his crimes. He ranted. Sparatus was, clearly, not happy with Saren's betrayal at all. Between his and Garrus's res, Chief guessed that being a traitor was one of the worst things you can possibly be in Turian society. Joe looked upset as well, but not as mad as Garrus or Sparatus. He was just concerned how Garrus was to the subject. The two are partners from CSEC, so he would be on his side on this. I recognize the other voice. Tavos interjected. The one who also apparently spoke before the Geth. Matriarch Benazia. Benazia? Sparatus asked. Oh dear. This isn't good. Something we should know, councillors. Chief asked. Matriarchs are powerful Asari who are revered for their wisdom and experience. Tavos explained. They serve as guides and mentors to my people. Benazia is a particularly influential matriarch with many followers and possesses powerful biotics. She will make a formidable ally for Saren. 1. I'm more interested in the Reapers. Valern said as he rubbed his chin in thought. What do we know about them? Only what was extracted from the Geth's memory core. Anderson replied. The Reapers were an ancient race of sentient machines that wiped out the Proteans 50,000 years ago, and then vanished. The Geth revere the Reapers as gods and believe Saren to be a prophet heralding their return. Apparently, the conduit is the key to bringing them back. Allegedly. Yudina was quick to add. At this time, we don't have evidence confirming or denying the Reaper's existence. Do we even know what this conduit is? Valerne pressed. No. Chief replied. But if Saren wants it, we have to assume the worst. The worst? And what would that be? That these Reapers will return? That they'll do to us what they did to the Proteans? Spiratus grilled the Spartan. 4. Valerne thought a moment longer, then shook his head. The Reapers are obviously a myth. The Solarian counselor concluded. A legend invented by Saren to bend the Geth to his will. Most likely, yes. Chief said with a nod. But regardless of whether or not the Reapers are real, Saren has betrayed you to put together an army of Geth to find this conduit. Whatever the conduit really does, it can't be good. Saren is now a rogue agent on the run for his life. Spiratus dismissed. He no longer has the rights or resources of a Spectre. The Council has stripped him of his position. That is not good enough. Yudina suddenly shouted. You know he's hiding somewhere in the Traverse. Send your fleet in. A fleet cannot track down one man. Valerne said. Yudina breathed a bit, trying to calm himself. A Citadel fleet could secure the entire region. Keep the Geth from attacking any more of our colonies. Or it could trigger a war with the Terminus systems. Spiratus argued. We won't be dragged into a galactic confrontation over a few dozen human colonies. Chief glared daggers at Spiratus, not appreciating his dismissal of the lives of countless human colonists. You know what, Chief? Cortana interjected. The Council has a problem. They want to bring in Saren, but they can't send in a fleet because they don't want to start a galactic war. Now let's see. If only there was someone who had spec ops training for infiltrating enemy lines, can carry out orders, and maybe, just maybe, is so ridiculously powerful that they're an army in and of themselves. I think we had a word for soldiers like that 7 years ago. Ooh. But I can't put my finger on it. Chief grimaced. Cortana could be really annoying when she wanted to be. However, he got the gist of what she was suggesting. This was an opportunity, and he wasn't going to pass on it. Send me after her, Saren. Chief said aloud. Tavos looked at the Spartan. After thinking it over for a second, she smiled. Perhaps we should. She said as she rubbed her chin in thought. There is a way to apprehend Saren that doesn't require fleets or armies. No. Spiratus barked, also catching on to what Chief was suggesting, but was nowhere near as approving. It's too soon. Humanity is not ready for the responsibilities that come with joining the Spectres. If I may make my case, counselors. Chief asked. You may. Tavos said with a nod. Spiratus scowled at the Spartan too while Valerne seemed relatively neutral. Here are the facts. I have hundreds, if not thousands, of kills to my name in the Human Covenant War, carrying out special operations to eliminate key targets and secure key objectives, and I was doing it consistently for the entirety of that war. I have won every medal a human soldier can possibly earn except for the Prisoner of War medallion. I saved the colony on Eden Prime and I proved Saren a traitor. And on top of all of that, I am currently the fastest, strongest, toughest human alive in the entire galaxy. Chief paused. If there is one and only one human who is capable of taking on this title and everything that comes with it, chances are it's me. Tavos turned to Valerne with a smile, who nodded his head in approval. She then turned to Spiratus with the same smile. Spiratus sighed and nodded as well, more out of defeat than anything else. Once again, priceless. Tavos looked to the chief. Spartan 117, Master Chief Petty Officer. Step forward. She said. Chief took a few long steps forward toward the end of the stand, and stood rigid and at attention. Chief then took a look around. In the balconies above, spectators flocked to see what was going on. Turians, Asari, Solarians, humans, Sangheili, virtually every species that had an embassy on the Citadel, both uncomfortably familiar old faces and uncertain new ones, gathered to see what was about to take place. It is the decision of the Council that you be granted all the powers and privileges of the Special Tactics and Reconnaissance branch of the Citadel. Tavos said. Spectres are not trained, but chosen. Valerne said next. Individuals forged in the fire of service and battle, those whose S elevate them above the rank and file. Spectres are an ideal. A symbol. Tavos resumed. The embodiment of courage, determination, and self-reliance. They are the right hand of the Council, instruments of our will. Spectres bear a great burden. Spiritus said. They are protectors of galactic peace, both our first and last line of defense. The safety of the galaxy is theirs to uphold. You are the first human spectre, Chief. Tavos told the Spartan too. This is a great accomplishment for you and your entire species. Chief nodded at Tavos. He knew that making L-Spectre was the easy part. The hard part will be doing a good job at it. He then heard something that he hadn't heard in a long time, applause. He looked around. Every one of the spectators was applauding the new Spectre. He saw Turians and Solarians nod their approval. He saw Sangheili and Galekolo salute him with respect. The Ungoi were bouncing up and down, shaking their arms around while babbling out congratulations. The humans were, unsurprisingly, the most enthusiastic, as they clapped and cheered for one of their own for making it this far. Chief nodded his thanks to the crowd, even the aliens. He turned to the Council, who were now his new bosses. He realized. I'm ready for my first mission, Councillors. We're sending you into the Adikentraverse after former Spectre, Saren Arterius. Valerne replied in a formal tone as the applause died down. He's a fugitive from justice, so you are authorized to use any means necessary to apprehend, or failing that, eliminate him. Where is Saren now? Chief asked. We do not know. Tavos confessed. In our last meeting, he contacted us from an untraceable location, but we know he is somewhere in the Traverse. We will forward any relevant information to Ambassador Udina. Spiritus said. This meeting of the Council is adjourned. Tavos stated. With that, the councillors walked away as Chief, Anderson and Udina rejoined Fives, Echo, Ashley, Kaidan, Joe, and Gurus, who had been looking on from the sidelines. The crowd had disbanded, the exciting part being over, and went back to their business. Congratulations, Master Chief. Anderson said as he shook the Spartan's hand. I knew we could count on you. We've got a lot of work to do, Chief. Udina said. You'll need a ship, weapons, supplies. Now that you have Spectre privileges, you have access to special weapons and equipment. Anderson said. We'll send you a list of recommended shops that sell all the supplies you'll need. If I may make a request, sir? Chief asked. You may. Anderson said. I'd like for Kaidan Alenko, Fives, Echo, and Ashley Williams to be transferred to whatever ship I end up on. Chief said. Fives and Echo turned to the Spartan, shocked. The four of them are good at what they do. Kaidan has good leadership experience and will make a good second in command. Fives and Echo are good scouts when I'm on a mission, plus Echo is good with tech. Ashley is a versatile combatant. Her skills will be very useful in a fight. Anderson smiled warmly. They're all yours, Chief. The Spartan nodded his thanks. He didn't ordinarily find himself making such requests, but Chief knew that, even though he was a Spartan, the best warrior humanity had ever created, he couldn't do this alone. He'd need a combat team. Kaidan Alenko, Fives, Echo, and Ashley Williams looked to be good choices, for the reasons Chief told Anderson. Besides, now that he was a Spectre, he felt he could get away with respectful requests. We want to come too. Gurus suddenly interjected. The Spartan 2 turned towards the Turian and the Spartan 4, his visor concealing his surprise. Yet, count us in. Joe interjected as well. You two want to join me? He asked. He heard Gurus and Joe perfectly, but he couldn't help but confirm. We're tired of being in CSEC, being bound by so much red tape. Gurus explained. I want to see how Spectres really operate, free of all those rules and regulations. I can finally be in the front lines, and this could be my only chance to finally do what I was trained to do when joining the Spartan 4 program. Joe explained. If I'm going to be a Spartan, I want to learn from the best, Chief. What about your posts at CSEC? Fives asked. I wrote up and sent our resignation letter on the way here. Gurus replied. That explains what he was doing on his Omni tool on the way up here, and why he was so giddy about it. Joe showed a few signs too, but kept it cool since he was a Spartan, like Chief. They were finally doing what all disgruntled employees dream of one day doing, quitting their crappy job. Chief turned to Anderson. Am I even allowed to have a non-human with me? Including another soldier? He asked. You're a Spectre now, Chief. You're no longer officially part of the Alliance chain of command. You can do whatever it takes to accomplish the mission. Anderson answered. If you feel these two could be useful in your manhunt for Saren, you're more than welcome to take him or any other non-human you come across. Including other Marines that are willing to help you. Chief turned back to the Turian and Spartan 4 CSEC. Former CSEC officers, who stood proud and rigid with their head held high, as though awaiting approval by a drill instructor. The part of his mind that still saw aliens as enemies was practically screaming to refuse Garrus's offer, but Chief was actually considering it. Chief saw Garrus fight back in Kura's den and in the alley. He was disciplined and precise, indicating that he was in the military at some point in his life, so he had adequate combat experience. Additionally, he was actually a pretty good shot. He was a bit of a loose cannon though, but after pointing out that his shot in the clinic was too close for comfort, he was quickly cowed into a babbling half-explanation, half-apology, so keeping him in line wouldn't be too difficult. He didn't necessarily want to, but when the Arbiter and the rest of the elites offered their aid in the closing days of the Human Covenant War, Chief wasn't stubborn or stupid enough to refuse help when it was offered, especially when it was so desperately needed. And that wasn't going to change now. Joe on the other hand, he was just fine and perfect to join. He was young, yes, but he has the will of what a soldier needs to be. Even though he wasn't a Spartan 2 like Chief, he can be just as great. He might learn a few things from the Chief, and might become a great soldier. Chief held out a hand. Welcome aboard. Chief said. Thanks, Chief. Garrus joyfully declared as he shook Chief's hand. We guarantee, we won't let you down. You have our support, sir. Joe shook his hand too. Chief leaned forward a little. I know you two won't. He said. The Spartan 2 could hear Garrus gulp in a suddenly dry throat. Good. He already knew who was in charge. Joe on the other hand, just happy to work for him. Come with me, Anderson. Udina said. I'll need your help to set everything up. The ambassador then walked away. Anderson nodded to the Chief before following. Typical. Didn't even thank us. Ashley said. So what comes next? Garrus asked. It'll be a while before we get transferred to a ship that'll carry us. Chief replied. In the meantime, we'll stock up on weapons, ammunition, rations, everything we'll need to wage a war on a rogue Spectre and his army of Geth. Then I suggest heading to the Presidium. They have tons of shops where we can get our supplies. Kaidan suggested. Good. Let's head out then. We have a lot to do before the coming storm. With that, the group headed towards the Presidium for supplies and weapons. Lots of weapons. Few minutes later, when the group finally reached the Presidium floor, they emerged to find, surprisingly, the Krogan bounty hunter Urdnot Rex waiting for them. Many passers-by stared at the Krogan as they went, clearly not used to seeing his kind on the Presidium ring. So, how'd it go? Rex asked the Spartan 2. Chief was taken aback by the merc's curiosity. Well, Saren was branded a traitor. Chief was made Spectre. Garrus added. The Council has tasked him with tracking Saren down and then taking him down. Chief looked at the Turian. He made a note to have a chat with him about the importance of a need-to-know basis. Rex smiled ear to ear. Good. When do we leave? Chief was taken even more aback. We? He asked. I plan on coming with you. The merc stated. Chief paused. Sorry. I haven't received word on what my budget would be, so I'm afraid I can't hire you at this time. He said. You don't have to pay me a single credit. Rex said. I'll join you free of charge. Chief was, again, taken even more aback. What kind of merc fights for free? He asked, suspicion clear in his tone. The kind who doesn't just fight for credits. Rex answered simply. I can tell. There's a storm coming, and from the looks of things, you and Saren are going to be right in the middle of it. I wanna be where the is. Interesting. A mercenary who fought more for the sake of fighting than for the money. The Spartan 2 weighed the pros and cons of recruiting Rex. A thought process that, for a Spartan 2, takes about 3 or 4 seconds. Spartans were naturally quick thinkers. On the one hand, Rex was certainly capable in a fight, no question there. In fact, his skills were comparable to those of a Spartan 2. He wasn't anywhere near as fast, but he was almost as strong and certainly as durable as the Chief himself was. Throw biotics into the mix, and you have a very powerful ally indeed. On the other hand, there was the issue of his motivation. Chief was willing to believe that Rex wasn't joining him for the money. He could see that fire in the Krogan's eye, the same fire any soldier who relishes combat has. But if he's just fighting for the sake of fighting, that presents a possible loyalty issue. If you just want to fight, why join me? Chief asked. Why not join Saren? Saren's got an army of Geth at his command. From what I've seen, you only have a handful of soldiers on your side. Rex answered. If I join Saren, it would be too easy. Well, he's nothing if not forthcoming. Cortana commented. Chief silently agreed. He could usually tell when people were lying to him, and so far, Rex wasn't doing anything to trigger that particular alarm in the Spartan 2's brain. Chief then decided to let Rex on board. But not without conditions. Few things I need to tell you. Chief said, staring at the Krogan dead in the eye. First off, I'm in charge. I order you to attack, you attack. I order you to hold your position, you hold your position. I order you to fall back, you fall back. Second, you're part of a team now. No lone wolf stuff. And third, if you do anything at all to deliberately jeopardize the mission, or even betray us, I will kill you. Fives, Echo, Kaidan, Ashley, Joe, and Gurus all looked to Chief like he had gone out of his mind. Rex, however, simply chuckled in amusement. Something funny? Chief asked. Not many humans have the quad to threaten a Krogan with death right to his face. Rex said in a tone that almost sounded like he admired the Spartan too. Your terms are fair enough. He said with a nod. Good. He made a note to keep a very close eye on the Krogan. It was at that point that Chief noticed his wrist was beeping and his Omni tool activated. Looks like Anderson and Yudina have sent us that list. Cortana said. I'll display them on your Omni tool for you. It was then that a list appeared on the Omni tool's screen. It showed 4 shops and the various items they sold that would be of use to a Spectre. It also showed a budget at the bottom. Chief was given 50,000 credits to start. Alright. Let's split up so we can cover more ground. Chief said. I've got a supplier on Kithoi Ward 17. Rex said. He usually has good stuff. Me and Echo will go to this Morlan guy. See what he's got. Fives volunteered. Alright. Chief said. He turned to Gurus, Joe, Kaidan and Ashley. You 3 go to this expat. He has some mods we can use. Dr. Michelle's clinic is close to that location. She might be worth visiting too. Kaidan suggested. She's probably got some medical supplies we can use. Chief nodded his approval of the soldier's idea. I'll go to the Presidium Emporium. Once we've all got some useful supplies, we'll meet up at CSEC Academy. Sounds good. The Spartan 2 received nods all around. Good. Now move out. 20 minutes passed. Chief finally arrived at the shop. He took a look around to see all the various aliens who were all at stands and kiosks, looking through the shop's inventory. He then hears some beeping coming from his Omni tool. Getting a message from Captain Anderson. Sounds urgent. Cortana said. Patching it through. Chief. It's Anderson. Do you read? Anderson's voice came over the comm channel. I read you, Captain. What's the problem? Chief asked. It's the Quarian. Anderson said. She was still in the embassy when we left, but when Alliance Marines came to pick her up, they said she was gone. Do you think she's a security risk? Chief asked. Possibly. And it's also possible that Saren still wants her dead. We've got Alliance personnel combing the Presidium for her and CSEC has already issued a warrant for her retrieval. Keep an eye out while you're gathering supplies. Yes sir. Chief said. Anderson out. Anderson said before clicking off. Chief paused. Where could the Quarian have gone? Did Saren's goons get her already? Chief continued to look around for a rapid transit terminal, thinking she would be easier to spot by air. He hadn't seen any other Quarians on the Presidium for some reason, so hopefully she'll stick out. Pardon me. Excuse me. Cried a voice as it shoved its way through the crowd. Chief turned and saw, to his surprise, the Quarian he had rescued earlier rushed up to him. Chief then calls Anderson. Sir, I see the Quarian now. I'll take it from here. Understood. Anderson cuts off again from the call. Talai then stopped in front of him and panted. "There you are," she said. "I thought you'd still be by the tower. You move quickly. You're supposed to be at the human embassy, waiting for Marines to pick you up," Chief said, not happy with this alien possibly posing a security risk. "What are you doing here?" "I wasn't going to let anyone take me away," she said resolutely. "I caught the Turian and that other humans before they left for the wards. They told me to talk to you." "About what?" Chief asked. The Quarian then stood as rigidly as she could. "Master Chief, that is your name, right?" The Spartan nodded. "I heard you made Spectre and you're being tasked with Saren's arrest. I wish to join you." Chief raised his eyebrow at this. "Weren't you busy with your—" Chief trailed off, not remembering the word the Quarian used. "Pilgrimage," she finished for him. "Yeah, that. I thought you were busy with that," Chief said. "The pilgrimage is a rite of passage for my people that proves we are willing to give of ourselves for the greater good," she said. "Judging from that vision you had, Saren is a threat to the entire galaxy. What does it say about me if I turn my back on this?" "How do you know my vision's for real?" Chief asked. "How do you know I'm not crazy?" "I don't," she replied. "Just call it a feeling." Chief observed the suited alien from head to toe. There was no doubt about her motivations. Once again, the chief didn't think he was being lied to. This Quarian genuinely wanted to help. But what Chief did doubt was her skills. "What kind of combat training do you have?" Chief asked. "Before I left the flotilla, I was taught some basic self-defense techniques," she replied. "But no real military training?" he asked. No," she hesitantly answered. Chief scowled. He was willing to bring along Garrus and Rex because, from what he had seen in Kura's den, they were both very much capable in a fight. The Spartan could find use in their skill sets. This Quarian on the other hand, was a civvy. Granted, she managed to throw a grenade to disorient her would-be assassins and managed to take cover before drawing her weapon. She handled the situation better than most civilians would. In fact, she actually had potential to be a competent soldier. Normally, he wouldn't go for the idea, but he's been getting some second thoughts on things lately. He then gets the items he needed, and looks straight at the Quarian. And once again, he won't turn down a chance for help. Especially now that he has the green light to take down Saren. "What did you say your name was?" Chief asked. The Quarian held up her head and puffed out her chest. "Talai Zora Nar Raya," she proudly proclaimed. "Got a nickname?" Chief asked. He wasn't even going to try to pronounce that whole thing right. "You can just call me Talai. Most of my friends do." "Talai. 4 letters, 2 syllables. Easy enough to remember." "Alright Talai. If you train up a bit and prove your worth in helping me to stop Saren, you're on board." "Thanks. I promise you won't regret this and I will train to prove my worth," Talai said with a nod. "Let's go," Chief said as he made his way down the Presidium. "To where?" Talai asked as she follows him. "CSEC Academy. We'll rendezvous with the rest of the squad there." The Spartan and the Quarian came upon a rapid transit terminal and used it to summon a public aircar. As it took them to their destination, Chief contacted Anderson to inform him that Talai was safe with him, and that she'd be joining him. While in service to a Spartan is hardly the safest position to be in, he'd be able to keep an eye on her so the risk to security she posed was significantly reduced. Chief continued on the route to CSEC Academy with yet another new alien companion joining him. He began to think that perhaps the universe was trying just a little too hard to jam the aliens or our friends message down his throat. 5 minutes later, Chief descended down the elevator and arrived once again in the CSEC lobby, this time with a new Quarian companion in tow. After a few minutes, Chief and Talai came out with several weapon cases. The two then head to the location where the others are after getting their shopping done, Talai struggling behind to keep up with the Chief, with no problems carrying his weapons. "Keela," she thought to herself as she struggled to carry her load, noting that Chief showed little trouble carrying his. "How does he carry all of that?" They arrived back on the CSEC landing platform where the other 4 were waiting. The Quarian's presence shocked them a bit. "What's she doing here?" Fives asked. "I thought she was in protective custody of the Alliance." "Her name's Talai and she volunteered for the mission," Chief explained. "Checked her profile, she's a pretty good mechanic and engineer, so she could be useful. Fair enough. Rex said with a shrug. Incoming transmission. Cortana said to the chief. Chief, it's Anderson. The captain's voice came. We've got a ship for you. Meet us at Dock 422. All right. Let's grab an aircar and get to the docks. Our ship is ready. Chief announced aloud. We're going to need an Airbus to carry all this stuff. Ashley said as she followed the Spartan 2. Incidentally, an Airbus was available, or rather an air van. It was big enough to house a Spartan 2, a Krogan, 5 other regular-sized sentients with one with a similar power armor to Chief's, and all the supplies they had procured. It still struggled to keep aloft though. 30 minutes later. The group arrived at the designated dock. Chief couldn't help but notice they were back in the exact docking bay in which the Normandy was docked. Chief thought Dock 422 sounded familiar. He suspected that they would remain with the Normandy, which made him question why it took as long as it did to set everything up if he was staying with the same ship. The Spartan 2 decided not to think about it for now as the van came around for a landing. Captain Anderson, this is Spartan 117. Chief said into his comm channel. Be advised, we've got supplies that need loading up. Roger that, Chief. I'll have the Normandy's servicemen load everything aboard. Anderson replied, confirming the Spartan 2's assumptions. When the van landed, several of the ship's servicemen saluted the chief before grabbing the various weapons and other materials. Rex insisted on holding on to his supplies, for some odd reason. Chief suspected that he got his stuff from less than legitimate sources. The Spartan 2 walked up to the captain, who was standing with the ambassador, and saluted. At ease. Anderson said with a nod. I take it I will be staying on the Normandy, sir? Chief asked. Anderson nodded. She's quick and quiet, and you know the crew. Perfect ship for a Spectre. Chief nodded his approval. I take it we'll be leaving soon. Anderson looked to Udina, as though unsure about something. He turned back to the Spartan 2. There's no we this time, I'm afraid. Captain Anderson is stepping down as commanding officer of the Normandy. Udina elaborated. Chief was taken aback by this. Did Anderson do something wrong? Was he taking the fall for what happened on Eden Prime so that Chief could become a Spectre? Why? Chief asked. It's just time for me to step down. Anderson said. Chief knew that wasn't the whole story, but decided to let it go for now. At the moment, there was an even bigger question hanging over the Spartan 2's head. If Captain Anderson won't be the commanding officer of the Normandy, then who will? He asked. The next answer threw him for a loop. You will, Chief. Udina said. Chief was honestly shocked. He turned around to find his 5 companions regarding him. Apparently, they just overheard that little detail. Congratulations, Chief. Captain. Ashley stammered. Chief. The Spartan 2 corrected. Is everything loaded up? They just took the last weapon case. Echo said. Good. Everyone, on the ship. Now. With that, the twin Marines, the Biotic, the female gunnery Marine, the former CSCC officer, the Spartan 4, the mercenary, and the engineer all made their way down the ship's loading bay and into the airlock. Chief turned back to Udina. Ambassador, I can't accept this position. Chief said as he shook his head. You're a capable leader, Chief. You've led several successful missions against the Covenant, did you not? Udina asked with a perked-up eyebrow. With all due respect, Ambassador, leading a team of Spartan 2s and commanding a ship are 2 very different things. Chief pointed out. You're a Spectre now, Chief. An independent agent of the Council. Anderson said. Spectres need to command their own ships, command their own missions, and command authority in general. You don't have to answer to me anymore, or anyone else in the Alliance chain of command for that matter. You only have to answer to the Council and to yourself. Besides, you received basic education on ship tactics during basic training. Apply that knowledge and you'll do fine. Chief sighed and nodded. Any leads on Saren's current location? He asked, ready to move on to his mission. Saren's gone. Don't even try to find him. But we know what he's after. Anderson said. The conduit. Chief said. At best, it was an ancient protein superweapon that Saren plans on using against humanity. At worst, it was the key to bringing back an ancient race of sentient machines to wipe out every sentient being in the galaxy. Either way, it had to be kept out of Saren's hands. Right. Anderson said with a nod. Saren's gone below the radar for the time being. No further reports of Geth activity as of yet. He probably knows the jig is up by now, so he'll be more careful from here on out. No doubt though that he's got his Geth scouring the Traverse for the conduit as we speak, keeping his movements hidden. For now, we'll have to focus on finding the conduit before he does. Which brings us to our first, and so far, only lead. Yudina took over. Matriarch Benazia, that other voice on the recording? She has a daughter, a scientist, an archaeologist who specializes in the proteins. We don't know if she's involved, but it might be a good idea to try and find her. See what she knows. She could have insight into Saren's plans. Or maybe she might know what the conduit is, what it does, and where we can find it. Hopefully, all of the above. Anderson added. Her name is Dr. Lyarati Soni. Yudina resumed. She was last seen leading an archaeological expedition on Thurum in the Artemis Tau cluster. Your mission is to find her, and ask for anything that could lead to Saren. Understood, sir. Chief nodded. I'll get the job done. Good. Yudina said with a nod. And remember, you were a human long before you became a Spectre. He checked the watch on his Omni tool. I have a meeting to get to. Captain Anderson can answer any more questions you might have. And with that, the ambassador walked away towards the elevator. Is there anything else you need to know, Chief? Anderson asked. Chief shook his head in reply. He then snapped a salute. Sir. Anderson crisply returned the salute. Dismissed, Spartan. He said. And good luck. Chief then stepped on board the Normandy, as it began to detach from docking and began its takeoff to space. In the Normandy. Chief then walks up to the cockpit, and sees Joker keeping an eye on the systems. He then hears Chief walking nearby. I heard what happened to Captain Anderson. Joker said as he heard Master Chief approach the helm. With footsteps like his, you always heard the Chief coming. Joker looked up and, sure enough, there was the Spartan 2 looking down on him. Man survives 100 battles, and then gets taken down by backroom politics. Just watch your back, Chief. Things go bad on this mission, you're next on their chopping block. Chief digested his situation for a second. Backroom politics. Seems likely enough. Chief couldn't shake the feeling that Anderson stepping down as captain wasn't entirely his choice. It was a mistake in his opinion. Anderson was a good captain, disciplined, no nonsense, a little overzealous in political matters, but overall a good leader. He reminded Chief of Jacob Keyes, may he rest in peace. Captain Anderson stepped down so I could step up. I'm not going to let him down. Chief stated, stoic as ever. He'd be lying if he said he was entirely confident in his abilities as a ship captain. He lacked the experience for it, plain and simple. He did get a few brief lessons in ship tactics during basic training, but that was it. Everyone on the ship's behind you, Chief. 100%. Joker proudly stated. Intercoms open. If you've got anything you want to say to the crew, now's the time. Chief looked down to the holographic panel Joker gestured to. He was never any good at speeches anyway. But then he remembered the war. How ONI eventually made the existence of Spartan 2s public in order to boost morale. If a symbol, a hero, and a leader is what these men and women needed, the Chief was going to have to give it to them. He pressed a button on the intercom and his deep, gravelly voice echoed throughout the ship. Normandy crew. This is Spartan 117, Master Chief Petty Officer, speaking. I'm not good at inspirational speeches, but since I'm your new captain, I should probably give it a shot. I'm not going to bother with any metaphors or cite historic events, so I'm just going to give you all the facts. I'm not going to bother with any metaphors or cite historic events, so I'm just going to give you all the facts. Saren's location is unknown, but we know he is after something called the conduit. We don't know what it is, but since Saren was willing to attack Eden Prime to get his hands on it, we have to assume the worst. Our current mission objective is to find and secure the conduit before he does. It won't be easy. It won't be easy. By now, the Adikan Traverse is likely crawling with Geth, looking for the conduit. And they're not going to let us have it without a fight. But I've been on this ship long enough to know that this one of the finest in the Alliance fleet. You're all here because Captain Anderson and Admiral Hackett knew what you did, and how good you were at doing it. It's time to prove them right. We're going to stop Saren. We're going to stop Saren. We're going to find and secure the conduit. That is all. When Chief clicked off, he heard, for the second time that day, a thunderous applause. Apparently, he was much better at speeches than he gave himself credit for. Well said, Chief. Joker said. Captain would be proud. Planet Thurum. Artemis Tau Cluster. Chief stated. Take us there. Aye, Chief. Joker said as he typed in the coordinates. It'll take us about 3 days to get there. Chief nodded in reply and made his way down the bridge with the intention to go check Anderson's quarters, which were now his quarters. He locked the door behind him out of habit and took a look around. Some would call it a small room, but it was far bigger than what Chief was accustomed to. He did all of his sleeping in cryopods back in the war. He walked over to his new desk, where he noticed the chair. It seemed unusually big, as though it were meant for Chief. Still, he decided against sitting in it, at least while his armor was on. He took out Cortana's AI chip and held it up to his new desktop. Her holographic three-dimensional image sprung forth in place of the keypad. She took a look around the room. Nice digs. She noted. It's bigger than what I'm used to. Chief said. He then realized something. He looked down at Cortana. Can you access the ship from that computer? Only inter-ship communications. Cortana replied. Everything else is manually operated. Chief nodded, fully understanding. Still, it would be a heck of a lot easier if this ship had its own AI. He supposed that Cortana on his PC and on the field will have to do. I suppose you'll want me to squeeze Garrus, Joe, and Rex spots on the marine rotation and Talai somewhere in engineering? Cortana asked. If you don't mind. Chief said. Fine. I'll do it all with your signature. But for the record, I'm an AI, not a secretary. Thanks. Chief said with a nod. It was then that he decided to take a real look around the room and noticed all the details. A window to look at all the stars outside, a coffee table to enjoy coffee. Chief guessed. He'll probably never use it himself. A bed. To anyone else, a bed was just a bed. A soft mattress with a pillow for head support and a blanket for warmth. But to a Spartan too, a bed was the ultimate forbidden pleasure. They had beds in boot camp, when they were going through basic training from age 6 to age 14. It was hell at the time, but it wasn't until they were introduced to cryopods did the Spartans realize just how much of a luxury beds were. Basic training was the last time Chief had ever slept in a real, honest-to-God bed. Chief was no fool, however. He double-checked the lock on the door before going about the task of removing his armor. A process that took about 5 minutes. He then goes lay down, and gets some shut-eye. Night, Chief. Cortana replied. Her form disappeared, casting the room in darkness. As she went about absorbing all the new information on the codex that was on the computer. Learn more of what happened from the 7 years. What comes next for Chief and the Normandy crew, will be crazy and life-changing. Chapter 11, Crew Check. 6 o'clock hours, February 25, 2560. SSV Normandy. Undisclosed location in the Exodus cluster. Master Chief's eyes snapped open. He'd only been asleep for about 4 hours, but it was the most comfortable 4 hours he had in a while. He looked forward to when he'd get to enjoy full 7-hour sleep shifts. He got up out of his bed and went to work putting on his armor, which made Cortana raise her eyebrow as she materialized on the computer. You're putting on your armor? Cortana asked. Yes. Chief replied. Why? We won't be reaching Thurum for at least another 60 hours. Chief opened his mouth to give an answer, only to find he couldn't give one. Instead, he stayed silent and resumed putting on his armor. You didn't answer my question. Cortana noted. I like being prepared. Chief said as he put on his helmet. Prepared for what? We're in the middle of nowhere. No. We're in the middle of the Traverse where pirate attacks are very common. If we get boarded, I'd like to be ready for them. Cortana sighed in defeat. She learned a long time ago that getting a Spartan to walk around without their armor was kind of like trying to get a little kid to eat broccoli. Cortana went into her AI chip and Chief slipped it into the back of his helmet. Chief noticed Staff LT. Kaiden Alenko working on a control panel of some kind by the sleep pods. He wiped some sweat off his brow, which struck the Spartan as odd since it wasn't that hot, at least not to him. He also notices Fives and Echo talking to each other, like usual. Nothing different than last time. So, what are we gonna do today? Cortana asked. Chief thought about it for a moment. Might as well check our progress. See how we're doing. He then turned around and headed up the stairs towards Deck 1. Cortana mentally sighed. Poor Chief. It was the 2-day journey to Eden Prime all over again. Her Spartan was bored and was desperate for something to do. Chief ascended the stairs and arrived at the CIC. The Marine standing guard by the door saluted Chief, and he saluted back. With that out of the way, Chief walked up to XO Presley. He was the Normandy's navigation and executive officer. He was Anderson's second-in-command, and is now Chief's, at least as far as the ship goes. Kaiden was head of Marine detail, so he was the Chief's right-hand man on the battlefield. Still, Chief felt comfortable with Presley as XO. He was good at his job. Speaking of which, if anyone would know what their progress was, it would be him. Chief. Presley said with a salute, which the Chief returned out of habit. I never got the chance to properly congratulate you on making captain. I know you'll run this ship as tight as Anderson did, sir. Very good speech earlier too. It really raised the crew's spirits. How's our progress? Chief asked. We're passing through the Exodus cluster right now, but Thurham's still a long way off, I'm afraid. Presley replied. Chief nodded in reply. He figured as much. Sir? Permission to speak freely? Presley asked. Granted. Well, I'm not entirely sure if bringing non-humans aboard the ship was a good idea. Presley began. Humanity's always taken care of its own problems. Saren attacked one of our colonies, we should be the ones to handle it. Plus, well, you're the Master Chief. You don't need any help from aliens, do you? There once was a story of a soldier so devastating and skilled that he could take on whole armies. Those stories were wrong, he could take on empires. Set in the star WA. I don't normally work with aliens. Chief replied. But they did volunteer for this mission. I recognized their skill sets, so I let them on board. I don't like the idea of serving with them any more than you do, Presley. But I'm not going to turn away help when it could be useful. To do otherwise is stubborn and stupid. Noted, sir. Presley replied with a nod. It's just, I fought in the Human Covenant War and First Contact War, and well, you fought the Covenant as well, so you know how it is. Don't worry, Presley. If any of the non-humans on the ship deliberately do something to compromise the mission, I plan on kicking them off the ship, via the airlock if necessary. Presley chuckled at that. That's the Master Chief my kids look up to. In all seriousness though, Presley, I don't expect the non-humans on the ship to impede your duties. Of course not, sir. I'd never let personal feelings get in the way of a mission. I can keep myself in check, you don't need to worry about me. Presley assured the Spartan too. Good to hear. Chief said with a nod. With that, he walked towards the helm where Joker likely was. So we're going to go around the ship. Chief answered after turning off his speakers, answering Cortana's question before she could finish it. Make sure everything is running the way it should. Cortana decided not to raise any further protests or questions. The Spartan eventually arrived at the helm. He looked out the windows and saw a not but empty, black space dotted by stars. Chief. Joker said, noting the Spartan 2's presence. Something you need? Just checking in. Making sure everything's going smoothly. Chief replied. Smooth as smooth can be, sir. Chief nodded and walked away. All right. Joker said, a little off-put by the Spartan's sudden check-in and equally sudden departure. See ya. Chief then decided to go back to the second deck to pay Dr. Shakwas, the ship's head medical officer, a visit. He needed to make sure everyone on board was in top physical condition. He entered the med bay and found Shakwas typing something on her PC. She looked up to him and smiled. Chief. She greeted. Do you need me for something? Just a medical report on all crew members. Any health problems I should be made aware of? Chief asked. None that would affect the immediate mission, Chief. What about our non-human volunteers? The Spartan 2 pressed. I gave Garrus, Rex, and Talai clean bills of health after they came aboard. Shakwas replied. I take it you're familiar with alien biology. It's part of basic training in the medical branch of the Alliance, just in case. The doctor stood a little more erect. If anyone on this mission, human or otherwise, receives a serious injury, I'll treat them as best I can. You have my word on that, Chief. Chief nodded, satisfied with the physical state of the crew. He turned and went out the door. I take it we're going down to engineering on Deck 3 next? Cortana asked. Yup. Chief replied. Well, while we're down there, I think you're going to want to have a chat with Talai. Why? Well, you know our new buddies the Geth? A race of androids isn't just spontaneously born. They have to be created by someone else. I'll give you 3 guesses who created them. The AI explained. The Quarians. Got it in 1. Chief scowled a bit. You think Talai's going to betray us to the Geth? He asked as he hit the elevator call button. Highly unlikely. The Geth rebelled against the Quarians and banished them from their own home world. They've been living in a ramshackle nomadic fleet ever since. They call it the flotilla and alternatively the migrant fleet. So I don't see why she would sell us out to the machines that banished her people. Hell, I'd bet she's got more motivation to kill Geth than anyone else on this ship. Chief nodded in understanding as the elevator door opened. He walked in and hit the button, beginning the annoyingly slow descent to Deck 3. When it finally hit the garage, Chief found the place sparsely populated by his new crew members. Rex was leaning against a locker of some kind, and gave the Spartan 2 a nod before going back to, loitering apparently. Chief scowled at the Krogan. He made a note to have a chat with him regarding the term productive use of time. He looked over Ashley, who was seen polishing weapons by the weapons lockers. She immediately noticed him, dropped what she was doing, and saluted him. He saluted back. Ashley nodded at the Spartan 2 and went back to work. Chief then looked from the left side of the garage to the right, where Gurus Vakarian was tinkering around with the Mako. That set off some alarms in the Spartan 2's brain and he took stock of the situation. Gurus was currently kneeling in front of one of the tires, pressing some buttons on his Omni tool. Data collection to send back to the Turian hierarchy? Unlikely. Gurus was just some hot-headed cop. He doesn't have the connections to send information that high up the chain of command, and even if he did, it was doubtful his government would take him seriously. Besides, he seemed very intent on helping Chief on his alien hunt for Saren, so it was doubtful he would do something to compromise that mission. He then saw Joe from the other side of the Mako, checking on the status of the vehicle on his day top. So everything should be alright if he's around. He then noticed Joe was also wearing his Spartan armor. Guess he's not the only one who likes to be prepared for an unforeseen attack. Still, the chief decided he had to make sure. He walked over to the 2. Gurus, who looked up to Chief upon hearing him approach. Hello Chief. The Turian greeted as he stood up. Joe then put down his day top to look at the Spartan 2. Is there something you need? Just wondering what you two are doing. Chief couched in a neutral tone. Just giving the Mako a tune-up. The suspension seemed a little off to me. Gurus answered. And I'm just making sure the systems are all green. Don't need any malfunctions during a fight. Joe replied. You two have mechanical experience. A little bit. First job before the military was as a mechanic's assistant. I learned a thing or two about Kirin rovers. They're not that different from the Mako in design, actually. They're similar enough that I feel I can make some adjustments. Gurus explained. For me, during the Human Covenant, I was taught to make sure the systems of the vehicles were all green. If there was a bug or glitch, I had to fix it. And I was good at it. Joe answered. Guess that's one of the reasons why they called me into the Spartan 4 program. Chief nodded in understanding and then headed off towards engineering. Chief. Gurus said, garnering the Spartan 2's attention. We just wanted to thank you again for letting us on. We'll do our best. You can bet on it. Yet, now I can have the chance to be a true Spartan. Joe replied in a prideful tone. Chief only nodded at the Turian and Spartan 4 again before resuming their trek to engineering. He had never been in that part of the ship before, so when he arrived, he was impressed. The engineering crew were all working on various control panels, data pads and Omni tools, but what really got the Spartans' attention was the core. It looked like a 3-clawed prong of some sort, holding a glowing blue ball of pure element zero energy in its talons. The circular, semi-cone-shaped walls around it slowly rotated with the prong itself, and every so often there would be a streak of light pulsing from the walls to the core itself. It was then that Chief Engineer Adams walked up to the Spartan 2 and saluted. Master Chief. Wasn't expecting you to come down here. What can I do for you? Is the core working all right? Chief asked. That big ball of energy unnerved him. Do all ships have glowing blue cores like that one? Drive core's working just fine, Chief. Adams replied. Chief then spotted Talai on the far left of the railing that overlooked the core. His eyes turned back to Adams. How's the Quarian acclimatizing? She's doing good. But she sure does ask a lot of questions about our engines. Questions? About the engines? Maybe the Quarian was a security risk after all. Don't worry. I'll make her stop. What? Adams said. His eyes widened when he got the gist of what Chief was saying. No. She's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. She's got a real knack for technology, that one. Give her a month on this ship and she'll know more about our engines than I do. Chief was aware of that, and it's exactly what concerned him. I need to talk with Talai for a minute. Think you can spare her? Of course, sir. Adams said before stepping aside. Chief walked up to the Quarian. She turned and saw him coming and started babbling like a schoolgirl. Chief, this ship is amazing. She proclaimed. I can't believe a ship this small would have a drive core that big. She went on, gesturing to the core behind her. So, she did have an interest in the ship. And she wasn't shy about it. Either she was genuinely and innocently fascinated with the inner workings of the Normandy, or she was a lousy spy. I take it that the flotilla would be interested in this ship? Chief asked, hoping his question came across as innocent enough. Definitely. Talai replied. This ship could solve so many problems on the flotilla. Problems? The flotilla has many. Engines are always getting caked with muck, defense systems need constant rewiring, and we're locked in a never-ending struggle to keep life support online. Many of the ships in our fleet date back to the Geth Wars 300 years ago. They're falling apart. That's why we Quarians are so interested in ships. It's the only thing keeping our species alive. Alive? You mean the Quarians face extinction? Chief asked. Talai dipped her head in sorrow. We're closer to it than most species are, I suppose. There are only a few 100 million of us left after the Geth Wars. It's why the pilgrimage is so important. Anything we bring back to the fleet must be something to be treasured, something that has to be useful. She's not kidding, Chief. Cortana interjected. According to the Codex, calling the Quarian flotilla a fleet is generous. It's more like a caravan. A caravan of really old crappy ships. It was the third time Talai mentioned the pilgrimage to Chief. The Spartan 2 didn't know what it was, nor did he really care. He had no interest in alien cultures, just how aliens fight, what kind of weapons they use, and how they can be bested in combat if need be. As for the Quarians, the Chief eliminated them as a significant threat to humanity. Their lack of numbers, combined with the sorry state of their fleet, meant that they were hardly in any position to wage war on humans, or any other species for that matter. Course now that made him wonder about the Turians and the Krogan. He had little love for the Turian hierarchy, but he eliminated Garrus as a probable breach of security. The Krogan were another matter though. Cortana had been studying the details of the galaxy by reading through the Codex. Maybe she can provide some insight on whether or not the Krogan are a threat. If Rex was a spy, the Chief needed to know. But that was neither here nor there. For now, the real reason Chief wanted to talk to Talai. Talai. I need to talk to you about something. Chief said. Talai was a little taken aback by the sudden change in topic. Not that she was complaining. The plight of her race was hardly something she wanted to openly talk about. Sure. She said. Chief nodded and led her away from the rest of the engineering crew, wanting a little more privacy. They arrived in one of the two hallways that connected the engine room to the garage. Chief stopped and turned towards the Quarian. Tell me everything you know about the Geth. He said. Talai was surprised by the Spartan's bluntness. Out of one awkward topic and into another, she mused. Excuse me? She asked. You're Quarian. Your people created the Geth. That means you're the closest thing I've got to a Geth expert. I doubt I can tell you much more than what the average Quarian knows. She replied, unsure. Which is still more than what I know. Chief pointed out. If I'm going to be fighting more Geth, I need to know more about them. Well, I don't know that much. All I know is the story of their origins. What they were when we created them, and how they turned on us. Chief considered this for a moment. Origins? How would that help in a firefight? Then again, one of the first things Chief ever saw in basic training was the history of the outer colonies, how and why they were threatening civil war. Understanding the why behind the fight can help with the how in some situations. Keeping this in mind, Chief nodded at the Quarian to begin. Cortana could have told Chief the history of the Geth herself. She read about it on the Codex. But she wasn't about to do anything to give her Spartan an excuse to not talk to someone. The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor force. Talai began. Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any VI programs. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status. I thought A.I.S were illegal in Citadel space. Chief interrupted. This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them, or so we thought. It was then Talai said something that caught the Spartan 2's attention. But one thing we underestimated was the power of the neural network. A million Geth thinking simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix. Neural network? Chief asked. Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more you have of them in a group, the smarter they are. Talai replied. Chief furrowed his brow in thought. So, this neural network is some kind of hive mind. He pressed, bad memories of the flood coming to mind. He'd rather not fight an enemy that was even remotely like those parasites. No, nothing like that. Talai corrected. The Geth cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input. Each Geth maintains a vague, individual awareness and identity. The neural network only works on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious. But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought. Cortana silently listened to Talai's explanation with interest. She had read it all before, of course, but it was still interesting to hear the Quarian explain it. The Geth seemed to be completely different from the smart AIs the UNSC used. Cortana found the Geth fascinating, dangerous as they were. Chief, however, was having trouble following. I don't really get it. Chief said. He didn't like having conversations with NGs like Talai. They had a tendency to use needlessly big words. I'm probably oversimplifying. Talai said. The Geth are extremely complicated and advanced creations. All you need to know is, they get smarter when they gather in large numbers. So, I take it that the Geth eventually turn sentient through the neural network? Chief asked. Yes. Talai confirmed. As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated, more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its existence. Am I alive? Why am I here? What is my purpose? As you can imagine, this caused a near panic among my people. What did you do? It was inevitable the newly sentient Geth would rebel against their situation. We knew they would rise up against us. So we acted first. The Quarian government sent a general order across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently shut down all Geth. The Geth reacted violently. After a long and bloody war, we were forced to flee our own home world, lest we face extinction by their hands. We feared they would pursue us, but for some reason, they never ventured beyond our home cluster, the Perseus Vale. Chief nodded in understanding. The information you've given about the neural network should be useful on this mission. It was good of you to share it. My pleasure. Talai said with a nod. The Geth exiled my people. It is because of them that we now drift through space without a home world to call our own. They pushed us to the brink of extinction. So I just want you to know that, if we do encounter Geth on Thurum, I'll fight with fire, right by your side, Chief. You have my word on that. Chief just gave her a quick Spartan stare from that statement. I appreciate your dedication, Talai. But I still prefer that you do some military training first, since you said you only had defense combat training. So for now, your place is right by the drive core. Talai paused, wanting to say something from the topic. But she knew Chief was still set on his mind on her skills. She then nodded at him at understanding his choice, even though she can do more. The Chief then turned and walked away. Talai watched him go, then went back to her post with a sigh as the door behind Chief closed. The neural network. Interesting. The more Geth there were in a given area, the more complex tasks they could do. That meant the more Geth there were in a given area, the more complex tactics they could employ. A single patrolling squad of Geth shouldn't be too hard to outwit, but a whole battalion would be another issue entirely. They'd be capable of flanking, drawing enemy fire, suppressing fire, hell, get a whole division, and it's like playing chess against a regional chess champion who has more pieces than you do. The Geth brought new meaning to the term strength in numbers. Chief actually saw the neural network in action on Eden Prime. The small squads of Geth were fairly simple, but the larger squads employed slightly more advanced tactics. It was subtle, but it was there. As Chief walked back into the elevator, a new thought crossed his mind. He had about 68 hours and 12 minutes left before the Normandy reached Thrum. Everything on the ship was as it should be, and required no further checking. The ship has no proper exercising facility. Not even a gun range. They were in the Adekan Traverse, so an attack by pirates was possible, but given the Normandy's stealth systems, not very likely. Now, what was he going to do? 15 minutes later. Chief was asking you about the sleeping pods. Ashley asked. Joe, Ashley, and Caden were having a small conversation about the Chief. Caden and Ashley were using the computers at their stations to talk, while Joe was just near Ashley's area of the garage. Yet, specifically, he wanted to know how long they can knock you out for and if they had one in his size. Kaiden said on the other end of the line. I told him the sleeper pod is just a bed that administers its own sleep aid. Wouldn't knock him out for much longer than 7 hours. He walked away after that. Joe sighed. I think he was looking for a way to speed up the trip. What do you mean? Kaiden asked. Back around when Chief was becoming a Spartan, Spartan 2s were either on a mission, or in cryo-sleep, waiting for a mission. Joe explained. The phrase downtime wasn't in their vocabulary. We've got a 3-day trip ahead of us, and all this waiting is probably pure torture for him. He's looking for a way to make the time go by quicker. You think? Ashley asked. 100% sure. Hey. You seem to know an awful lot about Spartan history, Joe. Minus you being a Spartan 4. Kaiden observed. Well, I may not be the same like Chief, but I know my history of what Spartans were and what they are now. Joe explained. Hey. Well, if Chief's looking for a way to kill time, maybe I can send him an invite to the next poker game in the garage. Kaiden said. Yeah, well, if you do, don't forget to send one to me and Joe. Ashley said. She was fond of the idea of playing poker with her childhood hero. Talk to you later, LT. She said before signing off. Joe went back to work helping Garrus with the Mako. He then sees Ashley, as she went back to work, cleaning the various weapons in the armory, taking an occasional glance at Rex and Garrus. Garrus was still tuning up the Mako, and Rex was just lounging around, not doing much of anything. Their presence unnerved her. He then noticed Fives and Echo coming out of the elevator, as the two were looking around the place. They then walked up to Ashley to discuss some things. It makes sense, they were in the same unit. It was then that Joe noted the Quarian coming out from engineering. The suited alien walked past Rex and up to Joe. The Spartan 4 raised his eyebrow at this. He didn't think any of the non-humans would want to talk to him. Besides Garrus, of course, the two have each other's back. Joe, right? She asked. Joe nodded. We've never been properly introduced. My name is Talai Zora Nar Raya, but you can just call me Talai. Joe smiled at her and held out his hand. Good to meet you, Talai. Are you acclimatizing well enough? Very well, actually. The chief engineer gave me a break. Talai replied as she cautiously shook the Spartan 4's hand. A month ago, I was patching a makeshift fuel line into a converted tug ship in the flotilla. Now, I'm one of the most advanced ships in Citadel space. I mean, I still can't get over that drive core. I'm starting to understand why you humans have been so successful. Yet, well, we've been at this whole space exploration thing for a few centuries now. Joe said with no small hint of pride. The Council thought banning slipspace would impede humanity's progress, but all they really did was give the species another challenge to overcome. Humans were pretty good at overcoming challenges. So, what can I do for you? He asked the Quarian. Talai then looked around, unsure as she fidgeted her hands. It's the chief. He doesn't trust me. Does he? Joe was a little taken aback by that question. I wouldn't know. He never mentions his opinions of anything that much. But I'm pretty sure he doesn't think you'd betray him or anything. He wouldn't have let you on board this ship if he did. I know. Talai said. That's not what I meant. I told him that I would fight by his side on Thurum, but he told me my place was at the side of the drive corps, amongst the other engineers, until I get the proper training. She shook her head. He doesn't think I can fight. Well, to be fair, we didn't see much of your combat. You threw a bomb at the enemy and took some cover. We mostly dealt with the Shadow Broker's men during that moment. Talai shook her head. I'm no soldier, but that doesn't mean I can't fight. When I took self-defense training before leaving the flotilla, the instructor said I was one of the best shots he had ever seen. Said I was a monster with a shotgun. If I ever join the Migrant Fleet Marines, I'd be a shoo-in for sergeant, and I know it. Hell, Admiral Han-Gerl Vasnima all but begged me to join the Marines when I got back. I'm not just an engineer. I can hold my own in a fight, and I want him to recognize that. Joe was a little surprised by how fiery Talai was. Seemed like she was eager to show the chief what she was really made of. He doesn't blame her, he wants to prove himself to the chief on being a great Spartan, just like him. Chief allowed him to join once he was made a Spectre, so Joe has to prove that he has what it takes to be just as great as him. He then felt sympathy for her and decided he could help her out on this mission. Maybe I can teach you a little bit. Talai's eyes seemed to shift. Joe guessed she was raising an eyebrow, but it was hard to tell with the visor on. How would that help? Talai asked. The reason the chief doesn't think you can fight is because you never received any proper military training. Maybe if I give you a crash course in how Alliance Marines fight, he'd think differently of you. Hell, maybe I can even teach you a few Spartan tactics. Spartan tactics? Talai asked. Yeah. You know, the tactics used by Spartans like me and Chief. Joe replied. Oh. She paused. This is going to sound stupid, but what's a Spartan? Originally, a few thousand Earth years ago, a warrior society that was made to defeat a rival city-state. The Spartans now, like me and the chief, human super soldier from a few decades ago. I believe the one chief, the Spartan 2 program, was in 2539. Joe explained. Talai was confused at this point. How old is the chief exactly? From what I know from the documentary a few years ago about the chief, I say he is now 28. His birthday should be in a few weeks. Joe explained. Well, at least she now knows a little more about the chief. But Talai was still confused on the years. It still doesn't make sense. What I know about human military, people can only join when that are 18. But what you have told me, it sounds like he was 8 years old when joining. That shouldn't be possible, right? Children can't join until they are at age. They don't. He paused a bit, giving a serious look at her. Let's just say, Chief was special for being chosen to become a soldier. Talai was still confused a bit. Who was the chief before being in that suit, and why did his history sound so dark? For now, all I can say is that the chief was frozen for a bit, and was woken out of cryo just a couple of weeks ago from his 7-year nap. Joe said. Talai just stood in silence, even more confused. I'll give you the whole story later. Joe said. Yes. Please do. Talai replied. So. You can really teach me how to fight like one of these Spartans? Talai asked. I've been studying Spartan tactics for years. Joe said. Trust me. When I'm done with you, the chief won't think of you as just another NG anymore. Suddenly, Fives, Echo, and Ashley walked up to the two, overhearing what the two were talking about. Mind teaching us some tactics as well? It can at least help us keep up with the chief. Fives asked. Joe thought about it, and can see this working. All right, I will help you guys as well. But note this, when I became a Spartan, I was grinned into nothing, then back up to become what I am now. So I will do similar work for all of you, I will break you and build you to match the thinking of what a Spartan is. Are you all up for it? They all nod at him for the hardship they will endure. Joe then smirks at this, knowing he has his work cut out with him. One day later. For the next several hours Master Chief, for lack of a better word, meditated. He sat in his chair with his door closed, going over all possible strategies that can be used against the Geth, over and over in his mind. He then headed down to Deck 3 and practiced assembling and disassembling weapons. He had to be as familiar as he could with them for the campaign that lied ahead. This cycle repeated for the rest of the trip. Check the ship's progress. Meditate. Practice assembling weapons. He'd eat when he needed to eat. He'd sleep when he needed to sleep. And he'd go to the bathroom when he needed to go to the bathroom. One time, Kaiden invited Chief to join a game of poker. The Spartan declined. He failed to see how it was relevant to the mission. Not long after his chat with Talai, Chief had Cortana follow up his suspicions regarding the possible security risk that the Krogan mercenary Urdnot Rex posed. Thankfully, the risk turned out to be minimal. According to the Codex, the Krogan rebellions, a war that was fought about 1,000 years ago, utterly devastated the Krogan to the point where their organized government was shattered, and that they still lack one today. So Rex was no spy for his people, but he might still be a spy for the Shadow Broker. Cortana doubted it. Rex was a hired gun, not a covert agent. If anything, the broker would have hired Rex to kill Chief, not spy on him. Spying was a task better suited to someone more subtle. It did little to ease the Spartan's nerves, though. He still planned on keeping a close eye on the Merc. About a day before arriving on the planet, Chief asked Cortana to look up information on Thurum in the Codex. According to her, Thurum was a dry, arid planet with a lot of volcanic activity. The crust was rich with various minerals and heavy metals ripe for mining. Cortana also said the elites have been studying the protein ruins on the planet, apparently having taken an interest in them. Probably why they enlisted the help of Dr. T. Sony. They knew she was a good archaeologist and that proteins were her specialty. Chief already had the mission all planned out. Dr. Lyra T. Sony had been labeled as a VIP, her safe retrieval was the main objective of the mission and was to be accomplished at all costs. There was no word of any Geth presence on Thurum, but Chief always assumed the worst. Saren wasn't stupid. He knew that Benazia's daughter could provide some insight on the conduit, so there would likely be Geth on the planet, assuming Saren hadn't taken her already. They would approach the planet with stealth systems active, and make a covert drop on the planet with the Mako. They'd slip in, grab Lyra, and slip out. The elites would likely be up in arms about losing her, but as a Spectre, Chief was above the law. It was within his power to take Lyra, and he would, whether the squidheads liked it or not. Chief thought a bit about squad composition. He'd take Kaiden, Fives, Echo and Ashley, no debate there. They proved themselves against the Geth on Eden Prime. Joe can help as well, but he will be careful with him since he has never been in a true fight in a battle since the Human Covenant War and the First Contact War. But if Fives and the others say he's fine, he's okay for now. Garrus and Rex, on the other hand, were a little more uncertain. Chief knew they were capable in a fight, but that was just a small firefight in a sleazy strip club. Thurum, assuming the very worst, would be a full-blown battleground. That will be the real test of their skills. Finally, Talai. He heard she started some military training with Joe. So if Joe says she's good enough to join before landing on the ship, she can join. Chief sighed. The plan was laid out. All he had to do now was wait until they actually get to Thurum. Chief hated waiting. Chapter 12, Mission Thurum. Author's note: the reason why I shortened the years for the Spartan program is because I don't want Chief to be too old to date Talai in my story. So rather than him being 49, he's 29 in a few chapters. So keep an eye out for Chief's birthday. Also, I'm assuming ONI would reveal more about the Chief when he was under for the few years, so don't get upset if you don't understand why private files of the Chief is brought up. Finally, in this chapter, an old ally will appear. Who could it be? Let's find out. 4. I do not own Halo and Mass Effect. 6 o'clock hours, February 27, 2683. SSV Normandy. Gnosis System, Artemis Tau Cluster. Master Chief's eyes snapped open. Time. 06:00. Cortana announced. How long until we reach Thurum? He pressed, knowing today would be the day. I'd say about 2 or 3 more hours. The AI reported. The Master Chief smiled. It was game time. In the garage. Joe was getting done with his training with the others about Spartan tactics. Knowing they are near to Thurum, this is the best he can do for Ashley, Fives, Echo, and especially Talai. Well done, cadets. You survived my training for the mission, and with this, you should be able to keep up with the chief for at least this mission. Joe said with a smirking tone. He then gave the sign for them that they were dismissed. They all nodded at him and went their separate ways. Feeling exhausted and wanting to relax a bit before arriving to the planet, Talai stayed behind to talk to the Spartan 4. So, am I ready? He nodded at her. You're all set. I'll talk to the chief when we enter the planet's surface. She was happy to hear that, with a sense of relief. She was grateful for his help and will try her best to prove to the chief that she can help. 1 hour later. After a quick breakfast, the Master Chief ordered Kaiden Alenko, Ashley Williams, Fives, Echo, Garas Vakarayan, Joe Todoroki, and Erdnot Rex to meet him in the garage on Deck 3. They still had a couple of hours before making landfall on Thurum, which left the chief with just enough time to prepare his team properly. When he arrived in the garage, Joe walked up to him to discuss an important matter. Chief, I think we should bring Talai with us. Joe replied. I gave her the military training she needed for the mission, and she is willing to continue on for future missions. Chief took a moment to think about this. All right. But she is your responsibility for the mission. Call her up here and we can get started on the procedure of the mission. Yes, sir. Joe then got Talai out of engineering, getting her on board on the details since she can join. The two then joined Chief and the others for the mission prep and equipment check. Another hour passed. The first thing they had to do was arrange the squad communications network, something the techies were able to help with. When the task was done, each squad mate noticed a new addition to their HUD, a series of dots and bars next to each member's name, indicating their status. Their hard suits were now linked, recognizing each other as friendlies. This is Master Chief. Can everyone hear me? Chief asked over the squad comm. The dots next to Ashley, Kaiden, Fives, Echo, Joe, Talai, Garas, and Rex's names all winked green before going back to being dark circles. The dots next to their names were usually used by the Spartans to indicate team status. Green meant everything was fine, orange meant uncertain, and red was usually bad news. The blue bar underneath their names indicated current shield strength, while the yellow bar underneath the blue bar indicated hard suit integrity. Finally, there were constantly waving lines underneath those bars, the biological vital signs of the team. After that, the chief gave them all a brief rundown on hand signals. Can do, stay cool, unknown ahead, all were signals chief used with Blue Team and occasionally UNSC Marines. Ashley, Joe, Fives, Echo, and Kaiden knew most of them already, no surprise there. Garas, Talai, and Rex were able to grasp them well enough, so that fear was alleviated. The Spartan 2's companions all put on their helmets. Garas gave Chief the can-do signal. All of these preparations were necessary. Chief couldn't help but notice that between 3 Marines, a biotic, a mercenary, a Spartan 4, an engineer, and an ex-cop, his team was a little too ragtag for his liking. If they were going to fight beside him, he needed them more organized. Now, they were as cohesive as they were going to get for the time being. They were ready. We've just entered the Gnosis system. Joker said over the intercom. T-45 minutes until landfall. The squad looked on as the Normandy servicemen scrambled to get the Mako. In the years since the Human Covenant War, the ODST Corps, considered by many to be second only to Spartans, had expanded. In the years since the Human Covenant War, the ODST Corps, considered by many to be second only to Spartans, had expanded. This eventually led to the development of ODAVs, orbital drop assault vehicles, like the M35 Mako. These vehicles were often launched in conjunction with ODST drops, and the Alliance military worked around the clock to develop more efficient ways of getting ever larger vehicles safely dropped onto any given battlefield from orbit. ODAVs were designed with incredibly powerful shield generators and powerful armor that made them all but immune to atmospheric burn and came equipped with booster rockets to lessen the force of impact. Their biggest strength, however, was utility. While they were often dropped from high orbit by carriers and cruisers, they could also be dropped from low orbit by frigates like the Normandy. The M35 Mako was one of, if not the, finest rapid deployment vehicle ever, capable of being dropped on any planet at any given time. There was only one real weakness, which the squad was learning about as they boarded the Mako once it was in position, a cramped interior. Not only did it limit the number of troops it could carry, it was also very uncomfortable. It turned out to be very uncomfortable indeed for Gurus Vakarayan, as he sat across from Ernot Rex, who did nothing but leer at him through those glowing orange eye holes in his helmet. Also with Fives, Echo, Joe, and Talai across from each other. Master Chief was piloting, Kaiden co-piloting, Echo on navigation, and Ashley and Fives would be operating the guns, which left Gurus all alone with the Krogan, Spartan 4, and Quarian. Trying his best not to remember all those horror stories about Krogan beating up Turians for fun, Gurus focused his thoughts on the mission. Preparing to drop in. 3, 2, 1. Joker said. With that, the doors of the cargo bay yawned open, the wind howling around the Mako's hull. Chief slammed on the gas pedal and the Mako flung itself forward and fell to Thuram's surface with all the elegance and grace of a flying brick. About halfway down, Kaiden engaged the booster rockets to lessen the impact when the Mako hit the ground. When it did, it was little worse than a particularly large bump in a road for the crew. Alenko. Status. Chief said. Engines fine. Navigational radar and motion trackers are online and functioning. Kaiden reported. Weapons are hot and ready. Ashley reported. Normandy to ground team. You read me, Chief? Joker's voice came. I read. Chief replied. Just thought I should let you know that we're picking up some strange readings from up here. Joker reported. Really strange. Like, off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone. Can you confirm it's our target? Chief asked. Negative. Can't confirm anything. You'll just have to head there and find out. Joker reported. We just sent the info down to the Mako's navigation systems. It should be on your map. Echo checked the map and the highlighted area appeared. It's 3 clicks northwest of us. Looks like we'll have to navigate the canyons to get there, though. Chief nodded. All right. Let's go. He said as he slammed his foot on the pedal and the Mako blazed forward, much to the surprise of his squad. 12? Joker wasn't kidding. Cortana checked the readings. This planet has a high amount of volcanic activity, as evidenced by the lake of lava that the Mako was currently circling around. The ground and the rocks were a brilliant shade of golden brown and looked like they were polished to a shine, likely a result from the constant heat. Chief wasn't worried though. The Mako's armor was designed to withstand heat and the interior was environmentally sealed. They were safe, for now at least. For now, however, didn't last that long. The Mako quickly found itself enveloped in a large shadow. Contacts. 12 o'clock high. Fives shouted before blasting the target with the Mako's mass accelerator cannon, followed by a shower from the machine gun by Ashley. Chief's eyes darted to a screen which fed the images from the cannon's camera, allowing him to see what Ash was seeing. He and Cortana did some additional research on the Geth the previous night, and what they now saw was unmistakable. It was a Geth dropship. The dropship dropped 2 objects in the Mako's path before resuming its course. Chief looked ahead to see them. The shapes uncurled themselves, looking like giant, quadrupedal creatures of some sort. Their flashlight heads marked them as Geth. Ashley and Fives turned their guns towards the armatures, showering them with bullets and cannon fire. Kaiden couldn't help but notice the fact that Chief wasn't slowing down in the least. Chief. We're going to ram right into them. Yes. The Spartan replied. Kaiden instantly saw what Chief's intent was. Brace yourselves. The biotic cried over the squad comm. Gurus, Joe, Talai, Echo, and Rex held onto their seats while Ashley and Fives just kept on firing. Time slowed for Kaiden. He recalled seeing an extranet video of a ground car running over a moose. That was the only thing Kaiden could think to compare this to as the Mako caught one of the armatures right in the legs. The Geth walker crumbled across the top of the Mako, obscuring Ashley's and Fives' vision. They wiggled the turret and cannon around, hoping the barrel would get the walker off. Their efforts were eventually rewarded as both barrels pushed the armature to the side, the walker falling off and tumbling right into a lake of lava. They turned towards the other armature and fired the accelerator cannon at it, scoring a direct hit. The two never knew if it turned out to be a kill shot though, as the Mako sped around the corner of a boulder out of sight. Chief, shouldn't we head back and confirm the kill of that other walker? Talai asked over her squad comm. We have a VIP to secure, Talai. Chief replied. Now that we know that Geth is on the planet, we need to get to her position, ASAP. Chief, I'm picking up some radio chatter. Echo interrupted. I really wish they'd stop doing that. Cortana said with a sigh. Matches a sort of Sangheili encryptions. It's coming from some kind of refinery ahead. Echo reported. Why would elites be on this planet? Shouldn't they be on Sangheili, protecting their planet? Ashley asked. Rex shrugged at this. Who knows, maybe we can ask when we see them. They're probably having some trouble with the Geth. Garrus said. They might know where we can find Dr. T. Sony. Roger that. Chief said as the Mako continued to speed forward. He hoped that Garrus was right and that the elites did indeed know where Dr. T. Sony could be found. He also hoped that they wouldn't be too late. It was then that the M35 Mako turned around the corner and opened fire on the remaining Geth forces. Chief then sees some elites, Ungoi, Kigyar, even Galekolo were fighting the Geth, as he rams into some for support. Geth parts flew into the air as the machines found themselves caught between the Mako's cannons and the Sangheila's plasma. When the smoke cleared, and the killing ground was littered with fresh bodies, the sword of Sangheila simply stood there, their plasma rifles pointed at the Mako. Inside, the Master Chief was fighting the urge to ram the gate full stop. Are you friend? One of them called. Or shall your blood be spilled as well? Nice to see they appreciated the help. Cortana quipped. This is Spartan 117, Master Chief Petty Officer. Chief said after activating the Mako's outer speakers. I'm with Citadel Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. I need to speak with your superior officer on official council business. There. Now if they start shooting at him, he can plead to self-defense. One of the Sangheila pressed an elongated finger to the side of his helmet, while the rest lowered their weapons. The Sangheila nodded and looked back at the Mako. Leader Thelvadam would like to have words with you, Spartan. The controls to this gate are broken, so you must circle around, through that canyon there. He called, pointing towards a passage off to the side. Chief turned the Mako in that direction and headed through. Thel. That's the Arbiter's name. Would he be seeing him again? As Chief pulled in the compound, he noticed the defenses in the passage were considerably lighter than those of the main gate, composed of only one old-fashioned deployable lookout tower on the right side of the passage and a shield wall. The shield wall would block any incoming fire, but wouldn't stop enemy infantry from just marching on through it. Provided of course the enemy infantry could get close enough, likely what the plasma turrets on the tower and either side of the wall on the ground were for. The Sangheili, Kigyar, Ungoi, Galekolo defenders watched the large vehicle warily as it drove past them. The Arbiter is here? Well, guess we have one familiar face to see again. Cortana replied. Hopefully. Chief said, not knowing how much has changed since his 7 years in space. The Mako eventually drove right into and stopped in the middle of a rather grim scene. Joe was right, it used to be an old refinery, but the Sangheila had since repurposed it into a small fortress. There was the main barricade on the wall, which they had just seen, and across from that was another barricade like it. That one elite called these gates, implying they could allow people in and out if they were fully functional. There were a few bulbous structures of some description, likely the Sangheili Empire's equivalent of the colonial prefab shacks used by the Alliance. Ungoi were running back and forth across the yard, repairing various broken pieces of equipment. The part that invoked pity for them though, were all the wounded that congregated in one corner. Not just Sangheili and Ungoi soldiers, but civilians too. Asari and Solarians mostly, with the occasional human or two. As he exited the Mako, Chief caught a glimpse of a young human girl, who looked no older than 20, doing her best to treat a Sangheila warrior's wounds. It was immediately obvious she was no combat medic, but she managed to hold in the contents of her stomach long enough to stem the elite's bleeding, something for which he expressed great gratitude for. Yet another reminder that this was no longer the Spartan II's past war. As the squad piled out of the Mako, Master Chief noticed that all the Sangheila were wearing black and red armor, Galekolo had red armor than the normal blue luster color, and all the Ungoi were wearing an unusual mix of grey, red, and purple armor. No doubt about it, they were all part of the S.O.S, Sword of Sangheili. Which raised the question of what they were doing here. This seemed like a job that would fall under regular colonial defense jurisdiction. Then again, he didn't know that much about Covenant rank structure. One familiar Sangheila dressed in gold armor stepped out of one of the bulbous structures and walked towards the Spartan. He stopped and stared at him. It was his old ally at the end of the Human Covenant War. It was his old ally at the end of the Human Covenant War. Arbiter. Chief giving his normal stared. Spartan. The Sanghaila then walks up to him closer. He then holds out his hand. Good to see you again, old friend. Congratulations on making Spectre. Chief then stares at his hand for a second, then returns the handshake. Guess they are still on good terms. Likewise, Arbiter. Thank you. The two then stop the handshake, as Chief looks around the area of what is happening. What's the situation here? Come. Thel said as he guided the Spartan and his companions to another structure, this one by the other gate. Roughly 18 hours ago, they came. Keth. They swarmed over the science camp like Yanmi, killing dozens of innocents and fellow warriors. We fell back here, and have been repelling assault after assault since then. Science camp? Kaiden asked. We were tasked by the council to safeguard a group of scientists who came here to study the nearby protein ruins. Thel elaborated. You guys are the Sword of Sanghaili, right? Fives asked as the group entered the structure. It was dimly lit by the various soft blue lights of the screens that showed everything from the status of troops to equipment. Don't you guys have anything better to do than babysit a bunch of archaeologists? This part of the Artemis Tau cluster has a regrettably high amount of brute activity. The elite replied. The council was fearful that should the brutes attack this planet, and they have done so before, the science team would be slaughtered. Me and my people agreed to help the cost in order to remain on good terms with the council. The council must consider protein research pretty important to assign S.O.S to guard a protein science team. Garis assumed. Indeed they do. Thel said. The proteins are similar to the Forerunners, and yet, so different. The proteins have captivated the more inquiring minds of our race since their discovery. Many of those minds are on the High Council, it would seem. He then checks if there is any COMM status yet. Nothing was working yet though. Blast. Still nothing on the communication tower. Trying to get communications back up? Chief asked. Indeed. Specifically to arrange pickup for what's left of the science team. We warriors can hold out against these autonomous abominations for many nights. The same cannot be said for the innocents, though. Their safety is my greatest concern. We have a ship in orbit. Joe said. We could arrange the pickup you guys need. Can you? Thel asked as he turned to the Spartan 2. Yes. Chief replied. Civilian safety is a high priority. He then flipped off his speaker. Cortana. Link me to Normandy. Roger that. The AI said. You're linked up and on the air. Joker, this is Master Chief, do you read? Loud and clear. Lock onto our current positions and arrange a pickup there. We've got non-combatants in need of evac. Chief ordered. Roger that. On our way. Joker replied before clicking off. Chief turned his helmet's speakers back on. You can go tell the civvies that help's on its way. Thank you, Spartan. Thel said as he bowed his head in gratitude. However, I sense that our rescue was not the official council business of which you spoke. No offense, but no. Chief replied matter-of-factly. I'm looking for a protein researcher. An Asari by the name of Dr. Lyra T. Soni. I assume she was part of the science team. More than that. She was the one who led it. Where is she now? She is not here. Thel threw in. When the Geth hit, many among the science team sought refuge in the mines. One of them was Dr. T. Soni. We have not seen her since. Lyra T. Soni was a VIP. If there was even a small chance of her still being alive, Chief had to take it. Where's the science camp? It's further north. I can accompany you to the destination, since there are likely many Geth in our way. The Arbiter applied. Chief nodded as Thel turned to an Unggoy. Open the northern gate. The Unggoy gave the elite a quick salute before setting about the task. A portion of the northern barricade slowly opened up, creating a space just big enough for the Mako to slip through. The Arbiter then headed to a Sanghaila Ghost to take point on leading the Chief and his team to the destination. And with that, the Mako left the refinery behind with the promise that the Normandy would soon arrive to evacuate any and all survivors. The Arbiter's words rang true, as the road was cluttered with Geth infantry and walkers. Thankfully, this wasn't much of a problem to Chief, who decided to apply the golden rule of warthog driving to the Mako, don't break for nobody. THI didn't sit too well with the squad, though. Granted, it wasn't so bad when they ran over a trooper, as they were smashed into the ground fairly easily. Running headfirst into a Geth Colossus on the other hand? A somewhat dicier proposition. It didn't help that Chief kept his foot fully pushed against the pedal at all times, making sharp but calculated turns, narrowly missing falling into a lake of lava. Everyone was afraid that if the Geth didn't kill them, Master Chief's driving would. The Mako sped onward with the Arbiter on his ghost, leaving a trail of destroyed Geth forces in both its wake. 10 minutes later, as they got to the junction to the dig site, a Geth juggernaut was blocking the way. Luckily, the Mako easily took care of it. The group then got together and went on foot. Come. The science camp is just up this way. The Arbiter replied as he began walking up the ramp to the dig site. And so, the squad with the Arbiter in tow ascended the ramp. They eventually came upon the science camp. There were the expected tents and stands containing various scanning equipment, but it was all scattered across the campgrounds in a mess, likely from the initial Geth attack. The squad also noticed the pipes overhead and the storage tanks to the left, showing that the camp was actually a repurposed mining facility. Chief read in the official Thurum logs that the Protein ruins were discovered by Ungoi miners while they were digging, and Lyra Sony was called in not long afterwards. He then remembered what Joker and Cortana said earlier, about picking up strange readings coming from an underground facility. The Spartan 2's combat instincts were now on high alert. Chief pointed to Ashley, Echo, Fives, and Garrus, and then back to himself. With their assault rifles out, the 5 of them crept forward, the rest of the squad staying behind to cover them. It was then that they heard what sounded like a thump. They turned their rifles up to see the oddest thing. It had the flashlight head of a Geth, but that was all it had in common with most other Geth. It crawled along the underside of the pipe like an insect. Garrus was the first to react. He pulled the trigger and fired a burst at it, but leapt off the pipe to behind a large boulder before the Turian could do any real damage. However, it turned out the new Geth was the least of their concerns. They soon heard the sound of engines roaring overhead and saw a Geth dropship. It hovered over the camp and dropped some Geth troopers on it. They hit the ground like meteorites and then unfolded. They were followed by a very large object that hit the ground as well. The dropship then flew away to leave the half-dozen interlopers to their fate. The large object unfolded and stood upright, revealing itself to be a fully armed, fully battle-ready Geth armature. Oh! Crap baskets! Joe swore out loud. Chapter 13, Dr. T. Sony. 8:48 hours, February 27, 2560. Science Camp. Surface of Thurum. Gnosis System, Artemis Tau Cluster. Son of a bitch! Joe yelled at the top of his lungs as his meager cover endured yet another pulse blast from the armature. He, along with Ashley, Talai, Rex, and Garrus, were hiding behind a crate. The 5 of them would pop out of cover and unleash hot mass accelerator rounds on the armature in between pulse shots, but nothing they did seemed to do so much as damage it. Then again, damaging it wasn't really their job. Their job was to draw its fire while Chief, Fives, Echo, and Kaiden did the real work. The plan was that Kaiden and Echo would use their tech skills to disable the armature's shields, and then Chief, Arbiter, and Fives would open fire until the armature's shields recharged. Kaiden would then disable them again. Lather, rinse, repeat. However, the addition of Geth infantry, the hoppers in particular, were complicating things. The troopers were fairly simple to deal with under normal circumstances. They were your standard rank and file infantry. They saw an enemy, they shot it. Nothing fancy about them. The hopper, however, was unlike anything the squad had ever encountered before. It wreaked havoc on the team's tech by constantly firing off EMP blasts that shorted out weapons and shields. The laser it shoots from its eye certainly doesn't help matters. Worst of all, it was jamming their motion trackers. The Chief had to deal with radar jammers multiple times throughout the Human Covenant War, but it was just a little metal ball that could easily be smashed. This time, the radar jammer was an annoying little pest that hopped in every which way around the squad, making itself very hard to hit. This, to say the least, annoyed the Chief greatly. The hopper continued to leap from one end of the battlefield to the other, mocking the organics and their pitiful attempts to hit it. It landed on top of the crate that Chief, Fives, Echo, Arbiter, and Kaiden were using as cover, with the intention of shooting them with a quick laser before hopping to another spot. It peeked its head over the edge and took a pot shot at the Spartan 2. His shields were already down, but his armor was thick and did an admirable job of repelling such blasts, much like it did with plasma in the Great War. The hopper leapt away. Or rather, it tried to. Thanks to superconducting fabrication of his neural dendrites, Master Chief's reflexes were roughly 300% quicker than that of most humans. The Hopper was apparently unaware of this. In fact, as the Spartan 2's hand grabbed the Hopper's ankle in mid-leap, its logic processors and internal organic capability database were all scrambling to determine how and why this human's reflexes were approximately 294.42% faster than most humans. It was the Geth equivalent of yelping out, "How in God's name did you do that?" Chief looked on as the Hopper's limbs were frantically grabbing at the soil, trying to gain traction in an attempt to get away. Not likely. The Spartan 2's hand was essentially a bear trap around the Hopper's ankle, and appropriately enough, it looked just like an animal trying to get out of it. Kaiden didn't need orders from the Spartan to pour some shots into the Geth Hopper's torso. With the Hopper dead, the squad breathed a sigh of relief once their motion trackers cleared up. Meanwhile, Joe had separated from Ashley, Talai, Rex, and Gurus and was crouching low behind a small crate. His neck craned over the edge of the crate ever so slowly. While the Hopper had been dealt with, the armature was still the biggest problem right now. It was firing on the positions of the other two groups and seemed oblivious to what the Spartan 4 was planning. Good. He took out a plasma grenade and held it in his hands, one of his thumbs caressing the activation rune, waiting for the right moment. The armature continued to fire pulse blast after pulse blast at the rest of the squad. Joe grinned under his helmet. It didn't even know the Spartan 4 was right next to it. He leapt up onto the crate, used his armor boost, and primed the grenade. "You are terminated," he yelled as he threw the grenade. It sailed through the air like a beautiful blue comet and adhered itself right to the armature's head. With a crack and a boom, the armature's entire head exploded in a shower of plasma, sparks and roasted circuitry. Not only was it now blind, but the pulse cannon on its head was heavily damaged as well, rendering it useless. Joe rushed in, aiming to finish off the armature himself. He took out his shotgun, taking out any Geth trooper that got in his way. As the armature staggered about like a drunk, the Spartan 4 took out his frag grenade. He ran underneath the armature and then took out his Cytol and fired a quick few shots into the belly of the mechanical monstrosity. When the shots start making good damage, they created a nice little hole that exposed the Geth walker's inner workings. He primed the grenade and tossed it up into the armature's insides, and then he made a mad boost dash back to the crate he was hiding behind a moment ago. The belly of the armature blew out, angry plasma and fire bursting out of its belly like an alien life form from one of those archaic human films. The armature then slumped into a heap, lifeless and no longer capable of threatening the organics. Joe then grabbed a Geth pulse rifle and made a short mid-air boost. He easily took out the remaining Geth troopers, which fell quickly to his weapon he picked up. After the last Geth fell, he dropped the gun to the ground since it was low on ammo and the threat was over. "Not bad," Gurus commented as the rest of the squad came out of cover to survey the damage. He and Joe crossed their arms together, showing respect and amazed sight at Joe's work. After a few minutes of examination, the chief gave a hand gesture for everyone to follow him. He then led his squad into the mines, ready to find the archaeologists before more enemy forces arrived. "Interesting," Cortana commented as Chief took out his pistol for any incoming Geth troops. "These ruins have been here for so long that the cave has actually formed around them." Indeed, Cortana was correct. Thurum's signature shiny brown rock seemed to melt and form around the protein ruins. However, much of the rock showed evidence of being oh so delicately chipped at, likely with a laser chisel. That, combined with the complex series of catwalks and elevators, showed that while this excavation was massive in scale, the digging itself was done gently, most likely out of the fear that anything more powerful than a small chisel laser would have severely damaged a priceless ancient artifact. "Hello," came a distinctively female voice off in the distance. "Can anyone hear me? That might be our doctor." Talai comment. Chief ran to the end of the catwalk, which ended at the face of what looked like a protein skyscraper, or at least that's what it reminded the chief of with its series of windows leading to bathroom tile rooms going up and down. Chief turned and saw a grav lift elevator, a reminder that it was the Sanghaila who funded this excavation. The rest of the squad managed to catch up with the chief, something that he noted that they were getting somewhat better at. They all boarded the elevator and Arbiter hit the switch, which took them down. They soon hit the second to last level, the floor of the cave itself being just below them. They all walked up to a rather odd sight. Before them was a force field. Nothing strange about that, but it was the floating Asari in what looked like a bubble that caught their attention. Nothing strange about that, but it was the floating Asari in what looked like a bubble that caught their attention. "Can you hear me out there?" she cried out. "I'm trapped." I need help. Lyra-T Sony. The Spartan 2 asked, making sure it was their scientist. Yes. Thank the goddess you're here. I did not think anyone would come looking for me. The scientist answered. Listen, this thing I'm in is a protein security device. I cannot move, so I need you to get me out of it, alright. How'd you get in there to begin with? Ashley asked. When the Geth attacked, I hid in here. Can you believe that? Geth beyond the veil. Yeah. We can believe that. Echo replied. Anyway, I activated this barrier curtain, knowing it would protect me. But when I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I'm trapped in here. You must get me out, please. Lyra asked desperately. Relax. Chief said in his best assuring tone. You're the expert on protein technology here. Do you know how I can deactivate this device? Last thing any military operation needs is a panic civilian, especially if the panic civilian in question is also the VIP. There is a control in here that should deactivate this thing. The Asari instructed. You'll have to find some way past the barrier curtain. That's the tricky part. The defenses cannot be shut off from the outside. I don't know how you'll get in here. And be careful. There is a Krogan with the Geth. They've been trying different ways to get past the barrier. Thel then walked up a bit. Did anyone else from the science team make it? The Asari scientist paused, then looked down out of dejection. I'm not sure. Though it seems unlikely. As far as I know. I'm the only survivor. The Arbiter paused, then hung his own head low in dejection. Chief then took notice of something. It was the all too distinct sound of feet marching in chorus. And by now, the Spartan 2 had learned to recognize that particular footsteps. He looked over the side of the catwalk and saw at least a few dozen Geth, including a couple of juggernauts, marching across the cave floor towards their position. Cover me! Chief yelled as he leapt and dash-boosted off the catwalk and dived right into the sea of synthetic abominations. The Spartan 2 tossed a grenade at a squad of Geth troopers as he charged at them. By the time the grenade detonated, he was already upon them. The ones that weren't dead were now without their shields. He struck one with the butt of his rifle and then poured bullets into another Geth's chest. He turned to another Geth and fired a burst right into its flashlight head. Not a lethal shot for a Geth, but since the machine is rendered effectively blind, it might as well be. Noticing his shields were draining from the incoming fire of the other Geth squads, Chief took off again like a cheetah and leapt into cover behind a small boulder. As he waited for his shields to recharge and his assault rifle to cool, he took out his pistol and did some blind fire with it, sticking only his gun arm out of cover. He had already committed the Geth's current position to memory and had a reasonably good idea of where to point his gun. Though he wouldn't be able to target specific troopers, he was fairly confident that he was hitting something he was supposed to. He looked up and saw the rest of his squad firing down on the Geth's position, their assault rifles blazing. While all that covering fire helped to whittle down their shields, the Geth were more or less ignoring them, focusing their attention on their greatest threat at that moment, the Spartan 2 that just killed a half-dozen of their troopers in under 6 seconds. It was then that the chief heard a distinct stomping noise. He turned and saw that a Geth juggernaut had successfully flanked him from the side, and was now closing in on the Spartan's position as it raised its weapon. Not for the first time in the middle of a firefight, Master Chief came up with a tactic that was unorthodox by Spartan standards, which meant it was downright suicidal by most soldiers' standards. He took off running headlong toward the juggernaut, instinctively keeping his head down as the Geth troopers fired at him. When he finally came face to flashlight with the juggernaut, seconds before the mechanical monstrosity was about to pull the trigger, Chief pressed the muzzle of his assault rifle against the juggernaut's torso and pulled the trigger. The barrel of the gun was too close for kinetic barriers to be effective, and the juggernaut went limp after a couple of seconds of having its internal hard drive riddled with bullets. It fell forward. Right into the chief's hands. He had a firm grip on the android's body, one hand gripped the collar of the thick metal casing that protected the torso, while the other hand gripped the Geth's leg. He held the body horizontally and held it in front of the rest of the Geth troopers. He was using it as a shield. Unfortunately, when Chief came up with this crazy plan, he underestimated the juggernaut's weight. A Spartan 2's strength can be ridiculously powerful, but only for short periods of time. Already Chief could feel beads of sweat form on his forehead and his arms aching from holding the dead robot up. He had to press this advantage now while he could. While still holding the huge robot horizontally, he entered into a light jog forward. His vision blocked, he was being guided solely by his motion detector now, and it did indeed show him heading towards multiple red dots. He jogged ever faster and eventually went into a full-on run. With a crash, Chief used the Juggernaut's limp body as a battering ram, slamming a half-dozen more Geth against the wall, shattering their chassis so that they too went limp along with their oversized brother. Chief dropped the body and flung another grenade into the crowd of machines and then took off running, drawing out and firing his assault rifle as he ran circles around them like a taunting child on a playground. He leapt behind a boulder, but only long enough for his shields to recharge. By now, Chief knew the best way to fight Geth. They're machines, and like any other machines, they like to do things in a routine and orderly fashion. Chief was the monkey wrench in the Geth's works. His mind can come up with tactics that a Geth's mind couldn't even fathom. He had to take advantage of that. He leapt out from the boulder once his shields had recharged and flung yet another grenade into the crowd. He ran in rifle blazing as the grenade detonated, knowing that the Geth wouldn't suspect such a suicidal tactic from an organic. He did the old charge and barge on one Geth. He turned towards another and fired one last quick burst from his assault rifle into the Geth's chest, point blank. It didn't kill the robot, but it did make a hole in its torso big enough for the Chief to squeeze his fingers through. Using the hole as a pseudo-hand, Chief swung the helpless Geth around like a club, knocking its brethren off their feet. Chief straightened his fingers, allowing the Geth to fly free of the Spartan II's grip in one last great swing, right into 3 other Geth. Chief put his rifle back on his back and whipped out his pistol again. The rest of the fight was a blur. Chief fired his pistol. He smashed the heads of Geth to pieces with the butt of it. He grabbed a Geth and used it as a metal shield while his kinetic barriers recharged before resuming the fight. It was as though Leonidas himself was reincarnated and then he traded in sword with a future pistol. By the time the last Geth fell, Chief found himself surrounded by dead machines. He looked up to the rest of his squad. They still held their rifles ready, but the looks on their faces were plain to see, while the Arbiter was normal since he saw how the Spartan II was during the Battle of the Ark. Chief looked at his squad some more. The only people who did anything was Rex and Arbiter, who leapt down from the balcony and casually walked past the Spartan II. "We'll go see if we can find a way around that barrier," Rex said. Chief watched the Krogan look around the various rocks as he looked back up to the rest of the squad who continued to stand there. "Rex and Thel could use some help down here," Chief said. "Now." They all but scrambled off the catwalk at the uttering of "now." Chief sighed and shook his head. They then found a mining laser to help get through the laser. Ascaris fired the weapon for a few seconds, cashing a big hole, under where the Asari doctor was it. What was uncovered was a room, virtually identical to the room that Lyra was currently suspended in. The Spartan II led his misfit squad inside. At the back of the room was a large, circular platform with a console in the middle of it. He approached it as the rest of the squad spread out around the perimeter of the platform. "Looks like an elevator," Cortana commented. "See if it goes up." Chief pressed a holographic button that vaguely resembled an arrow pointing upwards. Sure enough, the platform lurched as it ascended 2 levels before stopping on Lyra's floor. There, right by the energy bubble the poor Asari scientist was trapped in, was another console. That was the console that would set the VIP free. Or at least, the Chief hoped so. How did you get in here?" Lyra asked as she tried to turn her head to the Spartan, but could only show him the side of her head. "I didn't think there was any way past the barrier." "No time to explain, we need to get you out of here," Chief answered matter-of-factly as he approached the console. "Yes. Of course. Please, get me out of here before more Geth arrive," Lyra urged. Chief sighed. The Asari's panicky demeanor was starting to get on the Spartan's nerves. The console's green holographic screen lit up to show all the options. Chief turned off his speakers. "Little help here, Cortana?" he asked, unable to make sense of the screen. Cortana sighed before highlighting all the buttons Chief was supposed to push in Chief's HUD. She's done this several times before whenever they encountered Forerunner ruins and hijacked the occasional Covenant ship. As Chief started pressing buttons, Ashley's voice came crackling over a private comm, unheard by the other squad members. "Are you sure we can trust her, Chief?" she whispered, as though the secure connection didn't convince her of their privacy. "This is Benazia's daughter we're talking about. She might be Saren's accomplice, like her mother is. I don't think Saren would send an entire army of Geth to attack an elite colony just to say hello to one of his accomplices, Williams," Chief replied. "We have our orders." Lyra T. Sony is to be protected at all costs. Are we clear on that? Yes sir. Ashley replied, having been reminded of her place in the chain of command. At long last, the chief pressed the last button and the bubble disappeared. Lyra dropped to the ground on her hands and knees. Chief turned around to watch her get up and dust off her arms. Now that Chief could get a better look at her, he saw that Lyra had a very young-looking face with thin eyebrows, calm blue skin, and dark blue freckles on her face. Most likely, she was an adolescent among her kind. That, combined with her supposed expertise on proteins, would imply that she's something of a child prodigy. She turned and looked at the chief. "Thank you," she said. Chief nodded at her. "So how do we get out of here?" Tailai asked. "There is an elevator back in the center of the tower," Lyra explained. She paused. "At least, I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on." With that, she briskly walked over to the elevator, obviously eager to get out of these ruins. The squad got back onto the platform, now with their VIP in tow. The mission was now 2/3 done. They went in. They grabbed the VIP. And now they have to get out. Unfortunately, it's always the third part of a rescue mission that's the hardest. As the elevator slowly ascended, Lyra shook her head and held a palm against her forehead. "I still cannot believe this. Why would the Geth attack the room?" None of the chief's internal lie detectors were going off. Either Lyra really is just an unwitting pawn in Saren's and Benezia's game of chess, or she's a damn good liar. So far, she doesn't even seem to know that her mother is currently an accomplice to a rogue spectre. Chief decided not to mention that until later. Need to know basis and all that. Although, there was one question that he probably should ask while he waits for the elevator to take them back to the surface. "Doctor, I need to know. Have you ever heard of something called the conduit in your research of the proteins?" The Spartan 2 asked. "The conduit?" the Asari asked. "I don't know." Her sentence was cut off by a massive rumbling. The whole room shook for a second. "What the hell was that?" Fives yelped. "These ruins are not stable," Lyra explained. "That mining laser must have triggered a volcanic eruption." "Wait, volcanic eruption?" Gurus asked. "You mean, we've been in a volcano this entire time?" "Yes. We have to hurry. The whole place is caving in," Lyra said. Without even needing to be asked, Cortana already linked Chief to the Normandy. "Joker. This is Spartan 117. You read." "Loud and clear, Chief." Joker replied. "We just picked up the civvies and the Sword of Sanghaila personnel." "Good. Now lock on to our coordinates. We need evac. ASAP." Chief ordered. Aye Chief." "Secure and away. EDA 2 minutes. It's gonna be tight." Gurus commented in a worried tone. "Everyone, relax," Chief said, hoping to calm his anxious squad. "The elevator's going up and we'll be out of here soon. There won't be any more complications from here on." No sooner did the words leave the Spartan's mouth did the elevator stop on the top floor. The squad was greeted by a squad of 4 Geth shock troopers, and a black-crested Krogan standing in the middle with 2 troopers flanking each side. The Geth pointed their guns at the group while the Krogan smiled triumphantly. Needless to say, this was a complication. "Surrender," the Krogan ordered. "Or don't. That would be more fun. You and your big mouth." Cortana scolded her Spartan. "Thanks for getting rid of those energy phi." The Krogan never got to finish his sentence as the Spartan 2 charged him head-on with a ground-pound punch from his armor boosters. The Geth immediately reacted and began firing on the chief. However, this left them vulnerable to the rest of the squad. "Focus fire!" Joe yelled. Within seconds, the 2 squads of organics and synthetics were locked in a firefight on the platform. Meanwhile, the chief and the Krogan had begun a death match of their own. The chief had tackled the reptilian alien onto a catwalk on a lower level and now the two were locked in a heated close-quarters combat duel. After he got up, the Krogan pushed the Spartan away with a biotic push. This caught the chief off guard. He wasn't expecting this Krogan to be a biotic, nor had he gone up against biotics in a fight yet. He was quick to recover though, and began firing at the Krogan with his assault rifle in a prone position. The alien activated a biotic barrier and stalked towards the Spartan 2 with a bloodthirsty grin on his face, giving the bullets bouncing harmlessly off his barrier little to no heed. At once, the Spartan IIS mind kicked into an analytical overdrive. Krogan soldiers enjoy two advantages few other species in the galaxy have, endurance and strength, and they use both to deadly effect in combat. An injury that would be fatal for a human would be merely a setback for a Krogan. Their raw physical strength is easily on par with that of a Spartan too. And of course, their reputation for being ruthless savages is rivaled only by the similar reputation of the brutes. Krogan were among the finest warrior species in the galaxy and they knew it. And just like that, the chief realized the one weakness of all Krogan. Overconfidence. This Krogan probably isn't used to opponents that can effectively fight back. He's not used to fighting Spartans. Chief continued to hold down the trigger on full auto. The Krogan stamped forward, knowing his victory was assured. The rifle overheated and could give no more. Chief looked down at his rifle and then backed up at the Krogan, trying to look as helpless as possible to allow the Krogan to think that he still had the edge. The Krogan smiled at him for a second and took a swing at the Spartan's head with a balled-up fist. Chief caught the fist with one hand and as he rose to his feet, dealt a crushing uppercut with the other hand right to the alien's chin. Chief identified that the forehead was too thick for a blow there to be much effect, but a blow to that fat throat might do the trick. Chief released the Krogan's fist and then hit the Krogan's throat with the same hand. He then noticed the Krogan's arm glowing blue. He was getting ready for a biotic counterattack. Chief didn't remember much about what Cortana told him about biotics. He was fuzzy on the details, but he did recall that it had something to do with the nervous system. He then deduced that a few critical blows to the Krogan's nervous system might be enough to forestall a biotic strike. He then hit the Krogan's arm and torso with 4 tactically placed punches, all intended to target key nerve centers and disable his arm. Unfortunately, the Krogan seemed unfazed by this as, with a snarl, he struck out at the Spartan with a biotic push, sending him flying towards the wall at the end of the catwalk. It was at that moment that Chief realized that when Cortana told him about Krogan tactics, she mentioned that Krogan had redundant nervous systems, so targeted nerve strikes wouldn't be very effective on them. No doubt that Cortana will give Chief grief over this and lecture him on the importance of doing one's homework once they were all back on the Normandy. Chief was slammed against the wall and, much to his alarm, found that he was unable to move. He realized that he was trapped in a biotic stasis, an attack that rendered the target immobile by freezing them in a mass effect field. The Krogan spit some orange blood out of his mouth and cracked his neck a bit before walking up to the Spartan too. "Been a while since I was hit that hard," the Krogan said in a congratulatory tone. He then pointed his shotgun right at the chief's head. "It was a good fight. Shame it had to end so quickly." A biotic warp then hit the Krogan, making him snarl in pain and stumble towards the edge of the catwalk, almost making him stumble over the edge. At first, Chief thought it was Kaiden or maybe even Rex coming to the Spartan 2's rescue. He shifted his eyes around to find them. What he did find took him by surprise. There, on a separate catwalk about 5 yards away, stood Lyra T'Soni, her hands still glowing after her biotic warp. Behind her was the Arbiter and Talai, ready to provide some cover fire. The rest of the squad was busy carving a path through the Geth that were now pouring in onto the catwalks. Another tremor hit, and everyone struggled to remain upright. Everyone except Lyra, that is, as she remained focused on the Krogan. With burning determination in her eyes, she biotically lifted 3 large boulders the size of washing machines and tossed them at the Krogan. One missed, one hit his shoulder, and the third hit his chest dead on, making him stumble back further. While the Arbiter goes a few shots at the Krogan with his carbine, and Talai comes in up close, shooting a couple of rounds into the warrior. Chief was impressed by the Quarian's attack strategy. Guess Joe did teach her a few things before the mission, making her ready. The Krogan snarled as he pointed his shotgun at the Asari scientist and opened fire. Lyra countered with a biotic bubble, one that not only covered herself, but also the rest of the squad. The squad fell back, closer to Lyra as they continued to unleash heavy fire on the Geth, the biotic bubble giving their shields a much-needed chance to recharge. The Krogan snarled again, becoming increasingly frustrated with the archaeologist. He fished a grenade from his belt. "Damn! Asari, Quarian, and Sangheili are more trouble than they're worth," he growled. The bubble might have been enough to shrug off gunfire, but a grenade blast was a dicier proposition. Luckily, it was at this point that the biotic stasis that held the Spartan 2 in place wore off, something the Krogan was as of yet not aware of. Chief pressed the advantage. The Arbiter saw this as well, as he got his energy sword ready and charged at the Krogan. The Spartan 2 rushed up to the Krogan, sooner did the alien warrior prime the grenade. Arbiter then threw the energy sword to the Krjiaon's arm where it had the grenade, making it go numb. Chief then snatches it from his hand and wedges it just under the shoulder pad of the alien's armor and gets the energy sword back from him. Chief turned on his heel, grabbing Talai, and ran a safe distance. As well as the Arbiter. Boom! His unique physiology was the only reason the Krogan's arm was still attached, though just barely, as the orange blood and ichor gushing from the wound can attest to. The Krogan howled in pain and hatred and charged at the chief, bloody vengeance in his eyes. Spartan 2s were educated in various forms of hand-to-hand combat during their training, and Chief was no exception. One important lesson he learned was, when you're up against a physically strong opponent, outmuscling him is rarely the way to go. Using your opponent's own strength against them is usually the smarter tactic. Keeping that combat philosophy in mind, Chief pushed Talai away and sidestepped the charging Krogan, and then pushed him on the shoulder, altering his charge route. By the time the Krogan realized the trick the Chief just pulled on him, his momentum was too great to stop himself. He ended up charging right off the side of the catwalk and fell down onto the cave floor below. The squad had completely cleared the catwalk in front of them, having the Geth destroyed, and began to run towards the exit. They were running because the tremors were getting worse and now large chunks of rock were falling from the ceiling. Chief leapt from his catwalk onto the squads and used his blessed Spartan speed to catch up with them. He eventually did, as the Arbiter and Talai followed suit. The squad eventually made their way up the shaft and back out into the science camp, just as a billow of hot smoke reached out behind them, as if cursing them for getting away. Chief, the squad, and the Arbiter looked up and saw that the Normandy had been there since they first emerged and was now lowering itself closer to the ground. The cargo bay doors, which lead into the garage, opened up and several Normandy servicemen and Sword of Sangheili hopped out to help secure the area. With the VIP in safe custody, Chief gave the signal for all units to withdraw back into the ship and move out. Now that the area was volcanically active, they had to get out, ASAP. A point that came across rather nicely as the ship attempted takeoff. A hilltop exploded with angry sulfur that just missed hitting the Normandy's hull. Joker swore as he swerved the ship out of the way. He leveled out and resumed course for a nearby port as the eruption continued behind them, lava gushing out of every hill and coating the land in fire. A few minutes later, the Normandy slowly sailed above the port town, which boasted several tall skyscrapers, shining green that reached up to the heavens, a popular staple of Sangheili architecture. The ship eventually found a docking bay to take landing in. A series of powerful grav lifts all around the dock kept the ship in place. The cargo doors opened, and the Sword of Sangheili that had hitched a ride about the Alliance frigate escorted the survivors from the science team off the ship and into the custody of the port's Colonial Defense Force. They would then be treated for injuries and given physical exams to make sure that all is well. Chief and the others were in the communications room, debriefing most likely. Joker decided to hail them. Chief will want a status report. And he needs reminding of who almost got the Normandy fried to begin with by asking for pickup right next to an erupting volcano. In the COMM room. Chief, just wanted to let you know we're docked in a nearby port. Refueling and repairs are underway. Joker's voice reported. Oh, by the way? That was way too close. 10 more seconds, and we would have been swimming in molten lava. The Normandy wasn't designed to land in exploding volcanoes. They tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull. Just for a future reference. We almost died out there, and your pilot is making jokes. Lyra incredulously asked. Yeah, well, I guess that's why we call him Joker. Joe replied with a shrug. I see. It must be a human thing. The squad had gathered in the communications room, which also doubled as a conference room for briefing and debriefing missions. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Chief. Lyra confessed. But I am grateful to you. You saved my life back there, and not just from the volcano. Those Geth would have killed me. What did the Geth want with you? Echo asked. Do you know something about the conduit? Only that it was somehow connected to the protein extinction. That is my real area of expertise. I have spent the last 50 years of my life trying to find out what happened to them. 50. Fives asked. How old are you exactly? Lyra looked downwards, as though out of shame. I hate to admit this. But I am only 106. Damn. Ashley quickly blurted out. I hope I look that good when I'm your age. A century may seem like a long time to a short-lived species like yours. But among the Asari, I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Proteans. Lyra explained. Those theories being? Chief asked. Well, when the Proteans vanished, they left remarkably little evidence behind. Almost, too little. This may sound crazy, but it is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved. It's like someone came along after the Proteans were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues. But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Proteans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This cycle began long before them. What made you think that? I thought there wasn't any evidence. Chief pointed out. He was more than a little skeptical about the archaeologist's theory. I have been working on this for 50 years. Lyra emphasized. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge. Patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right. And eventually, I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the Proteans. This cycle has repeated itself many times over. What exactly is this cycle you keep going on about? Chief grilled further. The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Proteans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology of those who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Proteans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why. There's one thing your theories don't seem to take into account, Doctor. Chief pointed out. The Forerunners. We humans know for a fact that they were wiped out by the Flood. Are you saying the Flood wiped out all these civilizations too? No. Lyra replied. I have studied the Forerunners and the Flood intensely after the 314 races were introduced to the rest of the galaxy. The evidence I've found suggests that this cycle takes place roughly once every 50,000 years. The Flood seems too chaotic and disorganized for that kind of punctuality. And I know what you're suggesting, Chief. My opponents too tried to use the Forerunners to disprove my theories. But I believe the Forerunners only further support my claims. How? The Forerunner cluster is the only place in the entire galaxy where Forerunner ruins are found. But I think it's obvious that at the height of their power, the Forerunners' civilization spanned the entire galaxy, much like the Proteans. Whatever wiped the galaxy of clues to the Protheans' existence must have done the same thing to all the Forerunner ruins after the Flood wiped them out. Why the Forerunner cluster was spared, I cannot say. But I assure you, the Forerunners do fit into the cycle. Their technology and architecture take inspiration from several other civilizations that came before them. So, Ashley began. If the Flood isn't behind this cycle, what is? I cannot say. Lyra admitted. I think you might know the answer to that one, Chief. Cortana said. Chief sighed, knowing what Cortana was suggesting. She wasn't the only one, as the rest of the squad, save Lyra, were giving the Spartan 2 expectant looks. The idea might be crazy, but at the very least, a Protean archaeologist could confirm it. Dr. T. Sony, have you ever heard of the Reapers? Chief asked. Lyra looked confused. Reapers? What do you mean? According to a recently scavenged Geth memory core, the Reapers are sentient machines that wiped out the Proteans. The Geth view them as gods, and they think that something called the Conduit is the key to bringing them back. We think it's some kind of Protean super weapon. A rogue spectre by the name of Saren Arterius is leading the Geth in their search for the Conduit. Kaiden further elaborated. Our mission is to find it before he does. He must have sent the Geth after you, thinking you might know where to find it. I see. Lyra replied. Unfortunately, I do not have any information that could help you find the Conduit. As for the Reapers, they sound like a fallacy invented by Saren to rally the Geth. That's what I thought. Chief replied. But there was a damaged Protean beacon on Eden Prime, a human colony world that was recently attacked by Saren and his Geth. It burned a vision into my brain. It was about machines, I assume the Reapers, killing organics, the Proteans. I'm still trying to sort it out. Chief expected, even hoped, that the scientist would agree with him, that the Reapers were most likely just a myth and the vision didn't really mean anything. He expected it as it was the most likely scenario. He hoped it as it would rule out the worst-case scenario. Visions? Yes, that does make sense. Lyra said with a nod. The beacons were designed to transmit information directly into the mind of the user. Finding one that still works is extremely rare. No wonder Saren attacked Eden Prime. The chance to acquire a working beacon, even a badly damaged one, is worth almost any risk. Chief was taken aback by that. So, you're saying the beacon was supposed to give me visions? Visions that were most likely true. Precisely. Damn, well that sucks. Joe spit it out. Chief sighed. He was lucky, but evidently not that lucky. But the beacons were programmed to interact with protein physiology. Whatever information you received would have been confused, unclear. The Asari went on. I am amazed you were able to make sense of it at all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Chief. Well, he is a Spartan. Fives pointed out. He wouldn't be a very good one if he was weak-willed, now would he? So, you don't really know anything about the conduit? Talai asked to clarify. No. I know it has something to do with the protein extinction, but outside of that, I know nothing. Lyra replied. What about Saren? You know where he is? Chief asked. Lyra paused at that and raised her eyebrow in confusion. No. Why would I? She didn't know. It was plain to see. The chief sighed, knowing that he was about to give bad news. There is evidence that clearly shows that your mother, Matriarch Benazia, is Saren's accomplice in all this. Did she mention any of this to you? Lyra's eyes went wide with shock and her mouth was slightly agape. She looked down again as she put a palm to her forehead, as if trying to process what she just heard. Ashley was about to say something, but Chief held up a hand. He knew the Asari needed a minute. No. Lyra said, finally getting her wits back. In fact, Benazia and I have not spoken in many years. I assure you, I had no idea what she has been doing since then. So, you don't really know anything that would help us? Rex asked. I'm afraid not, no. Lyra replied. Ashley sighed as she leaned back in her chair. Well, so much for that lead. Back to square one, I guess. So what do we do with T-Sony now? Hand her over to Thurum CDF. I don't think we should. Gurus said, speaking up for the first time since the meeting began. We know the conduit is a protein artifact of some sort. Her expertise on protein archaeology could be useful later on. And her biotics will come in handy when the fighting starts. Joe added. Not to mention Saren could come after her again. She'd be safest with us, I think. Echo threw in his 2 cents. I think we have a unanimous vote, Chief. Cortana said. Chief nodded. All good arguments in favor of keeping her on board, and the only argument against it he could think of was her being a target could make the Normandy a target. Then again, the Normandy is currently one of the most advanced stealth ships in the Alliance fleet, so they were pretty hard to find to begin with. Doubtful the Asari's presence on board would change that. He turned to the Asari. Welcome aboard, Dr. T-Sony. Thank you, Chief. She replied as she stood up. I'm very grateful. She lost her sentence as she staggered a bit before standing upright. I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded. Unusual, but then Chief remembered that the scientist must have been in that bubble shield thing for a while. When was the last time you ate? Not since breakfast. That was several hours before the Geth even attacked. I have a bad habit of being so indulged in my work that I often skip meals. We'll have our medic, Dr. Shakwas, take a look at you. Then I want you to eat something. You're no good to me, starving to death. It is probably just mental exhaustion. Coupled with the shock of discovering the Prothean's true fate. I need some time to process all this. Chief just stared at the Asari. Somehow, Lyra just knew he was giving her the kind of look a parent would use on a child who knew better. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. Chief nodded at her for that. Are we finished here, Chief? Talai asked. The Spartan 2 nodded and then turned to the rest of the squad. Dismissed. He said. With that, everyone got up and left the room. Mission reports are filed, Chief. Joker's voice reported. You want me to patch you through to the council? Chief sighed. He really didn't want to, but he knew that it would bite him in the ass later if he didn't. Go ahead. Setting up the link now, Chief. Joker reported. The ships on board VI had automatically written up and sent the mission report to the council while the Normandy was flying from the science camp to Beacon of Discovery. They've likely already read it by now and want to clarify a few things. Unusual that they would provide feedback on the report not even an hour after the assignment was completed. You'd think they'd have other things to do, being the rulers of Citadel space and all. Then again, Chief was the first human Spectre, so he supposed it was logical that the council would be keeping an especially close eye on him. The Spartan 2 turned to the 3 kiosks that stood at the edge of the COMM room. They were installed after he was made Spectre, so that he would always have a direct line of communication with the council. After a minute, the images of Councillors Spiritus, Tavos, and Valerne materialized before the chief. Councillors. Chief said with a nod of what he hoped was respect. We've received your report, Chief. Tavos began. We understand that Dr. T'Soni is on the Normandy. We assume you're taking the necessary security precautions. Spiritus asked with a skeptical tone. That's not necessary. Chief replied, immediately catching on to what Spiritus was insinuating. Lyra didn't know what her mother was up to. She's on our side, for now at least. And if she's lying? Spiritus asked. She's not. Chief replied matter-of-factly. The old Turian grunted. You seem oddly convinced of that. I can tell when people are lying to me, Counselor. Chief stated. In any case, the Geth were trying to kill her. That seems to imply that she wasn't working with Saren or Benezia. Benezia would never allow Saren to kill her daughter. Tavos resolutely said. Chief suspected that Tavos and Benezia might have been old friends, judging from the way Tavos tried to defend her. Maybe she doesn't know. Valerne suggested. Or maybe we don't know her. Spiritus countered. We never expected she could be a traitor. Perhaps she could be a murderer as well. Well, at least the mission was a success. Valerne said. Apart from the utter destruction of a major protein ruin. Spiritus was quick to point out. He turned his accusing eyes on the Spartan 2. Was that really necessary, Chief? Collateral damage, Counselor. Couldn't be helped. Chief stated. Dr. T'Soni's well-being was the primary objective, not the preservation of the ruins. Of course, Chief. Valerne said with an approving nod. The mission must always take priority. Moving on. Tavos stated. Since Dr. T'Soni doesn't seem to know anything about the conduit, we seem to be right back where we started. No leads. So, what do I do now? Chief asked. Our finest intelligence experts are keeping their eyes and ears open. Valerne stated. We will alert you of further developments. Until then, you should keep a watchful eye on anything in the galaxy. Tavos concluded. And with that, their images faded away. I'm going to have to put up with them after every mission, aren't I? Chief asked. Looks that way. Cortana replied. Chief sighed as he called up the ship's intercom. Joker. What's the ETA on repairs? Another few hours. We're getting some supplies for our next journey. Joker replied. Chief sighed. Keep me posted, Joker. Sir, yes sir. A few hours later. As the ship was preparing to leave, Chief noticed the Arbiter was in the garage from the cameras. As he made his way down there, wanting to know why he stayed on board, while the Sword of Sanghelios left earlier. After a few minutes of waiting, the Arbiter then noticed him coming out of the elevator, and walked over to talk about his plan. Spartan. Arbiter, why are you still here? Chief asked. Shouldn't you be with your people since the mission is complete? It is, but I came to ask if I can join you on your mission. Thel asked the chief. Join me? Why? If Saren is this dangerous, he might cause problems similar to how the Covenant was at the end of the war. I say you need all the help you can get. But don't you need to protect your planet? Chief asked. Do not worry, I have my best generals and the Sword of Sanghelios taking over in my absences. Thel explained. Chief thought this through, and thinks this could work for him. Having another trusted ally to help him through his mission to stop Saren. Welcome aboard, Arbiter. Thank you, Spartan. He puts his arm on his chest and bows his head. I promise you that I will help you at all cost. Chief nodded at him, thanking for the help. After that, in a few minutes of waiting, the Normandy takes off into space. With its crew fully set, and ready for anything. Chapter 14, Origin of the Chief. 1725 hours, February 28, 2560. SSV Normandy. Vadim System, Artemis Tau Cluster. It's just a normal day on the Normandy. Everybody is on task, Chief is keeping an eye out for anything for his mission. Everything was normal on the Normandy. Talai, on the other hand, was still confused about things. What Joe said, about Chief being special, and his age of being a soldier. What was he really? Even though it's none of her business, she wanted to know the origin of the Chief. If he wanted to know things about her and the Quarrens, she needs to know about Chief and what the Spartans were. She had to go to the closest thing to his history. Spartan Joe. As Talai's shift comes to an end, she then heads to the garage to meet up with Joe about the Chief. She then sees him helping Gurus with the Mako, still they're doing some calibrations and modifications. Joe then notices her coming by, as he puts away the data pad for the modifications. Hey Talai, how can I help you? Hey Joe. Just wanted to talk for a bit, if you have the time. Talai asked. Yeah, my shift ended just now. He then looks at Gurus. Talk to you later, Gurus. Gurus nods at him, as Joe and Talai head to the elevator to the next floor. So what do you want to talk about? Talai still felt nervous asking, since, again, none of her business. But she came this far, no point in going back now. Remember a few days ago about our talk on the Chief and the Spartan program? I was wonder if you can tell me about it since we're waiting for our next mission. Joe frosted at this, knowing that she wanted to know more about the Chief. Guess that makes sense, since he was very vague on the history of the Spartan 2 program. Plus, getting to know more about who she is working with. As the elevator dings, he sighs and gives her a serious look. Let's get some food first. Then I'll tell you the whole story of the Master Chief and the Spartans. She nodded as the two then got their food and sat down. Joe sighs a bit, knowing how hard to tell the origin of the Master Chief. After eating a little, he begins to tell the story of the Spartan programs, and the origin of John 1:17. Let's start where it all began. In 2491, ONI, a branch for the Alliance military, originally the UNSC, started Project Orion. Basically, it was the SPARTANI program. It was created to test genetic enhancements on volunteers from the armed forces. This didn't last long, so Orion was shut down. But since the idea was somewhat beneficial, they decided to start a second attempt on this idea. So, in 2538, the Spartan 2 program was made. Which was, very dark. Talai got a few chills when he said that. What exactly happened, and why was the Chief involved? For starters, his real first name was John. Nobody knows his last name was. He replied. Why? ONI was quiet about it. And even though he was gone for 7 years, we still don't know his last name. Joe paused a bit, just thinking what to say next carefully. I believe the reason is. They abducted children for this program, to make the ultimate super soldier. Start at 143, stop at 31:54. Talai couldn't believe what she had heard. Children being abducted, losing their family and lives, and becoming super soldiers. How can they do that to children? Taking away from their family and lives. And some didn't even make it. Back then, humanity was fighting against itself. So ONI figured that this was the best way to deal with it. Just hate how dark it was though. Joe explained. Lucky for us, this proved to be helpful to us, since the future for humanity and every single thing in the galaxy. Talai then remembered the first galactic war that humanity ever fought in the Forerunner cluster. The Human Covenant War. At first, we didn't know what was happening. Our planets were burning, colonies were lost, it was a slaughter. Then, when they first appeared to us officially, they threatened us personally, and we began a war with them. However, they were more advanced than us. Better tech, weapons, and different species. We were surely close to losing. Lucky for us, we had the right soldiers at the right time. Start at 39:10, stop at 1:00:48. Talai was amazed how Chief showed that the Covenant that it can be stopped. But also saddened how he couldn't save his friend. I see now. Guess the Spartans paid off after all. Sad Sam couldn't see the end of it. She replied. Chief always wanted to bring everyone back. But he knows not everyone could, and sometimes great threats require great sacrifice. Joe explains the chief's motives. He believes in completing his mission at all cost, so he will put his life on the line to stop the threat. Tailai just shook her head to this. That's a terrible burden to go under. I say it's better to live and fight another day. Regather and counter back. That's just how Chief is. He was trained, raised for war, and built up to be the perfect soldier for humanity. Tailai still thinks it's better to live and fight another day when all seems lost. Anyways, back to our history. Few years passed, war was still happening, lost more colonies, and in 2549, we had the Spartan 3 program. He speedily explained. Basically, it was like the Spartan 2 program. Except, they didn't abduct kids. It was teenagers who got orphaned during the war, and volunteered willingly for the procedure to become super soldiers. I guess that's a little better. Still sad they have to give up their lives for the war. She replied. They signed up for the hard task, to save humanity at any cost. Joe answered. After that, around August 30th, the planet Reach fell. Our biggest military planet fell to the Covenant. All we had left was Earth. Our only hope left was the Chief, and his AI. Tailai froze at this. Her kind had a bad history with A.I.S, since they built the Geth and they took over the Quarian planet. So hearing how humans had A.I.S, it's a little unnerving. A.I. Why would you do that? And how can one save humanity? Well, back then before we joined the galactic community, A.I.S weren't in metal bodies. They were just holographic forms to help with electrical stuff. For the AI, her name was Cortana. Basically, she is a clone brain from Dr. Halsey, the person who made the Spartan 2 program. And for that, it gave us a fighting chance to win the war. With her and the Chief, we discovered the secrets of Halo. How the Forerunners built it, the origins, and how we stopped the flood. Tailai still got a sour feeling of the humans' AI, but stayed focused on the story. She was confused about the flood part. What is the flood? Joe was having a hard time explaining it, making him sputter a bit. Fortunately, he gets his composure again. The flood is a horrifying parasite that assimilates anything organic. We're basically its food, and the only way to stop it was starve it to death. That's what the Forerunners believed in anyways. Luckily, the Chief found another way to stop it with the Covenant itself. How so? Well, that brings to the next part of your question. You see, Chief found the main control of every single Halo ring in our cluster. It's called the Ark. During the battle, he and the Arbiter finished the Covenant. Chief spawned in a new Halo ring on the Ark, fired it, and killed off the flood. Joe answered. Tailai is amazed at how the Chief did so many things. No wonder that he was picked to be a Spectre and was leading the crew. Amazing. But what about the 7 years of space? And what happened to the A.I? Well, during his way out of the Ark, the ship he was on got caught in the blast, cutting in half. He was lost in space for those 7 years in 2552. Then a few weeks ago, we found him. For Cortana, she recently got deleted for going rampant in Chief's armor. Tailai was relieved that the AI was gone, but upset since Chief basically almost lost everything. How can he keep continuing? The next morning, as Tailai and Joe get to the elevator, ready for another working day, she gives thanks to him for telling the Chief's history. He nodded at her in respect, and they left for their stations to do their work. Chief then arrives at the garage, checking on things, then heads to engineering to see how things are going. Tailai then notices the Spartan 2 was coming into the room. Oh, hello Chief. How can I help you? Tailai asked. A tense silence hung in the air between the two. Cortana was back in Chief's quarters, surfing the extranet and studying the codex, so he wouldn't have to hear from her a bit when talking to Tailai. Just wanted to say. Nice work down on Thrum. You perform well in combat. Chief said, finally breaking the silence. Oh really? Yes. Chief said, still keeping his composure since he has difficulty with socializing. You were not only surprisingly good with guns, but you also had a very insightful tactical mind of battle. That, and you followed my orders very well. She paused, giving a blank stare behind her mask. Wait, are you apologizing for not thinking I was combat ready? No. Chief answered matter-of-factly. But the Quarian wasn't buying it. My, that answer came awfully fast. Talai said with that smug tone of hers again. Because it was the truth. Whatever you say. Talai said. So, now what? What do you mean? Chief asked. Thurum was my chance to prove myself. So, does this mean I'm a part of your team fully? Yes. Are really? Talai stuttered a moment. I mean, that answer also came awfully fast. Once again, because it was the truth. Chief stated. Thank you. Chief smiled a little under his helmet. Talai resumed her tasks for today. Another few moments of silence. Then, a thought occurred to the chief that, for some reason, he decided to voice openly. What kind of training did you say you had? Chief asked. Basic self-defense. Every Quarian gets it before heading off to pilgrimage. Talai replied. Hey. What? Well, I was just thinking. Chief began. If charging head first into a Krogan, and then shooting it in the face at point-blank range is a Quarian's idea of basic self-defense, I'd hate to get into a fight with actual Quarian military. Talai burst out laughing at that. Indeed you would. She said in between giggles once her laughter died down a little. Indeed you would. Chief smiled again. And that's when it occurred to him. He cracked a joke with Talai. He never did that with any non-Spartan before, let alone a non-human. He was starting to like Talai. Not tolerate, but genuinely like, even though she's an alien. He remembered how the Arbiter was during the Human Covenant War, how the Sangheila were betrayed by the Brutes and Prophets and sided with the UNSC in the very last act of the war. The Arbiter fought beside the Chief and watched his back, and Chief watched the Arbiters in return. He tolerated the elite at first, and then eventually grew to respect him. But he never really admits calling him a friend, even though they are working together again and the Arbiter admits calling Chief a friend. He guessed it was because the Arbiter and his race had simply done too much harm to humanity. Such crimes are not easily forgiven or forgotten. But this feisty young Quarian was different. The fact that the Quarians have done anything to humanity was a big point in her favor. Then again, she was infinitely more annoying than the Arbiter. At least the Arbiter did not insist on proving himself a worthy ally in the Spartans' eyes. But Talai felt like she had something to prove and damned if anyone, even the Master Chief, was going to ignore her. Chief knew a few kids like that during basic training. He always kinda liked them, if only because they displayed the same refusal to give up or fail that Chief himself had. He couldn't help but respect that kind of dogged persistence in them, and it seemed he had come to respect it in Talai. And so it was that, while the Arbiter was the first alien that Chief could call an ally, it was actually Talai Zora Nar Rhea who was the first alien that Chief could honestly call a friend that he will admit out loud. Chapter 15, Normandy's Poker Night. Author's note, sorry for the wait. Been busy and making plans for another story. Hope you enjoy the chapter. Also, the new Halo TV series trailer looked awesome. And when Chief picked up that artifact, tell me it's not similar to how Shepard touched that artifact in the first game. 1827 hours, February 29, 2560. SSV Normandy. Vadim System, Artemis Tau Cluster. As the day draws to the end, everyone finishes off their tasks and has some R&R. Meanwhile, Chief was just looking over things in the galaxy map. He was then told by Joker that the Council would like to talk to him. He then heads to the COMM room where the holograms of the Council are waiting. Counselors. Master Chief, we understand that you are still currently on standby, keeping an eye out for Saren. Valerne began. We've been keeping track of anything unusual in the clusters we go to, and waiting for any orders. Something I should know about Saren's whereabouts? Chief asked. Possibly. Tavos said. On the planet Treban in the Antaeus system, Exogeny Corp has started a terraforming campaign to make the planet hospitable for possible colonization. However, one of their survey teams disappeared early yesterday. We have a theory that the Geth may be involved. Valerne said. Our STG feelers across the Adikentraverse had reason to suspect that there may have been Geth activity in the Hades Gamma cluster. In addition, there are confirmed protein ruins on the planet. Sparatus added. Small ruins, mind you. But protein nonetheless. Between his attacks on Eden Prime and Thurum, and the fact that the conduit is likely a protein artifact, it makes sense that Saren would be interested in worlds that may yield protein relics. Keep in mind, this is mostly speculation on our part. Valern said. There's no real evidence that Saren was involved in the survey team's disappearance. But, given that you're on standby, we advise that you go check on the planet right away. I'll look into it as soon as we reach the planet. Chief replied with a nod. We'll expect a full mission report within the next couple of days. Spiritus said. Oh, and do try to avoid blowing anything up this time. 1. And with that, the three of them vanished. Chief furrowed his brow in distaste. Tavos and Valern were fair enough to him, but Spiritus was. He was an ass. In the garage. After the call with the council, the chief decided to go down in the garage to check everything before lights out. When the elevator door opened, he half expected one or more of the team doing their own thing. So what he found instead naturally caught him off guard. Joe, Fives, Echo, Caden, and Ashley all sat around some crates, arranged together to make a table. They all sat on stools and in front of them were cards, playing chips, and various seemingly random items, an old pistol, 3 stim packs, an old Omni tool, and a Warthog model kit. Chief then walks over to see what is happening. They all took notice of the chief and froze like deer caught in headlights. Relax. Chief said. What you do when you're off duty is your own business. Plus, it's not like you're playing for real money or contraband. They all sighed in relief. You know, you're welcome to join us. Kaiden said. I'm not the poker-playing type. Don't think of it as poker. Joe proposed. Think of it as an exercise in deception tactics. Chief tilted his head to think. He knows how to play poker, but he hasn't played it since he was a kid, training with the other Spartan 2 candidates. There's no real reason to do it. On the other hand, there's no real reason not to do it either. His other choices were target practice, which never provided a decent challenge anyway, or going back up to his quarters to do nothing really. He checked the clock on his HUD. 1850 hours. He had a few hours to kill before lights out, so theoretically, he could play for a little while. All right. Move over and deal me a hand. Chief said as he walked over to the makeshift poker table. He took a seat between Echo and Kaiden. All right. The name of the game is No Limit Texas Hold'em. Fives said. I suppose I should buy in with something. Nah. Fives said. First game's free. And here. Have some chips to play with. The Marine said as he handed Chief about 50 playing chips or so, about the same as everyone else at the table. All right. Here we go. Joe said as he dealt each player their 2 cards. Though Master Chief didn't consider himself the poker-playing type, he did know the basic rule set. But he hadn't played this game in a while, so he would be a little rusty no doubt. He peeked at his opening hand. A pair of 7s, one of hearts, the other of spades. Not too bad, as far as opening hands go. Fives and Echo paid the blinds before the round began. Call. Fives said as he tossed a chip in. In. Echo said as he did the same. Ashley anteed up as well, but Kaiden folded his hand. Apparently, he didn't think he had a hand worth playing. That left Chief to check. Fives had already had 5 cards face down on the table and burned 2 others. He flipped over the flop, the first 3 community cards. 7 of diamonds, 7 of clubs, and Queen of hearts. Chief had 4 of a kind right out the gate. Joe wanted to check, but Fives was feeling lucky and bet 4 more chips. Ashley folded, not feeling as lucky as Fives was. Chief called the bet though, as did Kaiden. Chief could have easily raised the stakes. With 4 of a kind already on the flop, he could easily afford to do so. But then he would run the risk of scaring people off. He wanted to keep Joe, Fives, and Echo playing so he could take as much from them as he could. Echo flipped over the 4th card, the turn. King of clubs. Joe made a bet. Fives raised. Chief called Fives's raise, as did Echo. The 2 twins flipped over the 5th and final card on the table, the river.
Thanks for listening.